I know, right?
That's not bad, 4:14.
No. You ready? Okay. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Time is 4:12. Madam Clerk, will you do roll call, please?
Yes. Member Nee,
Here.
Monet,
Here.
Washburn,
Here.
Pilpel,
Present.
Sims,
Here.
David,
Here.
Highland,
Here.
Oka,
Here.
Fisher,
Here.
Grant.
Here.
Madam Clerk, we have a quorum.
Madam Chair, can I just inquire, did Member Oka get sworn in prior to the meeting?
He was sworn
Who
in.
was sworn in? He's great.
Happy to have you.
Public comment on the agenda?
Sure, I'm going to get to that. I don't.
It's an agenda item.
There you
take
go,
public
okay.
comment on it.
Okay. Can I see if first any of the members have any agenda changes first? Member Nee?
Madam Chair, I'd like to suggest that item 2 be withdrawn. We've already elected officers. At that election, we agreed it would be for the full year. It's been done. There's no need to have it on the agenda. I'd also like to observe that there are 4 complaints. It's too late to do anything about it now, but there are 4 complaints that are pending, that are, they're part of our backlog. They're not on today's agenda, and I think they should be. Granted, we have a heavy agenda already. Our meeting's going to go late, and at the same time, we don't know what's going to happen with any of the items that are already on the agenda. Some of them might be withdrawn, some of them might be continued, and it just seems to me that the 4 complaints that have not been included on the agenda should have been.
The reason, Member Nee, that we put these 5, well, to answer both questions. First of all, Mr. Threet, will you kind of confirm for this about the Vice President? Say it again? Vice Chair, I'm sorry. Presidential election, okay. Vice Chair, was that in our June meeting, our understanding was that you had made a motion, wait, I have it right here. Do you have it? Just for, hold on one second, that's why you put it on the agenda. Do you have that?
Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
The administrator reviewed the minutes where the motion was made to have the election cover the period both of the remainder of the term and also the next year. And the motion applied, as it was phrased, only to the chair position. It didn't include the vice chair. That's why the vice chair is on this agenda.
Oh, so this is just for the vice chair then?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But if it so be, well, that's why we
I'm
left
fine.
it on there.
Then I'm fine with it.
Okay, thanks.
I
What
have
was the
some other
other?
comments on that, but I'll hold till we get to that.
On your first issue about the 4 additional items, we just went because we haven't met in so long for the 5 that were the in the order that were the oldest, and then because we've not gotten to those before, so we definitely have those in the order for the next 4 to come after. So if we, for some great chance we get to the other ones, we'd have to add that to the next meeting, and we're going to. Okay, that's it. Any other comments from members? Okay. Sir?
Madam
Yeah.
Chair, I'd like to,
I'm sorry.
So relative to agenda changes, have we received any indication that anyone's not going to be here, or that anything needs to be continued? No. So at this point, we're good with the agenda?
That we're going to have all 5
Okay.
of these complaints heard today.
Thank you.
Hopefully. Yes, sir.
I'm Patrick Manette-Shaw. Thank you, Chair. On page 2 of the agenda, item 8 says that you're going to discuss scheduling a special meeting due to a 3-month hiatus. I'm wondering, out of the members present, didn't any of you learn to count or notice that if you haven't met since May, it's not a 3-month period, it's a 5-month period? You haven't met for 5 months, not 3 months. I respectfully request that you change this agenda item after the fact, just to correct the historical record that you haven't met for 5 months.
Sure. Thank you. Duly noted.
I have a hearing problem, but I don't think I have a reading problem. I'm looking at page 21 of the packet. Maybe I didn't hear correctly, but according to page 4 of the June minutes, I believe, it says that Member Fisher was voted in as vice chair.
That's correct.
So then the meeting today is to elect a different vice chair?
We voted her in according to the motion that Member Nee made. It was for the chair. It was for the period of 1 year. The vice chair, inadvertently or however, was not made in that same motion. So that's what we're trying to correct here.
Move to that?
Do you understand that we omitted? We didn't make a motion for the chair, and the motion was not made for the chair and the vice chair.
Okay, so when you get to
yes.
the minutes, you'll have to correct that, won't you?
Yes. Mr. Threet?
Through the chair, the election back in June was to fill the remainder of the terms of the two officers who were no longer serving on the task force. Had there not been an additional motion by Member Nee to extend the term of that election for the chair, both of those positions would have to be reelected because the term expired at the end of June, and then the new term started in July. So this has been the first meeting where the task force has taken any action since the expiration of that term.
Okay. So just for the vice chair? Yes. Okay.
Hello, my name is Jason Grant Garza, and I'm here, and I've been here before many, many times for many, many years. And I'm a little confused as to exactly what's going on, and I'd like, for maybe there to be some response. Do we live in Alaska? There's been a nuclear winter here for the last 5-6 months regarding sunshine. Has the sun
Point of order,
gone
Madam Chair.
down somewhere?
Point of order.
Point of order?
We're discussing the agenda. If the
agenda
speaker
change.
has remarks about the agenda, certainly they're welcome. However, so far, those have not been included in his remarks.
Thank you for your opinion, sir. My remarks are, based on the fact that you have an agenda here, how can you be meeting and why are you thumping your chest when you haven't made any motions or campouts in front of the supervisors for the last 6 months? I'm questioning your integrity since it's on the agenda. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Sorry.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I think there is an issue here related to the roll call, and that is the fact that you have 1 vacant seat and 3 holdovers. And these holdovers have been held over now for many months, and it is basically the Board of Supervisors being stubborn about not accepting the nominations of the appropriate bodies and trying to put them in a position to nominate people. And very frankly, if you're taking a roll call and we're continually dealing with people who are really not legally...
Excuse me, sir. That's not part of this agenda item.
As far as I'm
You can
concerned,
use
it
for your
is, and the
public comment.
constitutional free speech says I
Yes.
can address it if I wish to.
Yes, you may. When we do the public comment, feel free. You can say whatever you want to say. But right now, we were trying to just do roll call to see who was present, but would love to hear from you at that time.
This is about the roll call. I said that to the beginning.
Are we making a
You're
change?
calling, you are calling members who are not actually appointed properly, and you are going to hold, and you're talking about changes to the agenda where you're going to hold elections where there are 3 seats that are holdovers who will then leave, someone else will come in, and those people will not have participated in the election of officers for the year. And I think that is a totally inappropriate way to do it. And I mentioned this at the time when Mr. Wolf was not on the chair and you had to adjourn for 5 months because you weren't properly constituted. And one of the reasons I mentioned was the fact that the representative of the disabled community was not able to participate and even vote for, let alone maybe be one of the heads of either the chair or the vice chair or a head of a committee, because there was nobody present. So basically what I'm saying is this is such a weirdly constituted body that these changes you're talking about and saying, well, we have to elect the vice chair, we already elected a chair, all of those were done procedurally in questionable ways.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to go to item number 2. Is this something regarding the agenda?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I'm Peter Warfield, co-founder and head of Library Users Association. First of all, I want to second what Member Nee said about the agenda. I'd actually like to ask a broader question, and that is, how was the agenda constituted for this meeting, and essentially by whom and how? Because I think there is a question with respect to the election of the chair. Mr. Member Nee said that the backlogged complaints should be on the agenda, and this is something that I have said repeatedly in the past. The disappearance, absolute disappearance from public view of complaints that have been filed, I think is a very bad thing. Now, it's understandable if you have a concern with respect to whether realistically or unrealistically you can get to things. You may be concerned about having a too big agenda, so that if everybody shows up and all the hearings occur, you would either have to go till 2 in the morning or chop off things. But there needs to be some way of recognizing that there is a backlog, or that there are items that are not on the agenda that have to be heard. Partly because, I don't know what they are, but in some cases you're legally required to have a hearing within a certain amount of time. But whether or not there is a legal requirement on those 4 items that we hear are backlogged, there needs to be some notation or agendizing of those items so that everybody can know what's what, and that you haven't just simply forgotten about it.
Okay.
With respect to the election of a vice chair, that's fine as far as I'm concerned, but the chair was also elected by a body that was not legally constituted, and therefore I'm concerned, why isn't the election of a chair on this agenda? And it should be on this agenda as well as any future agenda immediately.
Thank you.
Because the vote was taken with an unlawfully
Thank you.
constituted group, which you yourselves recognized. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to agenda item number 2, the election of vice chair.
Item number 2, election of vice chair, election of officers per Article 2, Section 3 of the bylaws.
Member Nee?
Madam Chair, I'd like to nominate Member Fisher.
I'll second.
Any other comments? Any other nominees? Great. It has been moved and seconded that Member Fisher be nominated for the office of Vice Chair of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Discussion.
Do I have any discussion?
Discussion. So I actually agree with some of the comments that were made, and my view is that if we were not properly constituted at the time, that we should re-elect both the chair and the vice chair. So I'm happy to support this motion now, but I would request that we re-elect the chair at the next meeting, just so that there's no question for the rest of the year that the chair and the vice chair were duly elected.
Mr. Threet, so since Member Nee had already, it's been duly noted that on the June meeting he made that motion and we all accepted it for the chair, will that stay? Can we keep that as is and then move on? And right now that we won't have to keep coming back to re-elect officers.
Through the chair, I think the question that's been raised is a slightly different one, but
Okay.
the answer to your question, I believe, is yes, because
Okay.
the motion, as it was made at the time of the election, was to fill the remainder of the term that was vacated, and also to fill the annual term that started in July through the following summer.
Okay.
There's a different question, however, that's been raised and that Member Pilpel is raising as to the constitution of the task force at the time of the election was held. We did not have a member who satisfied the requirements of 6730 who was physically disabled. And as I advised at the time when this issue came up, although there was a violation for the lack of a member being present and sworn in at that time who satisfied that requirement, the task force nevertheless could take action, and that action would be legal.
Okay. Thank you. Member.
Yes, I would think it would be more prudent to put the election of officers to the next meeting of this body, because I think the perception of the public is that this body was not properly constituted at the time that everything was done, and I happen to have that same opinion. So I think we should put off the election till the next regularly scheduled meeting, at which time we will all have had an opportunity to do the right things.
Madam Chair, I agree, because also at the time, seat 11, Mr. Oka was not present for the initial, I guess, proposing candidates for the two seats, so I think that would be appropriate now that he's part of our group.
Okay. There is a motion on the floor right now, so if you disagree or agree, we can rescind that. So, or we can vote. What would you? Yes.
Madam Chair, I was going to say that since we already have a motion regarding the vice chair, and I think the question by Mr. Pilpel was regarding the chair, that we go ahead and vote on the vice chair because we are legally or constituted under the bylaws, and let's go ahead and vote on the vice chair and then make this an agenda item for the next meeting for the election of the re-election or the election of the chair.
Okay. So we need to take a vote on the motion of re-electing Member Fisher for vice chair. I'd like to do a roll call vote for that.
Do we seek public comment of 1 minute?
Public comment.
No?
Do we have any public comment on this?
Could we limit it to 1 minute?
Thank you for the opportunity. Once again, my name is Jason Grant Garza, and my public comment is that no, I would definitely not re-elect or, submit Ms. Fisher because, according to you guys, your last meeting was in June, I think, and you elected her. Where has she been for these last 5 months concerning the Ministry of Sunshine? My God, this is an important position. This is the vice president of the Ministry of Sunshine. Was she at any supervisors thumping her chest about the victims who were not allowed due process or sunshine? Did the sun go down all of a sudden? And all of a sudden, now you want to re-elect her? Well, I would question the motives. I would question the integrity. But thank you. Let the games and the farce continue here at the ministry.
Great, thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Yes, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. And I don't come here to throw a monkey wrench into the works. I simply want to acknowledge the fact that certain abnormalities and irregularities occurred. And I, at the time, said that it was unfair to hold any election when the body was, number one, not properly constituted, and especially in the fact that one member that was specifically designated to represent a community was not allowed to engage in either the election, especially as a possible candidate for either one of the chair or vice chair's position or a head of one of the subcommittees. And, you know, I'm simply saying the thing that I've said to every task force that I've been in front of, which is you are the folks who are legally responsible for ensuring that all public meetings and all public records are handled properly. If you do not follow the rules meticulously yourself, then you will eventually get into a position where someone will come before you who has done something similar to what you have done, and they will simply point at you and say, well, if you can do it, why can't we? And if you can't follow, if you don't even follow your own rules, how do you take the moral standing that you have the right to tell us how to run our meetings, our elections, and other things? In other words, you have to set the example for everyone else and say, no matter how aggravating or whatever it happens to be, we are going to make sure we do everything crossing each T, dotting each I, and being human, we're going to make mistakes, but if we make mistakes, they're not going to be any that we made simply because it was convenient.
Thank you.
Yes, Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I'm glad that other members are concerned with the election at this time. The agenda says seat 11 is vacant until sworn in. I didn't hear any swearing in of that seat, nor did I hear clearly for the public a discussion or a statement that there has been a swearing in. So as a point of information, I think that needs to be publicly stated. I thought I heard a little aside about it, but I couldn't hear what it was. And these issues are not for little asides for yourselves. Yeah. There's a public you are serving. There's a public you're obligated to. So I would certainly like to know as a point of information if Mr. Bruce Oka was sworn in.
Yes, he was sworn in. Thank you.
Thank you. With respect to the position and the nomination, I think it would be fair and usual for at least there to be some discussion amongst yourselves about the candidate or candidates, and particularly a statement by the candidate, who, after all, many of you don't know, and certainly the public may not know, as to why that candidate or the candidates want the position, think they are qualified for the position. We need a little openness and a little information for yourselves and the public as to the qualifications of the candidate, and I would appreciate if you would have some discussion amongst yourselves, including a candidate statement. Thank you.
Member Fisher, just to let you know, in the June meeting did have a statement of why she wanted to be vice chair, as did I. So, and I believe you were there. We had to...
I appreciate it, but this is now, and that was then, many months ago, and I still think you're doing an important election.
But she doesn't have to. So you don't have to. No. Okay.
You're doing an important election, and it's not going to hurt you or her to repeat, if you like, or to say new things that have occurred since June.
Thank you.
Dr. Derek Kerr, I'd like to express my appreciation for Mr. Oka's statement, which was very reasonable but also very wise. In the rush to commit a political purge, the disability community was completely forgotten by the Board of Supervisors and by this task force. This amnesia is also disrespectful. So as you contemplate vice chair and chair, please consider the member who has been excluded all this time. Thank you.
Is there any more public discussion about the nomination of vice chair?
My name is Francisco da Costa, and from time to time I've appeared before this committee. What I like to state is that the Sunshine Task Force has to have legal standing. And one of the most important things that this city and county of San Francisco needs is understanding of the process. So we've heard several comments, and some of them are in the gray area. We really do not know some of y'all who purport to be willing to serve on the Sunshine Task Force after what we all went through. Many of us who come here do not trust the Ethics Commission. Before we trusted somehow the Sunshine Task Force. And for the Board of Supervisors to not be very compassionate, very careful with the physically challenged community was wrong. And in our process to shine light, a lot of us appeared before many of the committees, not only the ethics committees and the hearings, but before the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. And we did not see any one of y'all sitting here come before the Board of Supervisors and say, as ardent constituents of the city and county of San Francisco, that y'all wanted to shine some light on the blatant corruption that's going on in this city. Now, for y'all to represent, y'all must be stellar. For y'all to adjudicate, you must be stellar.
Thank you,
and
sir.
I don't
I'm
see
sorry.
that.
Thank you,
you
sir.
very much.
There are 10 of you seated now. 3 of you are holdovers, and there's an empty seat. Seat 1, the lawyer, nominated by the Society of Professional Journalists. It means that the 3 holdovers would not be in the running for chair or vice chair, because they're just holdovers, and until they're appointed, nobody knows whether they'll be available after this meeting or the next meeting after this. In addition, if they're not appointed or reappointed, and the 2 SPJ nominees are not appointed, you will have no institutional memory of any kind. One of the SBJ nominees is Doug Comstock, who actually chaired the task force for, I believe, 2 years. He was part of the original group that initiated the Sunshine Ordinance that you're formed under. So I think it would be inappropriate to limit the choices to the new members, who, all of whom, except for Mr. Popel, had never even attended a meeting of the task force before they submitted their applications. I just think it's the wrong thing to do, because you will end up doing what you're doing today, spending the best part of the meeting trying to figure out how things should be handled. Thank you.
Thank you. There's the vote on the floor. I'd like to do a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, do you have a comment? Oh.
Member Nee?
Aye.
Monet?
Aye.
Washburn?
Aye.
Bilpel?
Aye.
Sims?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Highland?
No.
Oka?
No.
Grant,
Aye.
7 ayes, 2 noes.
Wait.
Gets to vote for
Madam Chair, there are 10 of us, I believe, and
Does,
no,
does,
there.
Oh, I'm sorry, but Fisher, I'm sorry, and Fisher.
Obama gets to vote for himself. Aye.
Okay. Okay.
Carried 8 out of 10 states.
so the final count is 8 aye, 2 no. Motion passed. All right, so let's go to agenda item number 3, which is approval of minutes from the May 2nd meeting.
Item number 3, approval of minutes, May 2nd, 2012, regular meeting.
Member Nee.
Madam Chair, I move to continue these minutes to next month. The reason being there are a number of corrections that are necessary, including some that are substantive. There are some misspellings in there of people's names. Also in items 6, 7, 8, and 10 of those minutes, there are discrepancies between the number of aye votes and the names of the members who cast them.
I'll second.
Is everyone pretty much in agreement? Or do I need to take a... I think the majority has it. So why don't we continue as Member Nee suggested, made a motion to continue items 3, 4, 5, and 6.
6 also?
Just
Right.
3, 4, 5.
3, 4, 5.
Oh, I'm sorry, 3, 4, my last one, 3, 4, and 5, until the next meeting. I don't think this is just an action item, so it's just a substantive issue. Not on this one, thank you.
I believe you can limit it to 1 minute, but we...
Just,
Madam Chair, the only item that was on the floor was item 3.
oh, you didn't, I'm sorry, I misunderstood, 3, 4, and 5?
What I said was I moved to continue item 3.
Ah, okay.
And I think, I think items 4 and 5 also need to be continued, and if someone wants to, well, somebody might make a friendly amendment. I'm not sure it would be legal because items 4 and 5 have not been called by the clerk, but for the moment, my motion is strictly for item 3.
Member Pilpel?
I would move to amend with the unanimous consent of the members to add items 4 and 5, to call items 4 and 5, and to take a short amount of public comment before taking action on this.
I'm sorry. So the motion on the floor is by Member Nee is to continue item 3, which is fine. You can vote on that, or if it's unanimous, that's fine. Then I can call 3 and 4 together, and if you want to vote to continue those, then we can continue those the next meeting.
4 and 5.
I mean, yes, 4 and 5.
But if we do that now...
Through the chair, the minutes of the action of the task force or any public body is a requirement under the Sunshine Ordinance that they be taken, and the minutes are required to accurately reflect the action that was taken at the meeting. Given the importance of those requirements, I would advise that this is a substantive action by the task force, and public comment should be taken on these matters.
So are we taking public comment on the changes that the public wants to do at this time, or can we, that's what I was hoping to move till the next meeting, when we do bring this up again, that we at that time can then take public comment for the actual changes that the public might have for the minutes.
The requirement that public comment be taken is in regard to any item on an agenda that is a substantive matter. So it's on the agenda item itself. Whatever motion the task force may make, it may differ from item to item, and you may have different motions on any agenda item, but the public comment has to be taken on the agenda item itself before action is taken.
Okay. Okay.
So can we amend Member Nee's friendly amendment and combine it with 4 and 5?
Through the chair, there's only one item that has been called by the administrator, and only one motion is on the floor. You cannot amend an item to include other items that have not yet been called.
So, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can I suggest to Member Nee to withdraw the motion, to then call items 4 and 5, and then restate the motion to include all 3 items, and then we can take public comment and move on?
Yes.
Who seconded the motion?
I did, and I will consent to what I just suggested.
Okay, if you withdraw your second, then I will withdraw my motion.
Done.
So, do you want to redo your
No, you have to ask the clerk to call items 4 and 5.
3, 4, and 5?
I already called 3, ask her to call 4 and 5.
Okay. Even though we rescind it. So 3, 4, and 5 now?
Okay. So I've called item number 3, so 4 and item 5. And item number 4, approval of minutes from the June 6th regular meeting. Item number 5, approval of minutes from the July 11th, 2012 special meeting.
Madam Chair, I move to continue all 3 items, the reason being that there are a number of errors in all of them.
And I so second.
Great. Thank you. Is there public comment about the minutes? Anyone would like to speak?
Yes, Peter Warfield. First of all, these were 3 items. These are 3 items, and I hope you will give 9 minutes to members of the public if they wish to have it. I don't think it'll take 9 minutes, but I certainly have prepared some comments on this, and I think it's very presumptuous to the public and rude to assume that those of us who come to this or that meeting will naturally be coming to the next one and the next one and the next one. There may be other things that people have in their lives, and they may have prepared some material, and as your attorney said, wish to have those things heard so that you can, if necessary, consider those next time when you meet, perhaps without that member of the public. So I'd first of all like to know if you're going to give 9 minutes to the public on
9
these
minutes
3
to each
items.
person?
That's right.
Fortunately, I can't. But I will give you 3 minutes, a minute for each agenda.
Okay, well, I think that's highly inappropriate. As you heard from your own attorney, it's a substantive matter, and to chop public comment down to 1 minute per item, I think is highly inappropriate. So the first thing I want to say is that in general, I would agree with Member Nee that it would be fine, and I would support the postponement of action on these, but not comment. On the May 2nd meeting minutes, item 2, well, first of all, I'd like to also say I'd be very interested in what Member Nee's objections are. They may completely coincide with mine and other people's, so that we don't even have to say anything. I think it would be very appropriate that those changes not be made basically in secret through some administrative backroom arrangement. I'd like to hear what those concerns are. On item 2 of May 2nd, Peter Warfield spoke expressing objection with the report. I had a very specific reason for being concerned about the report and what the task force was doing about it, its failure to check. And my recollection is that, as in previous years, the supervisor of records report did not show the date of receiving a request so that you could compare it to the date responded and see whether the city attorney was fulfilling the legally mandated requirement of a prompt response within a certain fixed number of days as required by the ordinance. On item 4, page P9, the second page of May 2, Peter Warfield spoke in support of not having a statute of limitation. I think that's a very sketchy, which is to say extremely brief thing. I expressed particularly concern that people may not even know there has been a violation until some time has passed, and to provide a statute of limitation would be favoring wrongdoers, so that if they could hide their wrongdoing from the public, they could get away with it if they managed to do so for a certain amount of time. There are many other issues that I have with these minutes. that I think you should fairly listen to so that you can combine these comments, if you wish, with those that perhaps Member Nee might have. I think item 5, the summary of what I said is just wrong. On item 7, I think there could be a little bit more explanation about what the complaint was. On the June 6th minutes, I think there could be some improvements about summaries of what people said on item 1, on item 3, particularly on page 3 of those minutes. And to hurry ahead, there are some very simple details that I think would enhance these minutes on page 2 of July 2nd, for example, on item 1. And
Has he done 3 minutes?
that's all that I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, once again, my name is Jason Grant Garza, and I've been before this august, robust committee, and I'm a little, concerned. I mean, Mr. Nee now says that, he wants to withdraw some things from the agenda. Hasn't it been 5 months since you guys basically, like I said, were in a nuclear winter? Nothing was done in these 5 months, to bring things forward, which brings up another interesting question. What were the victims supposed to have done for these last 5 months? I know that I personally had communications and sent stuff into the Sunshine Task Force, but, as many years as I've been here, those things are never answered. The process, the procedure is never followed up with.
Point of order, Madam Chair. The Speaker is not commenting on the motion that's before us.
Once again, I totally disagree. The whole point is I'm here to admonish the fact, like you said, Mr. Nee, that there are things that are wrong. I'm saying, what about the 5 months? So your corollary, trying to say that it's not on the agenda, is a total mislead and misrepresentation in my mind.
So we're talking about the minutes for 3 meetings.
That is correct, and that could not have been brought up in the last 5 months of your failed Ministry of Sunshine. That couldn't have been addressed as when we got here. We could move forward. It's a simple question I think reasonable people would ask of such learned individuals. Thank you.
Great. Can we...
Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government, and I want to say that first, we have never directly stated whether we are doing the 2-minute, 3-minute, whatever, because the last few times you've met, it's been cut back for this reason or that reason to 2 minutes, and I think it is very important to clearly let the members of the public know the length of time they have to talk. As far as the approval of the minutes and the motion to continue them, I believe it is a very appropriate one. I've spent the last 2 years talking about minutes from not only this body but other bodies that did not accurately reflect what members of the public had to say. And in most cases, it was an issue of they didn't like what was being done, and as a result, their comments were censored. And even though the Sunshine Ordinance, and I've gotten multiple rulings from this body, it says that if a person wants to submit a 150-word summary to be included in the minutes, to ensure that their comments are accurately reflected, because they are free speech, and that free speech right extends to having those, especially in a public meeting, accurately reflected. I think that the simple fact that Mr. Nee has brought brought to the attention of the body that these minutes are not do not accurately reflect it. I thank Mr. Threet for his comment saying that that's an important criteria. Having the minutes accurate is a critical thing, especially having people who have disagreements with how things are being done, so that it just doesn't look like nobody brought up these points. One of the reasons I have been very adamant about the part of the Sunshine Ordinance that says if I want to submit a 150-word summary of my comments, that they be included in the body of the minutes, is critical because the Brown Act specifically states that you can't suppress unpopular comment. And unfortunately, throughout this city, I go to a number of meetings where people who get up and express comments relating to the operations or the handling of certain things get their comments censored. And you can call it anything else you want, but that's what it is we don't like these comments these folks are making. We can't stop them from making it, but we can sure in hell make sure it doesn't appear in the minutes. And I have 4 orders of determination stating that in the minutes means in the minutes. And I also have a letter that was sent out by this body to all city departments stating that fact. But I still have a number of those same people who are saying, no, we're going to do it as an addendum or whatever, and we need to get that straight.
Thank you. There are no more comments. I'd like to take a vote on this motion that is on the floor to move the 3 minutes, 3 approvals from the May 2nd, June 6th, and July 11th minutes to the next meeting.
Member Nee?
Aye.
Monet?
Aye.
Washburn?
Aye.
Pilpel?
Aye.
Sims?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Highland?
Aye.
Oka?
Aye.
Fisher?
Aye.
Grant?
Aye.
You have 10 ayes.
So that has been approved and will be moved to the next agenda for our December meeting.
Which would be public comment, close to 5.
Yes.
Just prior to that,
One
just
moment.
one follow-up. The reference letter that went to all city departments, I believe that was issued sometime in May. Can we get a copy of that? I'm not sure that the current task force has seen that communique that was referenced.
What do you, I'm sorry?
You're talking about
One of the speakers referenced
Mr. Hart's.
yes, referenced a letter that went out to all city departments.
He said it's posted on the website.
Okay, I'll look for it. Maybe we'll find it in the meeting.
Okay.
The case, the last case relating to Ray Hartz versus the district attorney, or city attorney, excuse me.
I'm sorry, I wasn't.
Free Adams.
Okay.
I was just looking for that memo. That's all. Thanks.
Okay. At this time, we'll take public comment.
Thank you, Chair Grant. I'm Patrick Manette Shaw. As you may know, I had filed 2 sunshine complaints in 2011,
I'm sorry, sir.
in which the previous, I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry. I was just letting them know why I'm moving for public comment.
So you're going to reset my start time, right?
Absolutely, sir.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Are you done? So, as you may know, I had 2 complaints before this body that the previous members referred to the Ethics Commission as official misconduct. One of them both of them involved the executive director of the Ethics Commission. They finally got around to hearing my 2 complaints, at which member Pilpel showed up and voiced his First Amendment free speech rights, but which annoyed me. Seemed like a conflict of interest that a member of the task force is there attempting to influence the Ethics Commission's ruling. There were a number of abnormalities in that proceeding. The Ethics Commission allowed its director to represent the San Francisco City Attorney, District Attorney, and the San Jose City Attorney's Office that the Commission cannot adjudicate cases involving its own ED, but they charged ahead anyway. That was a blatant conflict of interest because they wound up allowing the Ethics Commission to be both the judge of its executive director and its appointing authority of its same executive director. The Ethics Commission had not been involved in the selection of where to refer my case. That was decided single-handedly by Mr. St. Croix. He just up and sent my case to San Jose without any intervention by the Ethics Commission. They didn't even know it had gone there. treated my complaint as a garden variety complaint instead of an official misconduct complaint. The executive director instructed the San Jose City Attorney's Office to follow the Ethics Commission's current regulations for enforcement, which are inapplicable, but they went ahead anyway. They allowed the Ethics Commission's attorney to review the pending opinion of the San Jose's city attorney even before hearing my side of the case.
Sir, if you could we're almost, your time is up, so for the other speakers, but I still want to hear this, so if you could just...
I tell you what, Chair Grant, I will write you a letter outlining the abnormalities of that hearing, because I think this body needs to look into the procedures of the Ethics Commission, which is on your agenda item later, and I'll try to address it then.
Okay.
But they acted like they were straight out of the wild, wild west.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any more?
It's public comment, right?
Yes, it's public comment.
I'm William Clark. I want to bring you up to date on the civil grand jury report concerning some complaints I filed with you that the grand jury heard. And briefly, I'll mention what it says in the report. It says in a June 28, 2011 report from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, it was alleged that the program manager had willfully violated 2 provisions of the Sunshine Ordinance in handling public records requests from 2 street artists. The task force also found that the program manager resorted to a practice known as sandbagging the requesters, i.e., burying requested information in a huge volume of superfluous text. In the end, the task force filed a petition with the Ethics Commission urging it to impose a fine and/or penalty on the program manager for the willful violations. Also, a notice of failure to comply with order of determination, complaint number 11023, was filed with the District Attorney's Office for appropriate action on February 3rd, 2012. The grand jury instructed both the Ethics Commission and the District Attorney to respond to why they haven't done anything regarding any of these complaints, and I have just received the answer from the response from the District Attorney and the Ethics Commission, and both of them said that they never received anything from you. So I would just make you aware that you should get a copy of these responses from the grand jury, and if they're saying they didn't receive anything and you're saying you sent it, then there's something serious going on here, and I just want to make you aware of this, okay?
Thank you very much. We will follow up on that. Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk? Do you have the documents? Okay. Thank you.
Hello. Once again, my name is Jason Grant Garza, and I've been here many times, and I think we're going back into Never Never Land. All my prior complaints have been about the fact that you guys are toothless and shills for the city, especially when it comes to the Ethics Commission and their rulings. We've just been through a 9-month period with Ross Workamini and, his official misconduct trial. Is your official misconduct findings any less important to the Ethics Commission? It strikes me very oddly that none of you seem to have been bringing this up. As a matter of fact, I believe in 2011, Pastor Gavin had case 11048 that was sent to ethics that nobody seems to be following up on for 4 supervisors that were found by you guys in official misconduct. Now, have the rules changed? Was the Ministry of Sunshine on hiatus for 5 months? Did the sun set? So much of everything you're doing is so hypocritical because you're not following up with the people who are shooting you down, the Ethics Commission. Why is nobody asking the Ethics Commission why they're not looking into all the official misconduct cases that they glossed over the last 10 years with you guys? Did the rules change? Did the standards change? Or was Ross just on a witch hunt? Or is that just conveniently the way you'd like for the procedure to work so that you can wash your hands and say, well, you did your part, but you know what? Jesus, when it all comes said together and parsed back together, it's set to fail, it's rigged. And I'm sure that Mr. Nee knows exactly what I'm talking about because he's been here for 10 years, and my Nurse Ratched case, which I brought up to him 10 years ago. So, you know, to sit here, to continue a farce, guys, you disgust me.
Hello, my name is Michael Petrellis, and before I get into my comments, what is the time limit? 3 minutes. 2 minutes. Why? My first thing I got to say is you're putting the public at a very bad disadvantage by not putting a timer here so that we can collect our thoughts and make cogent comments. I have brought this up in the past. I'll bring it up again. Please invest some money into having a timer for the public to see how much time they have left on their public comment. Please give me a 30-second warning when I'm getting toward the end. You guys haven't met for 5 months, and you have an incredible backlog of cases and complaints that you have to hear and consider. I thought about this yesterday when I was drafting a complaint that I submitted yesterday. The details are not important right now. What's important is that I felt like I maybe should not file the complaint because you have 5 months of backlog to deal with. By the time you get to my new complaint, if you decide there's merit and you have jurisdiction for it, what? Maybe we'll see Hillary Clinton sworn in as president. It's going to take so long, I fear. David, I don't appreciate your interruption at all.
Sorry.
And I'll accept an apology.
I apologize.
I will take an extra 10 seconds since I was interrupted by a member of the commission. The issue is, how are you going to move things forward with your backlog and eventually get to cases that are being sent to you now in November?
Seconds.
Thank you. Other thing is, I would like for you all to submit to the supervisors a budget request to start airing these meetings on television. I see a camera in the corner to easily broadcast these meetings. Sunshine needs to be on the web. It needs to be on TV. If it is not on the web, if it is not on TV, it's not transparent. That you would really do the city a favor by putting these meetings online and on TV. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, wait, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. This keeps changing.
2 minutes. I gave 3 minutes for the.
Well, some of the
agenda
people up
items.
here have had 5 minutes because I've been timing it.
No, you did not.
Okay, anyway, Ray Hart's Director of San Francisco Open Government. When the Board of Supervisors cut public comment from 3 minutes to 2, I knew what was coming, which is basically if they can get away with it, then everybody else can cut. Unfortunately, most of the other bodies I attend have maintained the 3-minute comment. I prepare my comments in advance, and I plan on whether I'm going to speak for 2 or 3 minutes, and I don't appreciate showing up at a meeting, thinking I have 3 minutes, having planned out for 3 minutes, and then all of a sudden being told I have to, in midstream, cut out a third of what I had to say. It is not fair, it is not appropriate, and this is the last body that should be doing it. And I hate to say it, but there is a real perception in my mind that the chair does not look to see if there are other members of the public who wish to comment. She simply starts to move on until someone stands up, and she looks up and goes, oh, there's somebody else. I think it should be very clear. Are there other members of the public who have comments? And if nobody stands up or nobody moves, or if you want people to line up on one side of the room so you know where to look to see if the public comments, that something needs to be done rather than setting up a dynamic where people are kind of going, wait. I deserve my right to speak. I believe that one of the things that your body needs to schedule immediately is an open discussion about what this task force is here to do. Too often I have had to address the task force because I believed that there somehow was an impression among certain members that their job was to protect the city from the citizens, and it's not. You are here to protect open government, free speech, and you are here to protect the citizens from the city. The city has plenty of people to protect it. It's got city attorneys, it's got everything else. So basically, you need to have an open discussion so the public knows what it is you're here to do, and hopefully that is to protect us.
Thank you. Are there any more public comments?
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. I'm stunned that in the middle of this discussion, you state 2 minutes. Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.15, Public Testimony, Section C, says, each policy body shall adopt a rule providing that each person wishing to speak on an item before the body at a regular or special meeting shall be permitted to be heard once for up to 3 minutes, period. There's a lot going on here that is invisible and not noted. So let's just start out with the simple facts. You haven't met for many months. There's no explanation whatsoever on this agenda or any place else as to what's been going on, why you're now meeting, or anything else. That's significant for the record. It should be provided for the record very clearly. Second, there's no clarity at all with respect to what you're going to do regarding pending matters. So, for example, I got an order of determination in April. The letter was prepared in May. I didn't get anything for about a month, so I called the administrator. Oh, I guess it didn't go out. A month after that letter was prepared, it did go out to Supervisor Campos. It had an order of determination saying that the unredacted records had to be provided in 5 days. So 23 days later, I got something. It wasn't the unredacted requested records. It turned out a smaller pile of unredacted records, which very peremptorily the aide told me if I didn't like it, I could file a complaint. It turned out, supposedly, orally, these were records that previously had been redacted, so they were only giving me those records and not the full group. What's going to happen with the normal, appropriate follow-up? That needs to be told, not just to me, but to everybody publicly.
Thank you.
Hello, members. My name is Doug Comstock. I'm a little appalled by the 2-minute rule for general public testimony. After not meeting for 5 months to only allow the public to speak for 2 minutes, and this is the body in this city that is here to protect the public's rights to free speech. This is all we have. But for you to do that, it just seems to me to be disrespectful of the public. Now, I know that 67.15 says for up to 3 minutes. It doesn't say shall be 3 minutes. However, this body, in its amendments, has taken the position that that should be changed to 3 minutes for public testimony, unless there's an inordinate amount of people, and it's justified by the number of people who are lined up here to speak, going out the block. Then you have a right to change that from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, let's say. But for you just to do it offhand, and I find this a problem in a lot of bodies in the city, that they just say 2 minutes and the public accepts it, and the members just sit here and say, oh, well, that's fine with me. Well, that's maybe fine with you because it's inconvenient for you to sit here and listen to the public, but it's not convenient for the public, and that's really what you're here for. And the other problem that I have, and I'm sorry we don't have much time to go into it, but I would like to know what you're going to do about cases that come to you concerning the Board of Supervisors. Since you are appointed by the Board of Supervisors, how are you going to hear cases where there's that conflict of interest? I mean, many of you new faces are here because of that very situation. You were appointed because this body took a stand against sitting members of the Board of Supervisors. So I'd like to know, what's the rule that the public can count on? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment?
Good evening. Bruce Wolf, now a general citizen. Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. As you've heard and have been hearing, this is, a really important body. Hasn't met in 6 months. There have been lots of issues that needed to come forward that haven't been heard in public forum. And as the previous speaker had intimated, there is a concern about how and why you're here and what happens when those kinds of decisions come around. Now, we all know that the reason why that we've all been replaced was because of the Park Merced decision and how that went down. So what happens if a like kind of situation comes back? What will you do? You already have pretty much case law. You have precedent set on that particular item and how that decision was made. So I urge you to think about that as you move forward and to stay strong in your integrity, in your personal integrity, and not with your political integrity, because we know that's how this all came down. That was all a matter of politics. So I also would urge you that if you haven't, to please start reading the Code 67 and really be conscious of when those things come up, because during a hearing, you're going to hear a lot of things and something may ring a bell for you. And if you weren't familiar with the ordinance, it may not. You'll miss it. So it's important, and even if it's just to ask a question, that's really the importance of being knowledgeable about it. So thank you. That's all I have to say right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment? If not, I just want to say one thing for the record regarding the 2 minutes. I know that it's up to 3 minutes. We have been so backlogged, and we've yet to get to any of these complaints that are here. So for the time being, until we get to a lot of these cases, that's why I institute the 2 minutes. As our caseload lessens, I will go back to the 3-minute rule, because I totally agree with what you guys are saying. But we come to these meetings, we have yet to get to one case, which is what we are here to do. So I'm trying to do that. The next item, my glasses up, is item number 6. Madam Clerk, would you read that for me, please?
Item number 6, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force bylaws.
So there is a proposal to change the definition of the majority required for voting to take action on substantive matters before the task force. Can you read what we have right now, Madam Clerk, please?
In accordance to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force bylaws, Article 8, Amendment of Bylaws, final action will not be taken on this item. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me skip over. Article 4, Meeting, Section 7, Action at a meeting, quorum, and required vote. The presence of a majority of the members, 6 members of the task force, shall constitute a quorum for all purposes. The affirmative vote of a majority of members of the task force present, which has been striked out, the 6 votes, shall be required for the approval of all sensitive matters. Procedural motions require an affirmative vote of a majority of the members present. If a quorum is not present, no official action may be taken except roll call and adjournment.
We will not vote on this, but we are going to have a discussion today on this and then have a vote on this at the next meeting. We needed a certain amount of time according to the bylaws. I'd like to open this up for discussion for why we would like to bring this to the table.
So it's my understanding that this would bring
the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force's bylaws, it would basically be the same as any other commission or Board of Supervisors, right? That is what the goal of this is to change this for us to be consistent with any other commission. I guess that's a question to you, Mr. Threet. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Member David, it has been my advice and the advice of the Office of City Attorney that the requirement that a majority of the members vote on any substantive action requires that it be a majority of the seats on the task force. In other words, 6 out of 11. That has been our advice, and there's material in the packet that reflect that advice.
Yes, Member Washmer?
I'd like to speak for the benefit of the new members of the task force. I was a member of the Rules Committee that deliberated about this change in our bylaws. And we sought a lot of advice from, certainly knew what Mr. Threet's position was, City Attorney's Office. We also had some advice from some other attorneys. We recommended, the Rules Committee recommended that we change to a voting requirement of a majority of all those present, because at the time we were down a few members on the task force. There were some empty seats that had been sort of chronically empty. We were also having difficulty barely having a quorum of 6 people present at our meetings. When we only had 6 people present, the problem for members of the public bringing a matter before us, as they pointed out to us many times, was that for them to prevail on anything would require that they convince everybody. In other words, one person could vote against them, and it was really a very low bar for the respondent. So this is why we recommended a change, and we didn't do it lightly. There was a lot of study, a lot of debate. It actually wasn't unanimous vote of all members of the task force, and so since then, I've thought a lot about this. I think that we probably should, I would support going back to a majority of 6. But mindful of, for the public to get due process, that we need to have more than a bare quorum here. There are also other innovative ways to make sure that the public has a level playing field here. And I'm going to ask a member of the, Alan Grossman, to talk about how we could start reframing how we make our motions, so that rather than, this requires a number of agile mental flips here that I'm kind of tired and can't quite do right now. But there are ways to reframe our motions so that the burden is on the respondent to show that no violation has happened, rather than the other way around. So I don't know if that makes sense.
Okay,
but Mr. Grossman can tell us more about it.
Let's see if there's anyone else on any of the members here that had a comment. We were clear about that. Explains why we need to go back to trying to be consistent, or why it was changed in the first place, for those that didn't know. So, Mr. Member Nee? Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, did Member Washburn want to ask Mr. Grossman to speak now?
Sure, if you would. Mr. Grossman, if you would explain the dilemma we faced and then the workaround that you've very cleverly proposed.
Okay, well,
Forgive me 1 second.
I should have, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Just because I bet there are a lot of other questions, and when he comes up for public comment, he might be able to answer those as well.
Madam Chair, respectfully, we have the right to invite people to comment as experts. Mr. Grossman is an attorney. He has volunteered his time to deal with sunshine issues over the past several years. Some of the input that he's given us has been extremely invaluable, especially in drafting a new version of the ordinance. And I think we have the right to invite his testimony now as an expert witness.
Okay, I totally want to hear from Mr. Grossman. I just wanted to see if perhaps other people that didn't understand the process of why you guys chose to begin with, we could go through this with the members, and then he could answer a variety of things that you guys have spoken with him about before, if that's okay. Okay. Member Oka? Yeah, he might answer some other questions for us.
How many vacancies do we have on this task force right now?
One.
There's only one vacancy that needs to be filled?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
That's it? Okay, thank you. Member Fisher?
Yeah, actually, I want to thank Member Washburn for explaining that. And I kind of see where you're going with that. And on, prima facie, I actually agree with it, but I would have voted against it only because there's a reason why we have these rules and these laws, and I think we need to go back to where we were. But something that Chair Grant and I discussed at length, and among the rest of the team here, is that, we made a commitment to you, the public. We made a commitment to come to these meetings, to show up and to be here. And speaking for myself, and I hope for the rest of the group here, we're going to be here. There's going to be 10 of us. I mean, things happen. We had met in September. I was away. My partner's a teacher. I only get time off when the schools get time off. But I am committing to be here every month, barring any other circumstance. So we're going to be here. So hopefully this will not come up.
Are there any other comments from any other members? Member Pilpel?
Yeah, two things. I was looking up the charter language that I'm sure we'll talk about in a moment. I mean, the summary is that, yes, I believe that 4.104 sub B does apply to us, and that we should make this amendment to the bylaws. I did have a larger set of bylaw amendments that I believe I've shared with Chair Grant, but have not been seen by the full task force or the public. I would like to be able to present that at some point in the future.
Yes.
So whether we act on this at our next meeting following the appropriate notice or not, I'd like the opportunity to examine our bylaws more broadly.
Absolutely.
And
I'd like that to go through the committee first so that you can...
that's fine, however you want to
to
structure it. But I look forward to that discussion as well.
Yeah, I have those.
There's a lot of stuff that we can clean up in the bylaws, not just this single word.
Okay.
But since we're all present, we can talk about whether present as a word should be in the bylaws or not.
That's a good choice. Any other members that have any other comments about this?
Madam Chair, I'll have some comments after we hear from Mr. Grossman.
Okay.
I was just going to say, either we can ask Mr. Grossman to do this for us, or just summarize very succinctly what it is and the key terms. I've looked at this material. I have a pretty good idea, but for some of the newer members, if there's someone that feels comfortable doing that, and then maybe bring Mr. Grossman to the stage, so we all have a basis to move from, to then be able to understand what he's going to tell us.
So I would like to give this to Mr. Threet to explain exactly the difference. My understanding, just to be clear, is that we had to have a quorum in order to take a vote of the members of 11 members, we would need 6. The task force before changed that because there was problems with attendance, so they made the quorum the majority of members present. We want to go back, is that wrong? We want to go back to the old way.
Through the chair, there's two different issues. One issue is the number required for a quorum, and the other issue is the number required to have a majority vote on a substantive matter that the task force takes action on. A quorum is always a majority of the full seats. And the separate question is how many of those seats have to vote aye for the matter to pass if it's substantive. So those are two separate issues. And when you were making the statement, they were a little bit mixed together, so I wanted to make that distinction first.
Okay.
So then if you want to ask your question again, I'll try to answer it.
So our discussion today is primarily on what the proposal to change the quorum and the required vote. So that's this Section 7, Article 4 meetings is not...
The change was only made to the number required for majority vote on a substantive matter. That's where the change was made, and that's the issue that's before the task force today. The way the bylaws were previously, it was consistent with the city attorney's advice as to what the charter requires, which is the majority of the seats on the task force. Because of the issues that Member Washburn outlined, the task force decided to make a change in that requirement and to require only a majority of those present voting. So, for instance, you might have, as Member Washburn mentioned, a bare quorum present at the latter part of a meeting, and under the charter requirement, you would have to get all 6 of those members to vote to find a violation. But under the amended bylaws of the task force, you could get 4 votes rather than 6, and you'd have a violation.
Got it. Okay. Understood. Member Highland, do you understand? So, if everyone understands now. I'd like to invite Mr. Grossman up to give us a little bit of thought on this.
Before I start, I want to make a couple of observations.
Okay.
I don't know if you all received copies of the long piece I sent out, and it's pretty obvious to me that either my writing is not as good as I think it is, or you didn't really get it. But that piece was designed to undercut the advice of the city attorney's office. But putting that aside for a moment, I think you should understand something. Since none of you have been to prior meetings, you don't understand the role of the lawyer member who's not here today. That person's job is to help the rest of the task force members understand some of the more complicated issues that they face in their legal aspects. Without that person here, you're missing somebody who is very important to your decision-making on this particular issue. The second thing I think you ought to understand is you were all picked. 6 of you were chosen because you had, in a sense, agreed in advance with the board that you were going to change this rule. I haven't listened to the May 17 meeting when you applied, but I know Mr. David said, if the city attorney says so, that's it, right? Well, let's discuss that for just a moment. Mr. Threet is your lawyer, not the city attorney. Mr. Threet is your lawyer, and he's supposed to be independent. He's supposed to be independent, and that's what the Sunshine Ordinance says. He is not a member of the city attorney's office when he's sitting there. He's got one client, that's you, and he's supposed to represent you and be objective. So when he talks about what the charter says or what Mr. Owen said in his memo, he can talk about it, but he has to do his own homework, and he has to do what I did. He doesn't have to agree with me, but that's what was called for. Now, having said all of that, because I'm the only lawyer who has spent this amount of time on this issue that's in this room, and I have a very serious view of what's involved. And the fact that it was used as the excuse to eliminate all those incumbents makes it even more important. Okay, what Ms. Washburn was talking about was this. All public records are open and disclosable unless they're exempt. That means that the burden is on the department or the agency to establish the exemption. And if they don't, then the records are disclosable. What the 6-vote rule has done is it has turned that upside down, because the complainant comes in and he says, I wanted to see these records. The department says they're exempt, gives a reason. And so the complainant now has to come forward and prove that they're not exempt. That's backwards. It's the responsibility of the department to show that they are exempt. And unless that burden is carried, the complainant should get his records. Now, the way the motions are framed, what happens is I come in, I want a record from the city attorney says, oh, it's work product. You can't see it. So I have to come in here and prove the negative, that it's not work product. That's not the way it should work. The way it should work is the city attorney has the burden of saying, I have it, and the motion should say that unless that exemption is established, I'm entitled to my records. Well, that's not the way the motions read. The motions read, has the complainant carried his case? Well, there are 10 of you here now. According to Mr. Threet and the city attorney, you need 6 votes. Well, 6 votes is now 60%. It's not a majority. Majority is 50 plus 1, okay? If Ms. Mena didn't show up, then there's only 9 of you, and the complainant now has to get 6 out of 9. That's 2/3, and that doesn't work either. So the fact is that with absences and vacancies, the problem is exacerbated. So if you don't like the bylaw, then change the way the motions are made and just flip it. Put the burden on the respondent to prove his case. This discussion, of course, presupposes that the original advice, and that's all it was not an opinion. An opinion of the city attorney has to be formalized and signed by the city attorney. So it's just Mr. Owen's idea about how this should be handled. Anybody wants to see the full policy of the city attorney on opinions, has to be approved by the city attorney. He has to sign it. And they have 8 pages of how it has to be done. I just want to say one other thing. I can't help myself. There is, as soon as I find it, in section 6730, the following. The city attorney shall serve as legal advisor to the task force. Ordinance task force shall have its request assigned to it an attorney from within the city attorney's office who is experienced in public access law matters. And this is the important part. This attorney shall serve solely as a legal advisor and advocate to the task force, and an ethical wall shall be maintained between the work of this attorney on behalf of the task force and any person or office that the task force determines may have a conflict of interest with regard to the matters being handled. This means that Mr. Threet is your lawyer, and he's your only lawyer. Mr. Owen is not your lawyer. I'm not your lawyer. Mr. Sims is not your lawyer. Okay? Mr. Threed is your lawyer. And he is responsible for advising you about these issues. And the fact that he uses the Good Government Guide and such, I don't think is consistent with that responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any more questions from the members? Member Nee?
I don't have questions. I don't have any question of the speaker. But I have some comments I'd like to make.
Okay.
First of all, I'm kind of torn on that. First of all, I say what I'm about to say. I want you all to know that I was one of 2 dissenting votes on the bylaw change back in April of 2011. I sympathize with the people who wanted the bylaw change. I understand perfectly their motivation. At the same time, there were some other considerations that came into play that I thought were worth considering. Mr. Grossman mentioned a few minutes ago that we right now don't have a voting member attorney. I would like to recall for the task force a memorandum that the attorney we did have at that time, David Snyder, sent to the task force. He could not be at that April 2011 meeting. And so he sent that memorandum because he felt strongly about the issue. He said briefly, in summation, he sympathized with those who agreed on the bylaw, who wanted the bylaw change. He said, in a perfect world, we could have it. He also said, however, may we have it quiet in the audience, please? In the public section, please. He said that he looked very thoroughly at the opinion that Mr. Owen had written, and he had to find that the opinion was well thought out, and that he couldn't find no legal reasoning to disagree with the opinion that Mr. Owen gave us. There are other bodies, not just in the city, that have the same rule that the city attorney's office has prescribed to us. For instance, in the California legislature, the assembly has 80 seats, not necessarily 80 sitting members at any one time, not necessarily all 80 members at any given meeting of the assembly, but 80 seats. And at all times, and this is what the parliamentarian there told me, at all times, passage of substantive motions requires 41 votes. Passage where there is a 2/3 majority required, it must be at least 54 votes at all times. Where there is a 3/4 majority required, it is 60 votes at all times. Proportionally, the same rules apply to the state senate. State senate has 40 members. 40. At all times, a simple majority is 21, required for passage. At all times, 2/3 majority is 27. At all times, 3/4 majority is 30. We've done the math. One of the problems that I see with with the relevant section of the charter that we're dealing with, 4.104B, and I do think that 4.104B does apply to the task force. But nowhere in that section, nowhere in the Brown Act, nowhere in Robert's Rules of Order does it say that an absentee counts as a member or that a vacancy counts as a member. I think the language of the charter should be rewritten to clarify it, one way or the other, whether somebody wants to rewrite it to say a vacancy does not count as a member or a vacancy counts as a member. Let's clarify it. For the moment, the city attorney office, having done diligent research, has advised us on this, and Mr. Threet has done diligent research. He has advised us, and he agrees with Mr. Owen's interpretation. And the other thing was, the other reason that I voted against the bylaw change is that under the current bylaw, as we now have it, as few as 4 members in an 11-member body can approve a substantive motion. I have trouble with that. Even if there are only 6 or 7 members present, still 4 members out of 11, and I have trouble with that.
Yep,
so
do I.
That is why I voted for it then, and I strongly urge that when this matter comes up next month, we go back to the bylaw as it was before April 2011, and it's also just a matter of erring on the side of caution.
Perfect. Thank you. Member Sims?
I just want to make a couple of points and clarifications from my analysis and my look at Attorney Threet's and Attorney Snyder, Attorney Grossman, Member Nee's comments, and I look at the relevant case law, I just don't see how we get to the ruling that was previously made where we decided to essentially that the city charter did not apply to us, because the wording, at least in my view, is not vague. And after reading the obviously 6730, that in addition to the powers specified above, a task force shall possess such powers as the Board of Supervisors may confer upon this ordinance or as the people of San Francisco. And I don't think the people of San Francisco conferred upon us the power to change the charter. I don't see it anywhere. Even if you include 67.36, local laws, not the charter. It didn't allow us to supersede the charter. It only allowed us to supersede local laws, which would allow for more expedited public access. Now, that said, Member Grossman brings up, I'm sorry, not Member Grossman, but a member of the public, Grossman, brings up an interesting workaround, which, if we choose to do it, could be a possibility, but I think obviously it should be looked at and go to the Rules Committee. There are obviously questions of, we are more than just saying whether access should be allowed or not access should be allowed, but we are actually finding a violation. So there is the argument that can be made that we're essentially, by following member of the public Grossman's formula analysis, we could be saying that you're essentially guilty and then you have to prove yourself innocent, which obviously to many of us goes against much of what we hold dear and true in the kind of America's jurisprudence. But I obviously want to thank member of the public Grossman for his comments and analysis. However, I do feel that City Attorney Threet has done his job. He did not just accept the analysis of the previous City Attorney Owen. He added new analysis and advised us under his guidance, and I think he's followed the ordinance and complied appropriately. While I do not sit as officially capacity as the member attorney. I am a licensed attorney in the state of California, and there is nothing in the bylaws which prevent me from giving advice and counsel to the members on more complex legal matters, in addition to what City Attorney 3 provides us as well.
Thank you so much. Who's next? Member Washburn?
Right. I wanted to remind everybody that one of the members of the public earlier ask us at some point, and tonight's not the time, but I just want to make sure we don't lose sight of this. We need to keep in mind what we're here for. We need to have a discussion about this. And I think this very topic that we're talking about now brings this to the fore. In my mind, what we're here for is to make sure that members of the public have access to public records. The assumption is that every piece of paper, every electronic record in this building and anywhere that the city has jurisdiction belongs to us, the people. And so that's what we have to assume. We assume similar things about meetings. So when a member of the public has a complaint and comes to us, we need to think, what we decide off the top is whatever they want is public. We start there. And then what Mr. Grossman is asking us to think about, and when we start deliberating to see if there's a violation, is that the burden is on the city to prove that these public records are not public and that they've, done everything properly. And I think, that's not, as you were saying, Member Sims, that we're just starting off by saying that the city agency is guilty and they've committed a violation. I think that's not the way to think about it. The way to think about it is that our presumption is that the records are public, the meetings are open, and then that's where we start. And so I would be happy with and feel fine about going back to the way the old bylaws were written if we could keep that frame at the top of our minds, that we're here to, yes, this is public, these records are public, these open meetings are open, and start there when we start framing our motions. If we do that, then I think we'll, even with a small number here, come to a decision that's more fair to the public. And I think, I always think I'm here to, if there's a gray area, we find on the side of the member of the public. That's how we got into trouble with Park Merced, and that's why a lot of you are sitting here, because we thought we have to find for the members of the public whenever there's a gray area.
Thank you so much. Member Pilpel?
Thank you. And I think that I agree with many of the comments that have been made. In particular, Member Sims, I think, spoke well on analyzing the situation. I just wanted to point out a couple of things with the language. 4.104A specifically includes language of the executive branch. 4.104B specifically does not include of the executive branch. And in terms of statutory construction, it seems to me that the omission of words that are used elsewhere suggests that there was an intention to not use them and to not have them apply in that circumstance, which leads me to the conclusion that 4.104 sub B does apply to all appointive boards, commissions, or other units of government within San Francisco, not just within the executive branch as one may construe it. Further, and there seems to be some disagreement about this with some folks, the charter absolutely supersedes all local laws. I think Member Sims pointed that out well as well. The Sunshine Ordinance, although it's an initiative ordinance, is still only an ordinance and can be superseded and by the charter. And in fact, the charter controls over ordinances regardless of whether they were enacted legislatively or by the people. So all of that just compels me to the conclusion that we should amend the bylaws in the manner suggested. Before or after public comment, I'm prepared to make a motion to post this for the required 10 days and allow us to take action. I would suggest not at a special meeting because we're not sure when that'll be, but at our next regular meeting.
Yes, that's what I had planned.
I'm absolutely happy to make that motion at any time when the chair deems it
Are
in
there any
order.
more comments? Did you have another comment?
Thank you.
I won't.
Madam Chair?
Oh.
Just coattailing for a second on Member Pilpel's observation that the city charter does supersede all other local law. That is true. However, the city charter may not supersede state law. So state law sets the floor on sunshine. State law sets the floor on open meetings and public records. Where there is a conflict between the city charter and the state law prevails.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That, go ahead.
Member-
We agree in a qualified way over here.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I just want to say, obviously, I understand. I totally agree with much of what our members are saying. The members of this body are saying, and I want to also say that I think we all are very committed to being here, and I understand the history which led to this decision and the past which occurred. However, obviously, we are a new body, newly constituted, and I think we all have a commitment to being here, and will continue to be here, so that we do not get into situations where so few members are here, where one member disagreeing can possibly hold up what is a clear violation of the sunshine laws and the sunshine ordinance.
Thank you. It's agreed. Mr. Grossman, thank you so much for your comments and your work on behalf of this.
Can I just add one?
Sure.
Plus, we'll
I'm
take
sorry.
public comment.
Well, this so-called trumping issue has come up repeatedly, and I don't know what I did with it. I took the trouble of asking I would consider a pretty good lawyer, Michael Eng at Kern Wagstaff, to deal with the trumping issue on certain issues that, no, I have it somewhere, that dealt with the city attorney's position that under the charter it had certain responsibilities. In his letter, Mr. Eng made it clear that if the area involved is preempted by state law, then the local municipality that is a charter city cannot take precedence over that particular area. And I'd be very happy to send you a copy of Mr. Eng's letter. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that I know you all are committed to coming to the meetings, but you're one seat short. That's a no vote, okay? If somebody else doesn't show up before that seat is filled, that's 2 no votes. So at some point, even if the rest of you are around, 75% is needed, or, and it just isn't fair. It's just not fair, and it is not consistent with the Constitution of the state of California, which says the right of public access is guaranteed It's a right in the Constitution. And it has to be, the local laws have to be read in a way that broadly interprets that right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will take public comment.
Chair Grant. Mr. Grossman's legal analysis of the task force previous voting rule change makes it perfectly clear that the decision in April 2000 to change the bylaws was completely legal, the only ethical response, and the only proper response. Mr. Grossman's analysis showed that Supervisor Scott Wiener's accusation that the SOTF had exempted itself from the charter was complete hooey. You don't need to adopt a rule to be consistent with other commissions, Mr. David, because after all, they could all be wrong and they could all be right there at that cliff waiting to jump off like lemmings. Do you want to join them if they're wrong? Mr. Threet's quote-unquote advice was not a formal city attorney opinion issued by Dennis Herrera. Therefore, that is hooey. Mr. Grossman's analysis gives you the correct legal rationale to keep the bylaw change as previously adopted. After all, Member Nee, we're not talking about the legislature here. You know quite well, Member Nee, that there are unique provisions in the Sunshine Ordinance that apply only to the Board of Supes. By analogy, different rules may have been adopted for the legislature, but that doesn't make them applicable to everybody else. For Mr. Sims, you can't rely on the city attorney's opinion. He was wrong when it came to Marcarini. Mr. Herrera's good government guide isn't worth the toilet paper it's printed on. There are lots of things in that good government guide that are wrong, sir. Whether you are, as a lawyer, able to see them or not is another point.
Thank you.
I strongly urge you to keep the previous rule. After all, Ms. Fisher may have a death in the family. Ms. Grant may need, month-long surgery. Mr. Nee might be out tending for a hospice parent.
Thank you. Okay.
You need to keep the quorum rule as it is.
Thank you.
Oh, if I could just stop laughing. My name is Jason Grant Garza, and it's just incredible. It's beyond incredible. The analogy that Mr. Nee used about the legislator, you're not here creating laws, you're here to adjudicate. There's a big difference. An adjudication involves due process. And due process means that you face your accusers, or the people who are going to be listening and sitting in judgment will be listening and sitting in judgment. Not empty seats. Not automatic no votes against you. This is supposed to be sunshine, not the ministry of sunshine and hiding behind words and their syntaxes. It's a very interesting thing that you rely on the city attorney's advice. Well, the city attorney was incorrect, and so was Mr. Treat regarding the HIPAA advice that they gave you, in my case, 11081, that the wonderful vice chair was not able to help me with in getting a HIPAA expert to prove that they were wrong, but yet somehow the other side admitted that they were wrong and that I was entitled to my medical records. But interestingly enough, they had their experts up here, the city attorney expert, the expert from the Department of Public Health, Mr. Treat's analysis that I was wrong. Isn't that interesting? The city attorney can't be wrong? He can't give you incorrect advice? As a matter of fact, in case 10038 regarding medical records, there was 5 votes for me and 1 against me. Mr. Snyder out of 6 who were here and here only. I lost that one. And then the rule changed, and I said, well, aren't you going to relook at this case? Pardon my French. But HE double hockey sticks. Of course not. Just like the Ethics Commission isn't going to look into your official misconduct rulings.
Thank you
because
very
it's
much.
designed to fail.
Thank you.
Thank you for the disgrace that you are.
Thank you.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. Where this all started out was the lack of attendance. Your bylaws state that any member can miss 2 meetings in any 12-month period, and following the second absence, they are to be warned that your next absence will require action against you. And the bottom line is, I don't care whether you feel sorry for someone because they have a family illness or another commitment or whatever it is, because that compromises the right of the parties appearing before you. If a person cannot attend and they simply say, I have other commitments, it's like, well, then you can't meet the commitment here. And the bottom line is, in any organization, in any body, it has to be, if you make a commitment, you keep the commitment. I think 2 out of 12 meetings, 2 absences out of 12 meetings is very reasonable. And if a person, for whatever reason, cannot attend 3 out of 12 or 4 out of 12, in one case with Ms. Coffin, not to pick on her, she was out for 9 months in a row. And nothing happened. And that is unacceptable. And we try to do this workaround. I will leave the argument about whether it was a good workaround or not good around, but the bottom line is your own bylaws say if you miss 2 meetings in a 12-month period, you're told the next meeting you miss in the next 10 months, you're out of here. And as far as the empty seats, I think the fact that this body didn't meet for 5 months and the Board of Supervisors got away with what they wanted, which was to shut the task force down, was a disgrace. And I think something that needs to go on to the next agenda is sending a letter to the task force saying or to the supervisors that what you basically did was deny due process of law, because this is an avenue we have to deal with the city.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment?
Peter Warfield. First of all, I want to say this isn't just a matter of attendance. It's a matter of justice. It's a matter of justice for the members of the public who come here after struggling for their most basic rights. And that mustn't be taken lightly. As many people have said, there's a lot of reasons. Mr. Sims may be very conscientious, and I don't doubt that he will be. But many bodies don't have every single member every time. And even today, you have a vacancy. That disadvantages the public. I have had complaints. Library Users Association has had complaints where there were a couple of vacancies, a couple of absences. Task force was down to 7 people. Then somebody had to leave early because of family obligations after 9 o'clock, and it was 6 people. And I actually had a case which literally at the moment of a vote, there was a loss of quorum. There are many reasons, even beyond Mr. Sims' control. He can bring himself here, and each one of you can bring yourself. Great. But there are things entirely beyond your control, as you've heard from other people. It's very important to provide justice to the public and not to disadvantage folks. As for the so-called guilty until proven innocent, let's just read findings and purpose of the Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.1D. The right of the people to know what their government and those acting on behalf of their government are doing is fundamental to democracy, and with very few exceptions, that right supersedes any other policy interest government officials may use to prevent public access to information. Also, Section 6726, withholding kept to a minimum, and 6727, justification of withholding. That means if I go and ask for something and it's not given to me, there has to be a justification. Is that guilty until proven innocent? I don't think so. There's a fundamental right, and it should be that the department that's denying has to justify its denial of the public's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment?
Dr. Derek Kerr, I'm worried that some of you were recruited to this task force as part of a political purge. There's a lot of focus on the charter and the legalities. The pretext for the political purge is that the prior members had violated the charter and that they were inefficient. But that was the pretext. Along with being ironic, this business about being inefficient and violating the charter, those charges are not accurate. The previous members were experienced, they were qualified, and they were dedicated to open government. They amended their voting rules openly, conscientiously, honestly, and most importantly, to benefit the public. All the laws, all the rules have to benefit the public. Sometimes the rules and the laws have to change because they don't benefit the public. So I hope that you will focus on public benefit rather than political obedience. Thank you very much.
Bruce Wolf. I've got a number of things, but I first want to say I'm a little concerned right now because I really feel that if you've read 67, 1 through the end, that you would have some questions about it based on this particular discussion. I think one of the more pertinent things that you need to know in 6730C, about halfway down, the ordinance gives you full rights as an authority to uphold violations of state law. That is your charge. It's not just about local law. And with regards to an example like the Park Merced issue, that was in violation of state law. Okay, so whether you have concerns about the local law issue or not in that conundrum, it's moot when it comes to that kind of point. I also want to speak about case law. There's extremely little case law around public access, if any. There's very little. There's some, but with regard to the issues that you're discussing, there really isn't any. So all you are going to get is advice from people about it. And I think you need to be careful about that advice. And I think as an attorney, Mr. Sims, I think you need to think about how you present yourself and your participation here, because if you're going to act as an attorney, then you also must abide by the Code of Professional Conduct. And that brings in a whole nother factor. There's a lot of people that speak about that with regards to many of the supervisors, because almost all of them are attorneys, and the way they make decisions could or could it not be in violation of that section of state law too. This particular issue has been discussed since 2008. This is not a new issue to us. I have a whole load of other things I wanted to mention, but just in closing, I think you really need to be careful of when people make gratuitous statements about what they think is right. For instance, in Mr. Pilpel's statement around Section 4104, what he says is not is his own opinion.
Wolf, excuse me, I apologize. Since we will be bringing this up again, if you could either email those comments that you have, the rest of that, so that we can all take a look at it, because for not tonight, or when we bring it up again during the next meeting, which will be on the agenda for the next meeting.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more comments on this issue?
Members, Doug Comstock. This is probably the most important decision you have to make as a body, and I'm glad you're putting it over till the next meeting. because I hope it gives you some time to think about how important this is to the public. I think that this board was justified in passing this rule. I think that it's very important that the public has a fair playing field, and I commend this body for that rule change. I know you all have good intentions, but these meetings can drag out for a very, very long time. I've sat through some that go on past midnight, and I know that it's very difficult, especially for older people and for people who are disabled, to stay for meetings that go on like this. My suggestion is that if you're not willing to use the wonderful suggestion that our free legal advisor has given us, that you at least try to shorten the meetings by having 2 meetings a month rather than 1, so that you can get through the agenda before the wee hours of the night. That way, at least until you get the backlog taken care of. That way, the public would have a more consistent idea of when they're going to be heard, of what's going on, and that they wouldn't have to stay here all night and bring their lunch and all of that stuff. However, I think that this is a wonderful suggestion that you have before you, and I don't know that it's been placed before you yet, that Mr. Grossman has given you. It seems to me like this solves a lot of the problems, and I hope that you will adopt something along the lines that he has suggested. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any more public comments on this issue? If not,
I have a motion.
we have a motion.
My motion is to post the bylaw proposed change for action at our next regular meeting, Wednesday, December 5th, pursuant to Article 8 of the bylaws, which involves giving 10 days' notice by posting on the task force website and sending a copy to the library.
Do I have a
would so
second?
move.
Second.
Thank you.
Order, Chair. I thought you said there would be no motion tonight.
Well, we're not voting on this particular, we're voting to move this to the next meeting to make a decision on it. Tonight was just a discussion.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
with all due respect, I don't think the motion is necessary. The chair has the chair sets the agenda, and the chair may declare that this will go for action on the next agenda.
Mr. Threet, will you?
Through the chair, either approach is appropriate.
Oh, okay. So since we've
I made a
the
motion.
motion and it's been
Yep.
seconded, it's the same thing. It doesn't look like it's going to be, I don't need to take a roll call vote. I would say the ayes. Everyone, anyone in disagreement with this? Great.
Without objection.
Without objection? So we will move this to the meeting of December 5th. At this time, I would like to take
And post the notice between now and then.
So you'll post the notice, so we'll have that 10 days, and then we'll have it at the December 5th meeting. At this time, I'd like to take a quick break and come back at 6:35. That's okay?
Could we actually make it only 10 minutes, and could we decide now what we're going to handle next? If we're going straight to item 7, or we have 7, 8, 10, and then complaint starting at item 11?
So, yeah.
We could straighten that out.
We will come back to item number 7 and decide at that time if we want to move some other things further or to the next meeting. But right now,
Do we want to do that moving now, or you want?
no, I want to take a break right now.
Okay.
And I'd like to come back at 6:30.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. We're going to go straight to item number 7, which was the selection of members to serve on standing committees and appointments of its chairs and vice chairs. I had a list that the various members had already given, that we talked about. I spoke with them about who wanted to be on what committee. There are 3 committees: Compliance and Amendments, Education, Outreach and Training, and then the Rules Committee. and this is going back from before, for compliance amendments. And if you members could tell me if you don't, if you've changed your mind, you want to be on a different committee, that'd be great. Allison Washburn, Member Washburn, you said you'd be the chair for compliance and amendments.
Yes, I'd like to continue doing that.
Great. Member Nee, you said you would be the, like you said, you would be the vice chair for compliance amendments.
Well, I don't recall having said that I would be the vice chair. However, if that is the chair's desire, I'm certainly happy to do it.
I would love for Member Nee to be the vice chair of compliance amendments. Member Highland, you are going to be on the compliance amendments committee. Is that okay still? Okay. Member Mana, you said you wanted to be on compliance amendments? Or do you want to do something? Oh, no, I'm sorry.
I said education outreach, but I don't mind changing
No,
to
that's fine. I see it. Okay, so we have those three members on that. On education outreach and training, Member David, I'd like you to be the vice chair.
Okay.
On education outreach and training. Member Pilpel, I'd like you to be the chair. And Member Mana, you'd be on the education outreach and training. Okay. Then for the rules committee, I'd like to ask Member Sims to be the chair of rules.
Sure.
And Member Fisher, you'd be on the rules committee as a member. And then Member Oka, is there a preference for you of any of those committees you'd like to be on?
I can go on education.
Outreach and training? Okay, so Member Oka is going to be on that. And then I will make up the rules committee, and I'll be the third person on that.
Madam Chair, I think the Rules Committee was one that I was also interested in, if you want to.
Okay.
Down.
Do you want to do, would you prefer to do rules versus compliance amendments?
That would be fine, sure.
Okay, it's your preference.
But you can
Okay.
do both.
No, I don't think I could do
No,
both.
just one?
Just one, that's enough.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to put, Member Highland, I'm going to put you on rules. Okay, and then. Oh, Member Highland, can you be the vice chair on the rules committee as well?
Sure.
Thank
Happy
you.
to.
Vice chair. Okay, great. So everyone's
Vice,
covered.
vice.
So we need a third now on
Compliance and amendments.
I'm going to be that third person. Okay. And everyone. Member Oka was on education. That's where he wants to be. Okay, perfect. Okay, great. So that doesn't require any action. Item number 8.
Public comment?
Sure.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I have no objection to Member Pilpel being a member of that EOT. However, I object to him being the chair. The reason is Mr. Pilpel has, throughout his appearances before the task force and participation in the task force, shown a propensity to side with the city and city employees. And I think having someone educating the public about their rights under the Sunshine Ordinance being managed by someone who sides in most cases with city employees and actually sits in the audience when he's not a member of the task force, advising them on how to answer questions and stuff. I have never, in my experience, seen him ever advise a complainant, but I have on multiple occasions seen him talking with the respondent from the department and telling them they can do this or here's this rule or whatever. And I really do think that sending someone with that mindset out to the public to explain to them what their rights under Sunshine are is completely the wrong message to send and is really inappropriate. This is not a personal issue. It is simply the fact that someone else in general public comment mentioned at the last Ethics Commission meeting while they were having a hearing regarding an ethical complaint from Mr. Monet Shaw against Mr. St. Croix, the executive director. Mr. Pilpel was in the back of the room having a conversation with Mr. St. Croix. And I thought that was totally inappropriate for a member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force to be talking with a member of a city body while their own behavior was being discussed. You know, that is just a sign in my mind of a very poor judgment.
Thank you. Is there any other comment?
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. I would like to echo what the previous speaker has said. Some years ago when Mr. Pilpil was on this body, and I'm not sure if it was right after I had a win on a complaint against the library, or if it had just been a series of issues which we had prevailed on. He came to the Library Commission and made public comment congratulating the Library Commission and the library on its generally wonderful behavior and offering himself to help them should they need any assistance with respect to Sunshine. I thought that was a serious conflict of interest and very inappropriate, and certainly an indication of where his leanings lay. And I think that I would certainly oppose Mr. Pilpil being in a position of chairmanship on any committee. There was also the famous, and I believe it was the Education Outreach and Training Committee, occasion where he held a meeting, which was one of the most appalling things I have ever seen in Sunshine, where he basically invited departments to come and complain about specific members of the public or problems they were having with regard to the ordinance, which is fine, but then let them discuss at great length and without time limit, and then gave the public, at the end of a multiplicity of complaints from departments, the very limited time to respond to all of them, including some very ugly stuff. And that was so appallingly one-sided, and certainly he never had a meeting for the public to complain about what they had been receiving at the hands of the departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more comment? Member Nee?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would strongly suggest that sometime soon that the chair poll the members of the task force to find out if any of them is fairly savvy on the information technology side. The reason I'm saying that is I think it would be a good idea, if possible, to form a technology committee. As some of you may be aware, the city is involved right now in a program in an effort to consolidate and upgrade its information backup storage and retrieval system. And the Department of Technology and the Committee on Information Technology, which is a policy body, are meeting on this regularly, and particularly given the Sunshine aspect of that particular matter, it would be a good idea for us to be involved in that, to have representation there, to offer ourselves as a resource, and to, conversely, use them as a resource when technology issues come before us, as they at times will.
Thank you, Member Nee. That's a very smart idea here. If there are no more comments, we can go to item number 8.
Item number 8, schedule special meeting due to hiatus of the Sunshine Task Force regularly scheduled meetings to hear complaints.
Could someone make a motion? Can we make a motion to discuss this? Member Nee?
I don't think we need to make a motion to discuss it. I think we need a motion to schedule it, and my suggestion would be Wednesday, November 28th. That will be following Thanksgiving week.
Those, I had already spoken to Madam Clerk. So the weeks for the holidays, the rooms, a lot of them are booked, so she's been checking, and I'm not sure that day is available.
Well-
So if we could give 3, maybe 2 dates that perhaps would work, and then have Madam Clerk check on those dates, we can move forward from that point on. Taking into account everyone, the holidays and things of that sort, their vacations and that kind of stuff. So,
Were we looking at 2 weeks from now?
3.
well, our next meeting, regular meeting, is December 5th. So that means we would have had a meeting 1 week the next
It would have
week.
to be between the 20s, sorry, it would have to be between the 26th and the 30th, because the 19th to the 23rd is Thanksgiving week.
Or we can do it in December. We're just trying to take this to make up the time to try to hear some more.
December, we're already into a regular meeting.
Yeah,
So you're
December.
saying,
We can do it after. I mean,
Like the
we just need more time to hear more cases. So if we can't do it in November, like we'll look at these, we'll come to December 5th. If we have a meeting in December, we'll still try to get ahead. So I didn't think it really made that much difference. I would love to get.
If we can do it in December, I'm sorry, if we can do it the
November.
final week in November, to me, that would be preferable just from the standpoint of all of those cases out there that have been waiting for 5 months or more to be heard.
Are people here, though? That's my concern. That was, would we have a quorum? Here we go.
I believe Mr. Threet had a comment.
Number 3?
Yes, just as a point of information, in the past, due to the ongoing workload, and there's a budget from the city attorney's office for my time spent advising the task force, and in the past years, the amount of time spent has put us over budget, so there's been a limit on how much time I can spend. I haven't been able to attend special meetings. I think at this point, because of the missing so many meetings, I could attend some special meetings to get us back on track and help with that. But I am not going to be in town on the 28th, just FYI.
So what? Oh,
Will you be in town at all during that week?
I will be coming back to town on the 29th, so I could be available on the 30th.
Okay, that's a Friday.
So that's a Friday, 30. What about the following week?
And the 5th is our regular meeting, and I could also be available on the 12th.
So the 12th, 12, because of December. Because that way we can have some alternate dates and see what works with the rooms and see what we can schedule, because I don't think Fridays would work well. Does any...
Chair, can I just have a question?
Yes.
If we do this special meeting, would it be to only hear cases, or would it be run kind of like a normal regular meeting with, or are we doing this special meeting to just hear cases?
We're doing the special meeting to just hear cases.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other dates that any of the members are not able to make it?
And that would be Wednesdays, basically? We're looking at Wednesdays?
Well, any date in November, the last week. Member Nee had suggested the last week of November. Thanksgiving is on the 22nd, so he's suggesting the last week of November. We will meet as a regular meeting on December 5th, and then, Mr. Threet is only available November 30th and December 12th, kind of going into that. So if December 12th works, if November 30th, the Friday, doesn't work for people, I think December 12th might. What day of the week is that?
Are we excuse me. Are we going to be hearing cases on December 5?
Yes, we will hear cases, but because we haven't met for the past 5 months, we wanted to try to get ahead and hear the public's cases, and try to get more, out of it. And so we will focus just on those cases. So if December 12th seems to work for most people.
Chair Grant,
Yes.
we have to give, is it a 10-day notice for special meetings? Is that correct? 3 days only? I mean,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
if we could get another November meeting in and December 12th, and maybe work out by email what works. I think doing this, you're not going to come up with a date. I think if you send a quick email around and say, these 3 dates, and then it'll give us time to announce a special meeting, maybe November 20th, for instance, and then still do the 5th and the 12th?
Will, Madam
Through the
Clerk?
Chair, there's a process with agendas, even though there's a 3-day notice, you have to notice the respondents and complaints on the agenda, at least give them 5 days. There's a whole agenda process of getting the packets and everything together. So usually that takes about 10 business days.
So it's a 10 business day thing. So if we are able to have this meeting on December 12th, because that seems like it makes the most sense, and you will check the room, then we can schedule that, and we will have plenty of time for the public to know which cases we're going to hear. We could probably put on the agenda like 10 cases, because we're just, hearing cases straight. So once that's done, we can do this via email, and then the public will also know that we are having that special meeting? Okay, great. Okay, fantastic then. So, Member?
Okay, so I think I am available Wednesday, December 12th.
Okay.
We might not be in this room. We could be in 400. We could be in 416.
Yeah.
We'll find out
So
what's
we'll
available.
find out. That's what she's going to.
Okay. And 10 might be, what's the word, ambitious. So
Okay.
if you can balance the load between the 5th and the 12th, and if not all cases get heard and we're still behind, then so be it, but we're trying to catch up.
Yeah, we're trying to catch up and just trying to put extra meetings there. Madam Clerk, will that meeting be at 4 o'clock, or will you tell me at different time? Is it always for a special
I'll
meeting?
aim for around 4 o'clock, depending on the availability
room.
of rooms.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Oh, okay.
The budget that we don't have for that.
Okay. So, is there any public comment about this? No? Great. Okay. So then we would move on. I don't need to make a motion or anything about this because that's just an action. Yeah, so I'm not going to, so let's move on to item we did number 9 with the public comment. So item number 10.
Okay,
sorry.
Item number 10, review of outcomes from Joint Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and Ethics Commission hearing.
And that was Member Washburn? Is that correct?
Could I ask that we defer this to later on in the meeting? Not that we're not going to hear it, but so that we could actually hear cases? Does that work?
I think that would be a great idea, actually.
You have to make a motion.
I think I can request it, and if there's unanimous consent or the chair did it, then we...
I'm fine with that. Is everyone good? Great. So, we are to item number 11.
Item number 11, file number 11083. Compliance and Amendments Committee has referred file number 11083, Ray Hartz against the Public Library, back to the task force for further action, including a recommendation to the Ethics Commission.
So, I have to get my file, sorry. First thing I want to do is make sure that the jurisdiction is...
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Jurisdiction on this has already been established. This was a case already adjudicated by the task force. An order of determination was issued on March 12th of this year. So what we are doing is, this is basically a continuation of that case. There is no jurisdiction is already well established.
Okay, great. So, the Mr. Hertz, would you? Oh, Hartz. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get the file for a second.
I'm sure.
Yes, I'm sorry.
We will hear from Mr. Hartz and the library folks. Could we hear from Member Nee or Washburn, who were sitting on the Compliance and Amendments Committee, I believe, at the time, as to the basis for the returning it or referring the matter back to the task force for further action, and what recommendation was made? Because that wasn't... Oh. Anyway, because that was not abundantly clear, at least to me.
Okay. Member Washburn or Member Nee?
Okay, this matter was heard some time ago. I guess,
Thank you.
right, the order of determination was adopted in December of last year. We heard the matter back in March, I believe, and the complainant informed us that he had still not received the documents that he had asked for. So when that happens, we refer the matter back to the full task force.
Okay.
I believe I have that correctly. Member Nee, is that what you recall?
That is my recollection.
Okay. Member Pilpel, are you good? Does that answer your question?
Good for the moment. More questions later.
Okay. Mr. Hart, and is there a representative from the Library Commission? Okay, thank you. Mr. Hartz, if you could come up. Thank you.
If I can get the overhead.
I gotta find mine.
And how long do I have? 5 minutes.
5
Okay.
minutes.
Page 69.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, for some reason, we've got the picture of the audience rather than the overhead.
Okay. Yes.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
No, the guy. He's here.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz.
Two library.
One of the things I want to make clear, while this is listed as Ray Hartz versus the public library, it was filed as Ray Hartz versus the seated librarian, Luis Herrera. The former administrator, changed it without any authorization, but the body of the determination did state that Luis Herrera, the city librarian, was the person in violation. I did that specifically because under the sections that are appropriate, it needs to be a managerial supervisor or employee, and that is a person who can be found in willful misconduct. This has dragged on now for 15 months, and I basically I got documents dribbled out over a 9-month period. I never had a meeting with anyone from the library until 9 months after the IDR was filed. And during that entire 9 months, I got documents, and when it came back to the hearing, they asked for a continuance. I wanted the documents, so I said fine, and then I had other commitments, or other commitments that were made to me that I would get these additional documents, and I did not. I'll give you one specific example that I think is very appropriate. This had to do with the... Okay. This had to do with the finances of the Friends of the Public Library and the Library Commission and the library. This is a document, and I've blown it up here to make it a little more readable. It says the Public-Private Support and Cooperation Framework for Branch Library Improvement Program and Neighborhood Library Campaign. This document was signed by Donna Barrow and Luis Herrera, the person in the complaint. And I'm referring specifically to section 3.6 of that document, and the underlined portion is the appropriate part. Friends will provide the library or its designee with quarterly reports of its cash, pledges, and other sources of funding. None of that has been provided to me at all. So basically, what we're talking about here is the documents which should exist. We have an agreement between the library and the Friends of the Library saying that they're responsible for giving them and that the library is responsible for getting them. There is another issue. I got an email from the chief financial officer of the library who promised me further information relating to the funds, specifically of this component of the Friends, the Branch Library Improvement Program. and this is what I got to cover 8 years of of time. So basically, we're talking about $8.8 million over a 6-year period, 6-year period. If you look at this, basically the $3.6 million at the very end is well documented because it was handled in cash through the Department of Public Works and various other bodies, and it is well established. There is nothing to support the $5.17 million that supposedly the Friends gave to the library. And those would, basically what we're saying here is we got one of two things. The Friends saying, we gave you $5 million, and them simply blindly accepting the fact that they gave the $5 million, and then presenting this to the public as if it is fact. Now, either he has the documents or he doesn't not. He has already, bottom line, withheld documents because he has taken an immediate disclosure request and dragged it out over 15 months. And he may try to say, well, because you weren't meeting, that's some sort of a mitigating factor, but it is not, because he is the one who is responsible for complying with the determination, and he is the one who has failed to do it, and he could have done it without any regard to whether or not you were in session. Basically, what we're talking about here is these are all public records. Mr. Herrera is somebody who is required to take sunshine training on an annual basis, to file sunshine declarations. Those are all on file with the Ethics Commission. And basically, he knew what his responsibility was, and he has dragged this out, and from this example, has continued to still withhold documents.
Do you have any members here of the public to support your case, Mr. Hartz? Anyone else? If not, no? Okay. If not, then I'd like to invite the library respondent.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the task force. I'm Luis Herrera, city librarian, and I want to respond to the issues raised by Mr. Hartz. And I'd like to say that over the course of the last year, Mr. Hartz had asked for assistance in identifying financial records with regard to donations made by the Friends of the Library. Financial records, specifically the amount of the Friends that they raised during the fiscal year 2008-2009 and 2009-2010. And in another subsequent request, he asked for the grants to support that we received from the Friends for specific programs. Between July 29, 2011 and February 23, 2012, we provided the following, and I'm going to just list them very quickly. Audited financial statements of the Friends, a matrix detailing the grant funding request to the Friends by category program, and amounts for fiscal years 2008, 2009, and 2009-2010. Check vouchers and registers detail individual checks received from the Friends for fiscal year 2008 and 2010. Spreadsheets that track the approved budgets and funds expended to support library programs by category and individual program line item for fiscal year 2008-2010. And also a copy of the Board of Supervisors resolution, which also authorizes the library to accept up to $16 million from the Friends for furniture, fixtures, and equipment and other costs for the Branch Library Improvement Program. It became clear that we were not addressing his request, so we extended an offer to meet with him in December of last year to better understand his request. Mr. Hartz took us up on the invitation in March of this past year. On March 29th, I, along with the library's Chief Financial Officer and the Chief of Communications, Programs, and Partnerships, met with Mr. Hartz to discuss his inquiry and identify further responsive documents. In clarifying his request, we explained that we could provide records of funds received by the library in direct check payments from the Friends for items that were purchased by the library for the BLIP program, and that includes the $3.6 million that he alluded to and he showed in his table. These records were also individual screenshots of the city's computerized financial management system, FAMOUS, and we offered to provide copies of the screenshots to him, but we also explained that it would take a little bit of time because we had a staffing issue, and so it was a matter of time before we were going to be able to provide that. We also explained to Mr. Hartz that the purchases that the Friends make directly for the FF&E are in-kind contributions. That's a larger chunk, and therefore the library does not have those records related to these contributions through the famous system. During that same meeting, Mr. Hartz requested copies of the library's approved budget for FY 2008 through 2010, and that same day we sent copies of the library's budget pages from the city's annual appropriations ordinance and the link to the ordinance. We've continued to respond to numerous requests from Mr. Hartz, and on April 20th, the library staff followed up on his request by sending him the following. That was a spreadsheet of accounting journal entries for funds received by the library from the Friends to date, and also screenshots of the city's accounting system showing the journal entries of the funds that the library received from the Friends for the BLIP program for fiscal year 2008 through 2010. On April 30th, 2012, Mr. Hart asked for information on the contribution amount attributed to the Friends that was reported on the monthly branch library improvement program budget. The next day, which was May 1st, we provided an explanation of these purchases that the Friends make directly. The library does provides the Friends with a list of furnishings. We give them the list and for furniture and equipment, and the Friends purchase these items directly. These are the donations that are considered in-kind donations. And we have provided documents detailing the list of items requested and have continued to send others as they are identified. With respect to the in-kind donations from the Friends, the library does not have access to these records. Items that the Friends purchase are not included in the city's famous records, and I've mentioned that already. I did feel that it was very important for me to be here in person to stress to you that we have worked diligently to provide responsive records to Mr. Hart's request for information. We believe that we have shown a willingness to work with him to identify and provide the responsive records, and we'll be happy to provide any answers to any specific questions you may have. This is the folder of copies of information that we've provided to him. We continue to work with the Friends on the question related to the indirect. We're also working with the Controller's Office because we need guidelines that stipulate what exactly we need to provide, and we're working with them because we want to be as transparent as possible. I should add that they have provided the furniture, fixtures, and equipment for 22 of the 24 projects, and they continue to contribute a significant partnership in terms of grassroots effort of fundraising for that. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Mr. Hartz?
Madam Chair, respectfully, I suggest that you ask if there are any members of the public who have facts and evidence in support of the respondent.
Are there any members of the public here to support the complainant? Yes.
Have facts and evidence in support of the respondent.
Anyone here to support any facts? People of the public that want to? I guess not. Okay. In that case, do any of the members have any? Yes. Mr. Nee, Member Nee.
Mr. Hartz, please. Okay, you've heard Mr. Herrera recite a long list of documents that you have received.
Correct.
In order to be clear, what documents have you requested and not received?
My request was twofold, and I made this very clear at the time to both him and to Ms. Blackman, and it was for an assistance in identifying documents, which they did not provide at all, and it was simply a hunt and peck thing. And yes, he's shown you everything he's given me, but he's also admitted to you that he's given it to me over a 9-month period. And he only did so at the times when it was coming up to the hearing before the Compliance and Amendments Committee, and then he asked for a delay and said, and I said, fine, we'll take a delay if I'm going to get my documents. But the bottom line is he had a certain limited time to reply to this request and give me all the documents, not put me in an Easter egg hunting position where I got some documents, read them, and was able to then identify other documents. That was assistance that should have been provided through immediately on the placement of the request. And the example I gave you about the agreement between the Friends of the Library and the library, which was signed by Mr. Herrera, says they are to give quarterly reports on certain financial information, and that was part of my request. And he has not given those. Now, we have two choices. Choice one is he has not given them because he's withholding them, or number two, he never got them. And what I'm coming to the conclusion is he wants to cover up the fact that he did not get any documents, and he is presenting to the public, including GOBAC, the Government Oversight Bond Advisory Committee, that this group gave $5.17 million to the library, and he has nothing to support that figure.
Mr. Hartz, is that $5.17 million figure, is that the in-kind contributions that we're talking about? And that not
There is no way of telling it. He is calling them in-kind, but it basically is, it's just a number. And I asked him, I said, where did you get the number? What's it based on? That's what the friend told us.
Okay. And so you've received, I just want to make sure I understand this, you've received no documentation supporting this I'm just going to call it $5.1 million. So, yeah.
Right.
You've received no documentation at all supporting that $5.1 million figure.
We got the one-line sheet saying $5.17 million, but that is 3/5 of the money that they are putting on reports at the Library Commission and before GOBAC and so forth, saying they gave $8.8 million total, but only documents reported doing the 3.6 have been made available. The others have not.
Member Nee?
Yeah, Mr. Hartz, I just want to make sure I have my notes correct. You also said that you asked for quarterly reports on certain financial information and you've not received them. Is that correct?
Right. They're listed in that agreement between the library and the Friends that says that they are to give those reports regarding certain financial information on a quarterly basis. I have not gotten one at all.
Thank you.
Member Oka?
Mr. Hartz,
Yes.
to your knowledge, do the quarterly reports exist? Has the library, has Mr. Herrera generated these reports? And your contention is he's not giving them to you, or does he have to generate the reports?
That is the answer that Mr. Herrera can only give because they have not been produced. There is a document and an agreement between those two organizations saying they should exist, and he has neither denied their existence, which would indicate he's not doing his job, or provided them, which means he is not doing his job in withholding them.
Then I need to ask Mr. Herrera.
Okay. Mr. Herrera, can I get to Mr. Hartz? I think Member Pilpel had a question.
Do that. I'll be.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Herrera.
Yes.
So let me explain that at every Library Commission meeting on a monthly basis, we provide updates and financial reports on the Branch Library Improvement Program. So these are public, and we do have the listing of the Branch Library Improvement Program contribution. Having said that, it does not break it down to the specificity that Mr. Hartz is inquiring about. So it does have the 8.8 million total, and then it breaks it down by the 5.1, which is indirect, the 2.5, which is the library's receipt of direct cash for us to purchase items, and then the 1.1 that goes to DPW for them to also purchase items. The total of the approximately 3.6, all of those itemized, detailed items we have provided. The other information is not available. We do not have those documents.
It does not exist.
And the other point, though, is the financials. We did provide financials from the Friends to Mr. Hartz. Now, I honestly have not heard of the request for the individual monthly ones based on that report. I don't know if they exist. the ones from the Friends that the quarterly reports. We did have that agreement, and I'll be the first to admit that we may not have been diligent in owning up to each and every requirement on that agreement. We are working with them to do that. So if the reports exist, the quarterly reports, we'd be more than happy, obviously, to provide them to him once I receive them.
Mr. Do you have a way to document in kind?
We are working on improving the systems. In fact, we're going to be working with the Controller's Office for some guidelines on any in-kind contributions that come to any city agencies, whether it's libraries, whether it's Park and Rec. Right now, what we have is the list of itemized inventories that we provide the Friends, and then they provide the in-kind purchases, and we received the furniture and equipment for all the neighborhood libraries that have been completed.
The Friends do not provide you with any documentation on?
We do not have the itemized lists. And I know that we have been in discussions with them to do that. They are a separate legal entity, not necessarily obligated to do that, but they are willing to do that. But it's voluminous, and they moved from one headquarters to another, and so it's a capacity question for them to be able to provide that level of detail.
Mr. Herrera. I'm sorry. I guess then the logical question, and I guess which is Mr. Hart's frustration, is then if they are not providing and you do not have the documentation for the in-kind, how is that number derived? So,
yeah, they have provided the actual dollars for us that total the 5.1 million. And they have provided the actual furnishings for us, so we know that we received the items totaling that amount of money. But we don't have the invoices, we don't have all that level of detail.
but did you have, by which documentation did they provide that number on? Was that an email that they sent where they said, this is how much? Was it a government filing? By what means was that number presented to you?
Right. It's their annual financial statements and the reports on the funds that come to them, and then they disperse those funds to us.
Member David?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just a little confused. So an in-kind contribution is my understanding, like they buy a chair or a sofa or something like that.
Right.
So they receive the funds, easy, got that. Then they provide libraries with, not dollars, with chairs and books.
That's
and
correct.
those types of things. So I got to kind of piggyback on Member Sims's question, right? Where you're saying to the public that there's $5.1 million in-kind contributions coming from friends.
Right. That's correct.
And you're basically saying we know that because Friends is telling us that.
No, we have the list that we provided them of the furniture, and it's just furniture, chairs, tables, computers, and we provide them with a list. We said, this is what we need. Let's say, for instance, the Anza Library, as we're renovating that library. Mm-hmm. They go out and make the purchases, they deliver them, and we basically have the list that we provided and says we got.
So do you have the lists of everything that they have provided that
Yes.
equals $5.1 million?
And how much it costs?
Yes, and we have provided, to the extent possible, those lists to Mr. Hartz.
But you don't have all the lists. You haven't been able to provide him every single itemized item to add up to that
That's correct.
$5.1 million.
That's correct.
And I'm sorry. So the reason for that is why? Because they give some of the items and itemize and give you the amount?
We have
or you
not
don't?
been as efficient, if you will, in parsing out the in-kind versus the direct that we have. We have every single line item detail on the purchases that we make and the DPW makes, but we have not been as good with the 5.1. Okay? We are working on that, and to his credit, we're definitely aware that we need to do a better job of that. And we're providing the inventory lists, we're putting mechanism in place so that we do have a better accounting of all those dollars. And as I said earlier, trying also to work with the Friends so that they have very specific records on their side as well. So
you said you're working moving forward, so have their new lists are generated now, so now if we were to come to you?
we're going to have to go kind of retroactively because we've got 2 projects left, and so we're obviously going to be doing that very diligently. And again, working with the Controller's Office to ensure that we have better guidelines about what is required in terms of tracking in-kind request. But having said that, we had a good conversation with Mr. Hartz to clarify what exactly he was looking for. At that time, there was a meeting scheduled here, and he actually asked to defer that so that we can continue to work with him. And we're doing that. But to the extent that we have responsive records, I feel we've done it. I also have a list of dates. I know that there's been delays, but it has not been intentional. And the 9 months, I think, is not quite accurate in terms of us. We compacted a lot of that information after we had our meeting with him, and between, let's say, I think we met in March, right? From March to about May, all that information was provided because we had a better sense of who he was asking for. So,
Member Nee?
Mr. Herrera, I believe Mr. Hart said that he asked for quarterly reports on certain financial information and that he has not received those quarterly reports. Can you explain why?
the Friends are providing us with any reports, any financials we're asking them, so I'm surprised that that's the case. That's not my intent not to provide them. If we have them, we'll be more than happy to provide them. He's got the financials. I believe the annual audits have that information. We provide that for him. So I regret that he senses that we did not do that.
Well, except
I can go back and
his immediate disclosure request first came on July 21st of last year. I mean this is almost 16 months later, and I think I think that's a matter of concern. You say you didn't know he wanted the quarterly reports? Is that what you're telling us?
Until we met with him in March, we weren't clear exactly what he wanted. We provided
that was in March, and now it's November. So we've gone another 8 months.
And Member Nee, from my perspective, I believe we had provided that. So as I said earlier, I'm surprised and not aware that we had not provided the quarterly reports that he's asking for.
Just so we're clear, the quarterly reports referenced in the document that he showed, that he had on the screen, is that an accurate document by your understanding?
What he showed on the screen?
Yes.
No, that's the agreement that we have with the Friends that they will provide that.
That they will provide that to
us.
To you, the library.
Right.
Okay.
But that has not necessarily happened on a regular basis.
But can you speak to, actually, Mr. Hartz, could you just turn that to the language where it mentions, there you go. So 3.6. So you're saying that essentially, at least as far as you know, the Friends have been violating that agreement with you in the library and the city and you, essentially.
That's correct, but I did not receive those on a regular basis. But I know that when we have reports from the Friends, their board meeting, they do provide financials.
Okay, but you're saying you did not receive it on a regular basis, but the ones you have received, have they been provided to Mr. Hartz?
Any financials that he's asked, I provided to Mr. Hartz.
Okay.
Are there any more? Member Highland?
I had a quick question. I presume at the end of each year you do an inventory of all tables, chairs, desks, sofas, whatnot.
We should, but, and we're, again, improving our systems to do that, to ensure that we have an inventory and an audit of all our furniture, fixtures, and equipment.
So there's no way in looking at that number and taking out your request to friends, taking out what you've spent, that $3 million, and arriving at an inventory that would equal $5.1 million.
That's what we're working to get, and that's what we're trying to go back and piece together, so we do have a much clearer, cleaner accounting for the $5.1 million, the indirect costs.
Thank you.
Member Oka?
Mr. Herrera, I'm having a hard time understanding. The friends bought furniture and gave it to you. Is that correct?
I'm sorry,
The
Member Oka.
Friends of the Library bought furniture which you consider in kind.
That is correct.
When they delivered that, did they not have an itemized list detailing what each piece of furniture cost? That's what I would do.
Right. We were the ones that provided the list to them.
Yeah.
So when the materials came to us, we would basically check that off the list that we have.
All right.
Okay, and again, that's where we have not been as efficient in it. And there's been several individuals that do that, whether it's the IT shop, whether it's the branch librarian, and all that.
They spent $5.1 million. What I'm asking is, did they provide you with an itemized list of what each item on that list costs?
They have not.
Why not?
They are working towards that.
Did they provide do we have some amount of what they provided in kind? Do you have, of the 5.1, is there $2 million that we do have some documentation for the amount?
I don't.
Nothing?
I don't think we have that. No, and that's what we're working on in terms of.
So you guys are going back actively?
Right.
Okay. Member Pilpel?
I've got a few questions. I don't want to broaden this too much. I want to keep it where it is, but I want to learn a couple of things, and maybe we all can. I just did a little check in the admin code. You might want to make a little note here, 10.100-85 and 10.100-305. Both reference the library funds and San Francisco gift funds generally for the purpose of accepting gifts of cash or goods, which may be from time to time offered to the city and county through any department for the benefit of, right? So that has certain requirements for how, under what threshold departments can accept gifts, things that have to go to commission, things that have to be approved by the board. It sounds like your agreement that's on the screen covers and supersedes some of that, or may. I don't understand the relationship between those things, but the point is that there may be some reporting requirements under the admin code with respect to these types of gifts. I don't know that, and I don't know if that's specifically what Mr. Hartz was asking for, but I'm going to come back to that. With respect to the guidelines that you said are being developed with the Controller's Office, to the extent that those cover not just the library, but Rec Park, Friends of City Planning, any number of other agencies and Friends of type organizations, when those are developed, if you can either provide a copy to the task force or ask the Controller's Office to do that, I, for one, would be interested, and I think we would be interested in how that disclosure process works, because that relates to a number of issues that we've had over the years. Next, I wanted to turn to, in the ordinance, section 67.29-6, sources of outside funding. This is something that I believe the library has addressed in the past with the disclosing the amount and source of funds received by a department from outside entities. I believe you have a form and some disclosures on your website in compliance with that section. You may want to educate us at some point about how that works and to the extent that that relates to the request. And just finally, the way I read Mr. Hartz's original July 21 request that's in our packet on page 79, although it quotes from the ordinance and doesn't specify which subsection, it really is a 67.21 sub C EFNQ request, existence, form, nature, and quantity of records. It's titled as an immediate disclosure request, but the immediate disclosure request provisions don't really cover that. I have made a number of these type of requests in the past, and this really is not a request for records themselves. It's really a request for an inventory of records where you provide a list or some, either a listing or a narrative of the types of records that the requester is asking about, so that the requester can come back and say, okay, of that long list of 20 things, I'm interested in items 5, 7, and 11. Thank you very much. I don't know if the library has current written guidelines or procedures for implementing Sunshine that speak to that particular provision of how to implement 21C, but if not, it seems like you should, and I would so recommend. I think that ultimately is what this particular request was about, is getting that list of types of documents that are available, which then would lead Mr. Hartz or anyone else to make a follow-on request, and the kind of back and forth that you've had. Those are my comments. I would like to hear your thoughts and response. Thanks.
Well, I know it's been a while since this request started, and the initial conversation between the Commission Secretary, who is our custodian of records, and Mr. Hartz attempted to have a better understanding of what the request was. I know that we did provide some initial information, so it was, again, seeking a better clarity of what the request was. And there was a request to meet with him, but again, that took a while before Mr. Hartz took us up on the opportunity. And at that point, I just felt compelled, because by that time it was making its way to the task force, to meet with him. And I felt that perhaps we should have engaged in that conversation to clarify it earlier. And again, I'm the first to admit that we need to do a better job of record keeping with the in-kind, and I'm looking forward to do that, because the Friends' intent is to be as supportive and transparent in their operations. And so I just want to be clear that there was never an intent to withhold any documents. It's our intent to, if the documents are available, to share them, and we have shared as much information as we had available to Mr. Hart. So,
okay. I think you addressed my questions in general terms. If you could follow up again with any specific guidelines. I'm not really interested in library or Friends records, but in any procedures that you might have or develop, or work with other city agencies in developing.
And Mr. Pelpo, if I can have some clarity on that, are you saying in terms of the initial requests that come in terms of delineating what our mechanism is to address that, or in terms of the in-kind contributions?
I think elements of both. I'm not sure that I'm looking for your general guidelines for how you handle sunshine requests. I know those exist, but in particular, if you could look at whether 21C requests are addressed in there, and again, to the extent that there are guidelines that you develop with the Controller's Office, I think we would be interested in those generally. At least I would. I don't know the gang. I think the gang, yes, I believe the task force is interested in that, if you could provide that when they become available. Thanks.
Mr. Hartz? Any members have any questions or care to talk about anything that Mr. Herrera just said?
The bottom line is he's given me a bunch of documents. The requests that he's talking about were just lists of, we would like a projector, we would like chairs, we would like this, with no dollar amounts attached at all. And then there were subsequent lists coming from the Friends saying, we gave you this and this and this, again, with no dollar figures. You couldn't tell, if I asked for a $5,000 projector and they gave me a $1,000 projector, their idea is, well, they gave us something and they told us it's worth $5 million. Now, that may be one of the ways they deal with it, but when you go out to the public, and this has been brought up at every Library Commission meeting for the last year. In February of this year, the donation from the Friends to the Branch Library Improvement Program was listed at $1.1 million. And all of a sudden, there was an additional $7 million that appeared that month. And I had been requesting the documents through this entire period. And basically, what I showed you is the fact that they can only come up with documents to support $3.16 million, which is 2/5 of the money. The other 3/5, they have simply gone to the public and said they gave this to us with absolutely nothing to substantiate it. Nothing. And the public deserves better than that. They deserve to know what was given. And the simple fact that this is dragged on for 9 months, and the one thing I do take serious objection was that Mr. Herrera waited 9 months until this was going back to the Compliance and Amendments Committee, to then he asked for a delay. And I agreed to it, like I said earlier this evening, because I really wanted the documents and I'd hoped I would get them. We had these discussions. I got a few more documents, and then when we got to the point where the chief financial officer said, we have nothing to support the 5.1 million, 1.7 million, I'll work with the Friends. I have received nothing since then. Now, one other thing I would like to call your attention to is this line right here. Upon reasonable prior written notice to Friends, the city shall have the right to audit and inspect Friends records and accounts with respect to the project plan or the neighborhood library campaign. So they come up and they say, well, this is a private company, we don't have any right to ask them. It's written into the agreement. And I'm saying that...
Who says, just go back, you said
Friends.
they say they don't have a right, that it's a private, when you're saying, who's they?
Mr. Herrera just said it now. He just said, well, they're a separate organization and we don't have this or that. But they've done it repeatedly at the Library Commission meetings, saying, oh, they're a private entity and we don't have any right to do that, when the document specifically says they have a right with prior written notice, at least on an annual basis, to do it. And I'll be honest with you, I've been in business for years, and the idea that I would go anywhere and present a figure of $5 million to someone, and if they said, well, what exactly does that consist of? And to give the answer, I don't know, I have nothing to show what that consists of, I would never do that, because if it was a business, they'd fire me.
Mr. Hart, sorry.
Yes.
Could you just shrink that just slightly so we can see the
Yeah.
whole page? Just a smidge.
That's an excellent idea.
Because we're guessing what the last few words are. You had the...
There's a button for that.
There's a button before where you expanded and contracted it, make it a little bit smaller.
No.
The agreement between the friends.
I'll be honest with you, I don't...
Yes.
There you go. There you go.
There we go.
Oh, wait, go back the other way.
Go back to where you were.
Go the other way.
The other way. Keep going a little.
going.
Keep going a little bit.
Okay.
We have
Sorry. Yeah. A little bit, no, one more.
That's
Perfect.
good. And now slide it slightly to center it.
Yeah, other way.
Don't move.
Left or right. Keep going.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Bingo.
Mr. Hartz,
And just...
Yes.
my understanding from what you said is they refers to the Friends of the Library?
No, this is the Library Commission who presents the Branch Library Improvement Plan, who we're talking hundreds and more than $100 million, and they put this one line in here, and it's a $5 million. They're saying to the public, they gave us this, and they have nothing to support it. And the one document they did give me, that one line one I showed you earlier, that's to cover the entire period of the branch library improvement program. They have a commitment, as Mr. Herrera mentioned, of $16 million. And in that blip program, they have completed, if I have it correctly, 22 of the 24 branches, which means they have another $7.2 million to give in their commitment, and only 2 branches left. So unless they're going to build the damn buildings for them, I don't know where they're going to get the $16 million.
Yes. Mr. Hartz, you heard Mr. Herrera say, and Mr. Herrera will please correct me if I'm incorrect. You heard him say that regarding the $5.17 million, he didn't give you the substantiating information because the library itself has not received it.
Yeah.
How are we then to hold him accountable or the library accountable for information they have not received?
I guess what I'm saying is if Mr. Herrera will publicly admit on the record that even in spite of this agreement, he has not received any of this information, and he has then gone out and told the public repeatedly, month after month after month, that this $5.17 million was given to that program, then he has basically lied to the public. And if he was willing to admit on the record that he has nothing to support that number, I mean, if I go out, and I tell you I gave if I put down on my IRS form, I gave $5,000, and they say, show me something to the $5,000, and I can't show it, at a minimum, I'm going to have that disallowed, and maximum, I'm going to be going to jail.
Member Nee?
Mr. Herrera, please. Did I quote you correctly? Have you told us and have you told Mr. Hartz that the underlying information has not been given to you?
That is correct. And if I could clarify the statement about the audit, we have gotten the audit financials. I have provided that to Mr. Hart. So we have complied with that aspect of it. The other element is that the framework says up to $16 million. There's been an economic benefit for us to the extent that we furnished 22 of the libraries, and it's been $8.1 million. That's good news. They are committed to complete the remaining branches, but it does not necessarily imply that the full $16 million will have to be raised.
Okay, but again, going back to section 3.6, it says, on an annual basis, Friends shall deliver to the city's controller and the library, and the city librarian, independently prepared audit of all Friends operations. It sounds like they haven't been doing that. Why haven't you been holding them accountable to it?
We have received their financial audit statements, their financials. We have gotten that. Beyond that, we have not. We have the authority, if you will, to do that, but we have not done that. Okay. And again, we're working with the controllers if there is a need. If we deem that they're not meeting the obligation, we could go back and be a little bit more emphatic in asking for a full audit to any specific program.
Did you guys realize, you did realize that you were not in compliance with 3.6? Because I'm listening and I'm thinking that if you don't have the document and you don't have it to give to him, then that's
Right.
what it comes to. Like, you're asking for some documentation that they don't have. It's another, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's another issue of us getting into you getting these like from now on, that's a whole nother
Right.
issue. But if the document's not available to him and you've given everything that you have, and it seems like this audit, that is the only statement that you've been given from the Friends, and you have then turned that over to Mr. Hart, then you've tried to comply as best as you can with what you have. And in the future, as you go back with the Friends of Library and explain that you do need documentation for these $5.1 million, there has to be more stringent and detailed documentation to where is that money, what is that for?
I could not have stated it any better. That's exactly what the issues are. And the fact that we have not adhered to the framework to the extent that we should have, that's come to our attention just recently within these conversations.
Okay.
The other
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
the other clarification is that there was a very intense period of opening like 7 branches in a given year. At that point is when the fundraising kicked into high gear. So the commission, to their credit, did ask us to provide that to the public in the monthly reports, and that's why you saw that lump, or that jump rather, to the 7 million and then the total 8.3 million. So there's been a more intentional breakdown on those figures and those categories.
Okay. Member Sims?
Well, you've made this statement that that is just not there, and I think what member of the Public Hearts has essentially almost asked us is to say, is that plausible? Is it plausible that it's not there and that it's missing, and that you're not hiding it? I think in many ways. My question is, since this is an independent audit, who did the independent audit?
The Friends Board selects and pays for their audit. Again, as a nonprofit, it's standard practice.
Yeah.
So,
and I'm aware of that, and maybe actually Mr. Hartz could come up here. He may know who did the audit since he wrote them. Do you know who did the audit?
Yes, the audits were done by an independent auditing firm hired and paid by the Friends. And it does not in any way, if you review those audits, address the specific issue of the BLIP program. It simply says we got this much money in, we spent this much money, and gives you just vague categories. Where that fits in, it does not answer any of the questions at all about this $5 million.
Is there any asterisk explaining why, or is there any asterisk explaining how that $5 million is derived from? That's what I'm trying to...
No, and that's what I'm saying. All we have is the $5 million figure. And you say, well, you know, you're telling the public they gave $8.8 million. And I admit freely, I have seen documents supporting the 3.16 because there was money the Friends paid directly to the library for purchases they made, or to the Department of Public Works that they made purchases. But that 5.17 million was simply added in there in a 1-month period, supposedly to cover 6 years.
Member David?
I'm sorry.
I just have one final question, and then I'm done, I swear. It kind of going on with what Member Oka was saying, how descriptive is their request? Is it just a table, or is it like a table with the dimensions of such and such from etc. company? How specific is it?
They're all over the board. Some say audio visual equipment and camera. Some say 500 shelf labelers. I mean, it's just lists of stuff. It doesn't designate, you know, the quality or quantity. It may, on occasion, sometimes say size or number.
But there's no like product number or anything like that.
No, and the stuff that comes back doesn't say that what we requested was what we got. So it's just basically, you asked us for stuff, we gave you stuff, and we're telling you it was worth $5 million.
Okay.
If I could ask Mr. Hart's question. Just make sure I understand the nature of your, I guess, complaint. The first part is the lack of providing the documents that you requested.
Correct.
In that complaint, are you also complaining about the fact that certain numbers are made available to the public with no substantial background, or is that all part of your complaint?
No, that was actually the reason for the request for the IDR.
Okay.
Because I said, you know, they keep reporting these numbers. We asked them, where do these numbers come from? I got some of these figures from the Department of Public Works, the part of the 3.6 million. And so I was able to look at the numbers I was given by the library, compare it with the numbers that DPW gave me, and the numbers matched up. And it came to 3.6 million. It was within of a $2,000. Now, can I do the same for the 5? I can't get anything for the 5.1. Nothing.
Are you done?
Sorry. Just a follow-up question for Mr. Herrera. When you make these requests to the Friends, have they ever asked you, well, what tables did we get last time, or did you get last time? What type of stuff should we get? Have you given them any advice as to what manufacturers to go to, where to source this material? And if so, has Mr. Hartz requested that information from you?
We have the list of items that we do request, the inventory, and it does run the gamut from a lot of specificity, including pricing and quantity. Each project has been different, but there are some standards in terms of the type of material and product that we deem appropriate for the libraries. And then when the materials come in, our staff does diligently check that. So if there's any items missing, they go back and say, we have not received, the tables were damaged or whatnot, and send it back to the manufacturer. So we've done all that, and we do have lists, but again, it's in different departments of the library, and we got to do a better job of that. But we did provide those lists that we sent to the Friends for those in-kind purchases.
Member David?
So, Mr. Herrera, I guess we heard you correctly that you are currently working with Friends to try to resolve this $5.1 million question.
Absolutely.
Okay. What do you think is a reasonable time frame that you would be able to provide answers to this $5.1 million question?
I can't speak for them in terms of their capacity and their ability to do that. I also want to provide them with the guidelines from the Controller's Office. I'm hoping that those are issued within the next month or so. If we're looking at a reasonable, maybe next quarter or maybe 6 months.
So let's just 6 months, let's say, right? So how confident are you 6 months from now that Mr. Hartz will have the documentation that will demonstrate $5.1 million of in-kind contributions?
I wouldn't want to say that I would be confident to be able to provide that.
Mr. Hartz, can you step up, please?
Yes.
Having just heard what Mr. Herrera said, how confident are you that in 6 months you would have documentation to show the $5.1 million in in-kind contributions?
Unfortunately, I would answer the question with a question, was if you had waited 15 months for the information and been told much of the same thing and said, okay, well, give us another 5 months, 6 months, how confident would you be? I believe I have no confidence.
Okay, I understand your frustration. So I guess my question is, at the end of the day, what are you asking? Given, it sounds to me like Mr. Herrera is saying, listen, we admit we have not handled this, I don't even want to say perfectly, we could have handled this much better than we have. I feel like I hear him saying that time and time again. So at the end of the day, tonight, what are you looking for us to do to help resolve this $5.1 million mystery?
Honestly, I think we are beyond the point where I'm willing to wait any longer. I've waited 15 months. He waited 9 months before he even had a meeting between me and anybody in the library. He is a official who signs the Sunshine Declaration, takes annual Sunshine training. He knows what the requirements are. He has, in evidence and a determination, failed to meet the requirements, and I would like this sent to the Board of Supervisors because it was, again, given directly to him as a person under Section 6733, a department head declaration signer, and under 6734, willful failure. And I really do not think you can legitimately stand here and say, well, we had a request and we had a certain time limit and we took 9 months to comply, still haven't complied completely, we admit we haven't complied completely, and then say, but we're not in violation.
Mr. Threet?
Through the chair, I just wanted to, again, let members of the task force and the public know that I have to leave at 9 p.m. And there is a complaint regarding the MTA and video records of an investigation that does have some complexity to it, and just so you know, and it's item 13 on the agenda.
Thank you. Member Nee?
Yeah.
Let's move on up after.
Mr. Hart, regarding the $5.17 million that you asked for which you asked the supporting documentation, that was part of your immediate disclosure request of July 21, 2011, is that correct?
My immediate disclosure request was for all documents relating to the financial arrangements between the Friends and the library.
Okay. Mr. Herrera, please. When did you start? When did you start going after the Friends of the Library for the underlying documentation on the 5.17 million? When did you first approach the Friends on that?
It was after the new executive director. They had a new search for that.
Right. How long after? When specifically? When did you start going after the explanation, the explanatory documents?
I would say shortly after I had a conversation with Mr. Hartz, but they have not been able to provide that.
When did you how shortly? You're being a bit vague here. I'm looking for some specificity.
Right.
When did you first tell the Friends that you wanted some underlying verification, some factual verification on the 5.17 million?
I would say July of this year, July 2012.
Okay. 1 year after the IDR. Why did it take so long?
Frankly, I did not realize that they needed to comply with that request because they're an independent entity and they're not legally, that was my understanding of that. We are very diligent with what's required of the direct dollars coming to us, but not the in-kind. And there's never been clarity on that. And that's why we're working with the Controller's Office to try to...
Did you at any time check with the City Attorney's Office on that?
No. We've checked with our city attorney to make sure that we were complying with the records that were required, and we felt we were.
Well, but there is also a matter of the promptness with which records are provided. And that's part of the Sunshine Ordinance. I believe, particularly in the case of immediate disclosure requests, Section 67.25.
I understand. And Mr. Nee, we did actually say to Mr. Hartz that as this information came forward, we would provide it on a rolling basis, but we've never had that information available.
Great. The mic.
I'm sorry. It really concerns me that it took 9 months before you and Mr. Hartz got together. That, in my view, is much too long before you and he met. It should have been, meeting between you and he should have happened much earlier to discuss what the request was, if you were not clear.
Right.
The other thing is, there is, in my view, a responsibility on your part to ask the Friends where the documentation is. And it appears to me that you did not do that.
Well, just to clarify, it was not 9 months before we met with him, and it was not for lack of trying to attempt to meet with him. It wasn't until March that he took us up on the offer to do that.
Wrong.
I'm sorry, but that's...
emails to support it.
Well,
Excuse
Mr.
me,
Hartz,
Mr. Hartz.
let him finish.
If you're invited to the podium, then...
Right. And as a matter of fact, it was at the request of the Sunshine Task Force to ask Mr. Hartz to ask for a meeting and for us to meet, and we complied with that. And it took a while before he actually took us up on that. But and again, it was a very enlightening conversation to get a better understanding of what he needed. And when I asked the Friends for the additional documentation, it was not available. It was not that I did not seek to get that. They did not have it.
Okay.
So,
Oh, Mr. Pilpel, Member Pilpel?
Yeah, and I'm
And this-
cognizant of the time,
Yeah.
so I just want to be sure, I may be slightly repeating myself, or maybe I'm just repeating myself. Mr. Herrera, can you assure me and perhaps follow up with some communication to the task force about how 21C requests are handled, even if it's just a short memo? Because I want to be sure that they're treated, afforded the time that is appropriate, but that they're not treated in the same way as regular requests or IDRs, that there really was an intention for that 21C section to be handled more like the inventory that I explained. And if you could also follow up with something about 67.29-6, given all of what you've explained tonight and what we've heard about, how your handling of, or not just you, but how the department or the city handles contributions, whether they be direct or in kind, from an entity like the Friends and Foundation,
Right.
How that complies with 67.29-6.
Absolutely.
I don't want to enter into a debate about it. I just would like to see how you believe that you're doing that. That would be good for us to see, because I think the intent was that all of these sorts of low-level and programmatic transactions and whatnot would be captured somehow through 67.29-6, and there would be that sort of transparency. And I understand you're saying we didn't and we could have and all of that. So how have you and how are you and how are you? Anyway, those are my requests, and then I suppose we'll either move to a motion or dispense with the item one way or the other.
And one
Thank
last
you.
question also for Mr. Herrera. Just looking at this section 3.6, how long has the relationship between the Friends and the library been in place
On this particular,
in general, to your knowledge?
Can you go to the first page? I think there was a date on it.
yeah, this one was signed in, I believe, 2005.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's been about
And
7
since
years.
that time, have they never provided you with quarterly reports or annual audits from the beginning?
I don't know the answer to that question, frankly. No, I know that we've,
I know you've since asked
Right,
them for
right,
it, and
right.
you're waiting for it, but
and they do present before the commission their financials, so I'm making the assumption that they have, but I don't want to mislead or not be factual on that.
okay, because it says on an annual basis, Friends shall deliver to the city controller and the library's city librarian, that would be you,
Right.
these reports.
Right.
And so your office has never received these reports, is what you're saying.
No, let me qualify that. The controller certainly hasn't received it. I am an ex officio member of the board, so at some point when they do report back, I'm privy to that. But
Let me ask the question again. Have you ever received any reports from the Friends?
I have received some, but I don't know.
And what years were those reports for?
I don't know.
Okay.
So
But those reports you did not immediately disclose to Mr. Hartz.
if I had them, I would have done it. But if I don't have them, I don't have them.
I think you just said that you did get some reports. You know what year's reports you got?
I don't.
That's disturbing.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'd go back and find out what I have.
But you did not give those to Mr. Hartz, the reports that you have from the Friends. What was the audit that you showed earlier? And you
That's
said-
her annual financial audit. I
you.
do get that, and I provide that. I don't believe I have any of the quarterly
From the
reports, or I have received any of the quarterly reports.
Okay.
Okay. And I
You
will.
have given him an annual audit, is that?
Yes.
That's.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. For how many years? Or what did you?
I believe he asked for 2008 through
2009,
2010.
2010, okay.
Yeah.
And he does have those?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I apologize for the confusion about that. That was not my intent to confuse you. So I will be happy to go back and look at those administrative code items that Mr. Pilpel mentioned, and also continue to work with the Friends to provide the details on the $5.1 million.
Great, okay. At this time, is there a motion? Oh, we didn't do them yet. Okay, that's right.
Page 5.
Mr. Hartz, may I have a
No, no.
Why?
Respondent first.
Oh, I thought that was
Mr.
his.
Excuse me.
Was that your rebuttal? I thought he kind of summed it up with, just to give.
Give him 3 minutes.
Would you like 3 minutes to? Thank you. Mr. Hartz, would you like your 3 minutes to rebut, to your conclusion?
Are you going to take public comment?
Yeah.
After a motion.
Okay. You're all intelligent people. If somebody requests documents from you that there is a good faith basis to believe exist, and you spend 15 months saying, oh, we don't have them, we do have them, you give them some on January, you give some in February, you give some in March, you give some in April, and you know all the requirements of the Sunshine Ordinance, I mean, that's just a prima facie case of the fact that I knew what the law was, and the documents I did give, I didn't comply with the law in doing that. Now, what I'm hearing, unfortunately, is saying that if I just come in and say the documents don't exist, even though a member of the public has a document which the same individual has signed saying that they're required to be submitted by one party and the other party is required to request them, and both failed to do that, I think it really strains credibility to then say, oh, well, we'll just accept your word that the documents didn't exist. Now, there are one of two things that are going on here. One is the documents do exist. They don't want to give them. And honestly, I think it's probably the second, which is as a responsible member of a department, for me to go out and represent to the public that money has been given by an outside organization to us without any support for that is not only irresponsible, it's misrepresentation at a minimum and fraud at a maximum. If I don't have information to show that we got this, I just can't go out and say it's $5 million and you know, they're not required to show us whatever. I think it strains credibility in any organization, whether it was when I was in the military or was in the corporate world or in government service. If you walked into a room and said something in the range of $5 million and somebody asked you a question and your answer was, I have nothing to back it up, they'd all be looking at you like, what is wrong with you? This is $5 million, and you can't month after month after month. This has been going on for actually 3 years, which is why I put in this request in the first place, where the Library Commission has been presenting these numbers to the public, and they didn't make any sense, and I finally said, I'm going to ask for these documents. And at a minimum, he has failed to provide what he did provide on a timely basis. And I think it shows a conscious and willful effort to hide one of two things, either the documents themselves or the fact that he has no documents and isn't doing his job.
Thank you. Is there any public comment?
No, not until after a motion.
We're going to make the motion. Okay. Is there a motion on the floor? Member Nee?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that this matter be referred to the Board of Supervisors with a report on violation of at least Section 67.25. Let me check out the subparagraph on that. Immediately 67.25A. It's been, you know, as far as the quarterly reports, that's a matter of he said, and I'm not sure. As much as I'd like to see a case could be made for that, I'm not sure we could. But in the case of the failure to provide underlying documents for the $5.17 million, We heard Mr. Herrera say that a year passed between the time Mr. Hartz requested that and the time that the library started requesting that particular item from the Friends. And that to me raises all kinds of red flags. And I think the Board of Supervisors needs to be made aware of it. So my motion is to refer this to the Board of Supervisors with a citation of violation of at least 67.25A. Some others might want to add sections that they feel have been violated.
Are there any additions to sections?
Is there a second, Madam Chair?
Is there, so what?
Is there a second?
Is there a second?
I second.
Do any of the members have any additional violations, Sunshine, that they'd like to add to this motion? Member Washburn, can you?
In our original order of determination, we found that City Librarian Herrera had violated Section 6721C for failure to direct Mr. Hartz to the proper officer staff person. That was what he originally wanted. He wanted some guidance on how to find records that he had every reason to expect existed. And there was a great delay because of failure to help him negotiate this. So I would include that as well. That accounts for several months' delay here.
Does the second accept that amendment?
Accepted. Accepted.
Maker accepts.
Can we take a, if there's no
Further discussion?
Further discussion? Oh, you, okay.
I guess I understand the motivation here. I believe that the action contemplated at this time is under our power under 67.30, and I'd like to hear from Mr. Threed on that. If that's the case, I believe that we have discretion to refer or not refer, and I am not currently persuaded that the status that this is at warrants such a referral. I've heard that there has been work done, there's more work to be done. I have a relatively high standard for those matters that I think warrant referral. And so I just want to be sure that this is an exercise of discretion, and if that's the case, my inclination is not to do so at the present time. But Mr. Threed, if you could address that.
Through the chair, the matter is back with the task force for the failure to comply with the order of determination. So the referral should be based on that failure if the task force so finds that there has been a failure. So I believe at least part of the motion is addressed to a matter that could have been found as a violation at the time the order was issued, whether the IDR was complied with in a timely manner, but that was not included in the original order of determination. It does appear to me that, depending on the view of the task force and its view of the facts, that there could be referrals under the enforcement provisions from 6730 in that section. It might be 6730, it might be one of the other enforcement provisions, such as willful failure.
So, Madam Chair, unless there's a suggestion that there was a willful failure, and I have not heard that to this time, then I just am still trying to get clear on whether this is a 21E or a 30C referral. Because the task force we can have whatever chit-chat we want, but we only have certain powers and duties to refer or find under certain circumstances, and I don't want our first thing to be not from a good place of authority. certainly open to hearing public comment.
Okay, I thought Mr. 3, are you going to look into that? And can I have call public? Do you have a comment? What's your name?
Madam Chair,
at the moment.
Quick comment.
Okay. While he's looking, I'm going to.
Madam Chair, quick question to Member Pilpel. So it's really a question of degree. That's what you're really saying here.
That's
And
a big
part of
part.
it is a lot of us don't have that frame of reference. So perhaps someone can give us maybe a similar example and maybe another example, and then help us judge more accurately.
Sure. And part of the problem is that we didn't sit and hear the original complaint. We heard, it sounds like a lot of it again tonight. If the body at the time had found a violation under, I mean, a very narrow read of 67.30C is that if the body finds a violation, which it has discretion to find, then it shall make a referral. So upon a finding of a violation, a referral is mandatory. Under 21E, I believe that we make a determination of whether a record is public and then order a department to make it available within 5 days. And if they don't do that, we have some discretion as to whether or not to refer it to another agency for a different sort of enforcement. There are sort of different mechanisms there, and I'm not sure how well the body over time has articulated a standard for when it refers. I think it's been, frankly, somewhat arbitrary. Not that, you know, I'm not judging, I'm just sort of describing.
Say that.
What? Yeah.
Afraid you might say that. Right.
Sorry about that.
Member Pilpel, did you have an alternative? I mean,
Yeah,
there's a motion on the floor, but
Yes.
did you have an alternative that you were suggesting, or
Were you just asking a question?
Well, I'm struggling with what to do. I mean, I don't, it is, I think, a question of judgment. Has the department done enough? Is there anything else we can do to encourage, compel, require? Or shall we let that happen and make a referral and let that go wherever it's going? I'm trying to be persuaded one way or the other, and I'm not yet at the point of saying that it's so egregious as to warrant referral elsewhere.
Okay.
Point of order. Point of order.
Yes, sir.
There is a motion on the floor, and I think we need to either withdraw the motion and the second and do something else, or we vote this up or down.
Okay, so I'll ask for public comment.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
That might actually.
with all due respect to Member Oka, there are some, I guess, matters that have to be resolved, or that there are some questions that Member Pilpel raised regarding under what authority we could make this motion, that we could, under what authority we could send it to the Board of Supervisors. I think they are legitimate questions. I think maybe some of the members have, made up their minds on that. Maybe some have not. But I think that the discussion that's taking place is relevant to the question. And, I'm willing to discuss it further. I am not willing to withdraw my motion.
So at this time, I would like to go to public comment if there is any.
Three minutes or two.
3 minutes for.
Thank you. I'm Peter Warfield, head of Library Users Association. There's a lot to cover here, but let me start with section 67.29-6, sources of outside funding. I'll read exactly. No official or employee or agent of the city shall accept, allow to be collected, or direct or influence the spending of any money or any any goods or services worth more than $100 in aggregate for the purpose of carrying out or assisting any city function unless the amount and source of all such funds is disclosed as a public record and made available to the website, on the website for the department to which the funds are directed. That's a responsibility of the library that's clearly and explicitly stated. Section 67.29-7, correspondence and records shall be maintained. A, the mayor and all department heads shall maintain and preserve in a professional and businesslike manner all documents and correspondence, including but not limited to letters, emails, drafts, memorandum, invoices, reports, and proposals, and shall disclose all such records in accordance with this ordinance. You're being asked to swallow a very big thing. And let me go through the backing and filling that you've heard. At the very beginning, Mr. Herrera said, and I wrote it down, he said the library doesn't have information on in-kind donations. He said the library doesn't have access to Friends records on purchases. You've seen from Mr. Hartz's document, which the city librarian signed with the head of the Friends and Foundation, that they do. The city does. The library and the Friends have had a very close relationship over many, many years, and the idea that even without such a document, Mr. Herrera couldn't get detailed information from the Friends, who get all kinds of privileges from the library, is preposterous. I would also suggest that under 67.29-6, it's unlawful not to know what you have been given. Some years ago, I noticed at the quarterly reports provided by Department of Public Works that there was $1.1 million, actually at the time I noticed a little under $1 million that had been recorded as donations from that $16 million supposedly committed to by the Friends. And then eventually, after I and certainly Mr. Hartz dug into that, suddenly there was a sudden jump in that amount as a footnote, I believe footnote number 6 on that. Where are the annual reports? We haven't been efficient. Well, we haven't gotten it on a regular basis. When you nail him down, it seems he hasn't gotten anything. Neither annual reports nor quarterly reports, nor has there been any audit. The private legislation that the library got from the supervisors a short time around 2005 was the soups don't have to review the donations.
Thank
is
you,
the
sir.
information that is there plausible? I would suggest it really
Thank you, sir.
isn't.
I
And if it
apologize.
is, then there's some other big problems.
Thank you.
The agenda item says refer to ethics, and I would ask you to consider that. Thank you.
Bruce Wolf. Oh boy, I feel like deja vu to 2005. I really would urge you, Madam Chair, to try and keep members from referring to other codes that don't apply to Sunshine, because Sunshine does supersede other local laws, and those local laws, Sunshine would supersede in the interest of the public. So it really doesn't help to refer to those other things. In fact, it almost sounds like a message to the person that it's being directed to go check that out, because it may help you. That shouldn't be done by you folks at all. What you've seen and heard here today with regards to this case, and I'm very privy to it because I've been involved in it for since it came to us, is not the way Sunshine's supposed to work. Expediency, at least reasonable expediency. And that's not what you heard or got, Mr. Hartz got here today. Okay? Under anywhere in 6721, it's 10-day turnaround. Even if they asked for an extension on an IDR, it's 10 days. Not 10 months, not 15 months, not 1 month. And even if Mr. Hartz has been gracious and liberal with his time in asking for them, because he really wants documents, it's still too much time. So willful, yeah, it sounds like that to me. Referral, yeah, sounds like it to me. That would be egregious. Just listening to your questions and the answers, it's egregious from this side of the dais. When a respondent says it's their perspective that they have provided or satisfied, you're going to hear that a lot. Okay? It's your perspective whether the complainant has gotten the appropriate amount of documents or not. Don't let people try to sway you that they have provided everything. The only thing that is not supposed to be provided is something they can prove that is to be exempt or prove that does not exist. And I think you asked some great questions here in trying to figure out whether something exists or not, and really kind of found some corners in that. I think some of the questions you could ask for is the $7 million or plus for 22 libraries, do they have any inventory lists, incoming or outgoing, of city property? How do they know what goes where? What happens if something like this gets stolen? How do they know how to account for it? How many did they have? You know, I think those are appropriate questions to ask. The time frame. They have an agreement, as Mr. Hartz has showed you. Are there any consequences for breaking that agreement? That could be a question. Have they actually exercised any of that? Is that a 30-second, or is that the end of it?
I think it's the end.
That is 3 minutes? Okay. All right. I'll end it there. All the other questions I had were pretty much answered by others. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any more public comment? If not, I'd like to take a vote on the motion. That is, Member Washburn?
Yeah, I have some further thoughts after listening to public comment. I think that the delay, the extremely long delay, failure to talk to Mr. Hartz early on and see what he wanted, although reading his original request, it certainly seemed pretty obvious. He wanted an accounting of how a lot of money was spent. So those are egregious violations of the Sunshine Ordinance, the two parts of it that we have in the motion before us. And I would say it's willful failure, and that could go to the Ethics Commission. That's what the Compliance and Amendments Committee was thinking about. But then we have the two provisions that Peter Warfield mentioned from 6729-7, correspondence and records shall be maintained, in particular parts A and C. And so Mr. Hartz and all of us thought these records, they were supposed to be produced as part of the agreement, and any sort of reasonable arrangement of affairs, that kind of money, you would want that kind of accounting. It makes sense that they should exist. The fact that they don't, I think that they probably don't. I don't think City Librarian Herrera is misleading us. That's very bad practice. This reminds me of the case we had with DPW, who said that they don't do work orders. And we found that just mind-blowing. But because of the case before us, they're going to do work orders now. So now we have the city, the library is going to get some accounting because of this case. But I think the Board of Supervisors ought to know, if they're the right body to take this to, that this is what's going on, and we know about it, and the people would like for there to be better accounting. So I guess I'm saying that I'd like to see see the motion reframed to reflect those ideas. I'm just putting that out there.
Go ahead. Member Nee?
Madam Chair, I don't hear a motion to amend, so perhaps the ideas that Member Washburn has just put forth could be expressed in the letter that we do send to the board, that the chair will send to the board.
No, members.
It just everyone has made some very good points, and especially members of the public. And I think going back to the Sunshine Ordinance, the concept of it is so clear that it's to make sure government, for the people to check on what the government is doing and to make sunshine on the government. And who the government does business with includes that. So even if the way the situation was handled is, to me, clearly wrong, clearly violates the Sunshine Ordinance, and I think that the reasoning, some of the reasoning given could be vaguely possible, but a lot of it just isn't believable and just doesn't pass the smell test by any means I've ever seen. And I have worked with nonprofits, and I have worked with other agencies, and I've worked with audits, and it's just not the way things are done in the normal course. And if it had been just one violation, or had it just been one problem, but it just seemed like it was delayed on purpose and purposely delayed. And I think we kind of have a duty to not just send a message, but to get justice for Mr. Hart, especially since it's been delayed for 15 months, 18 months. How long are we going on? 15. Those are my thoughts.
Okay, at this time, then I'd like to take a vote on the motion on the floor. Yes? Oh. Let's do roll call.
You have two motions on the floor. So the first motion is...
No, there's only one motion.
There's one motion.
No, I have one Washburn Highland, original violation as in the ordinance.
I don't think
Did
she
you
made a
withdraw
motion.
that? Yeah. I have a Washburn first, Highland seconded.
No. There was a motion from me, which Mr. Highland seconded.
I have that one. There's also a second one, but if
We
I
added
can-
something to it.
I didn't make a motion.
She didn't amend that.
I didn't make a motion. I was just expressing some thoughts.
Okay, there was a second by Highland, so I'll scratch this. There's only one motion on the floor. A first by Nee, second by Highland. 67.25A, failure to provide documents for 5.1 million, referred to BOS. Okay.
Mr.
Also 67.21C. And the motion is to refer to the refer the matter to the Board of Supervisors.
Yes, okay. Okay. Member Nee?
Aye.
Member Monet?
Aye.
Member Washburn?
Aye.
Member Pilpel?
No?
Member Sims?
Aye.
Member David?
Aye.
Highland?
Aye.
Oka?
Aye.
Fisher?
Aye.
Grant?
Aye.
9 ayes, 1 no.
Yes. Do I just say, so the motion has passed, and we will, this will go to the Board of Supervisors. Yes?
The suggestion I had that 6729-7, A and B, I think Member Nee suggested those issues could be discussed in the letter that go to the Board of Supervisors. I mean, this is the big problem we saw with lack of documentation, an audit trail, a paper trail of monies given and received for these in-kind donations.
Okay. Madam Clerk, will you make a note of that for this motion and the letter that I'm going to write? And may I request a 3-minute break really quickly? I know. Thank you.
May I ask a procedural question? I have the very last case on here, which is Brayharts versus Supervisor Campos.
I have a question for item number 12. Is the complainant or the respondent here, Bob Burkhead, against the city attorney? No? Okay. So why don't we continue that for another time? Item number 13, file number 12005, anonymous against the MTA. Are they here? MTA is here. Okay. The complainant's not.
I saw a woman with a black cap on, and I wonder if that was her.
Yeah.
No, she wasn't here just
Here recently.
But I think I met the complainant before. I don't think that's her.
I certainly noticed her, so.
No? Yeah, I don't think she's here. So why don't we continue that one as well? Can you come up here because I can't hear? She's what?
It's been on the agenda more than once. I don't know the exact.
Yeah, she was here at one time.
I know I was here in the
at the same
past.
time. Okay.
Not any time that I've been here, the complainant hasn't been here.
Okay. She was here.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Okay.
They were here my first.
I wish there was a way to know whether or not they were going to attend because I've spent 4 hours here.
Yeah, exactly.
Unnecessarily, unfortunately. But I just wanted to confirm that the task force received the latest information, that we did check back with the police department to see if the investigation was still ongoing and whether or not we could release the video. They did reply to us that it was okay to go ahead and release the video, that they were not using it for an investigation any longer. So we did send the video that was requested earlier this week to the complainant.
Okay. Member Nee? Oh, we're going to...
I just wanted to make sure that that information was received by the
Perfect.
task force.
Thank you. That's great. Member Pilpel?
Was there a written communication to that effect?
Indeed, there was.
Yes.
Both to the requester and to the task force earlier this week.
I saw that, yes.
And I have not seen that. Where is that?
It was in the...
Hold on.
It was not in your mailbox?
No.
Okay, so you'll get it.
Okay. I'd like to see that.
Great.
But the complainant, this is still before us until and
Right.
unless the complainant withdraws the complaint.
Exactly. So
Okay,
I will
that's
continue
understood.
it right now.
Okay.
But knowing that we have received the latest, and then...
I want to ensure.
Thank you for your time, by the way.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sorry about that. Okay. So we have 3 more cases tonight. Mr. Threet has to leave at 9 o'clock, so...
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to adjourn at this point, that we basically have 15 more minutes left of Mr. Threet's time, and I don't feel comfortable hearing half a case with the city attorney and half a case without the city attorney. So I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Before you do that, maybe we can ask through the chair to Mr. Threet. He mentioned he might have some extra hours from previous meetings. Could that not be exercised here since we're all here and we've got some steam going?
Not tonight. It's starting, I'm sorry to speak for you, Mr. Threet, but it's not for tonight, beginning perhaps.
Through the chair, I'm not able to do that this evening, but I'm going to check about those hours to ensure that I can attend some of the special meetings and use the hours for that purpose.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second for that? There's a motion on the floor. Member David has a motion on the floor. Can you hold on one second? Let me just see if there's going to be a second for that.
I'll second.
Okay, so there's a second.
Yeah, I'm objecting to this motion. I have item number 14 and number 15, which I've been waiting for I've forgotten how long. And I think we can get through them a lot these two a lot quicker than the ones you're dealing with. And it sounds like this other one isn't. And I don't need the city, your lawyer, to be present here. I think that you have a lawyer on the board, and you all seem to be very competent, that I trust that you would be able to hear the case, and I don't think you need to rely on the city attorney. So please do not pass this motion and let the few of us who are here go through. It's only 9 o'clock. I've sat here till 11 o'clock at night at times, several times after the city attorney has left, and we've been able to handle some of these issues. So please continue your meeting.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment?
Yes, Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. I certainly agree with the previous speaker. I have no idea why suddenly there's to be an adjournment. Earlier, there was some mention about a particular case that you were planning on using the city attorney for. I don't know what that was, or whether that's one of the ones that you've continued. I don't know why you have to have the city attorney particularly present for 14, 15, and 16, which are the remaining cases to be heard. And it is about 8:50 at this point. And yes, as you've heard Member Nee state from his own experience, and I can tell you from my experience, it is very common for this, well, it is not unusual for this body to stay until 9, 10, 11 when there's a full agenda. And so for your first meeting to be cut way early, I think, is entirely unnecessary. I don't see any reason at all for the adjournment, and I don't see that you have a particular need for your city attorney to advise you on these 3 cases, which I believe you've already gotten his written advice on some time ago. Is there a particular reason that this was being proposed?
Public comment, more further public comment.
Yeah. No, we just made that. The motion was on the floor, so the second it. We'll see if it passes. Thank you.
Thank you. So I oppose adjournment at this time.
I'm Kate Patterson, Director of Communications at the San Francisco Arts Commission. I have worked a full day today, and I have been here for almost 4 hours. I would really like to see this wrapped up. I respectfully request that in the future, because this has been, I have attended these meetings in the past, and I do not like staying here till 11, that if you do feel like you cannot make it through the entire agenda, to please let us know, because some of us have children and lives and, childcare and things of that nature that make things like staying here till 11 very complicated. Thank you.
I don't have children. I have a life too. I've been waiting for a year and a half for this to be heard. I've stayed till 11 o'clock about a year ago for this to be heard, and I had to wait till the next month. I had waited till the next month. I waited till the next month. I waited after this task force was removed and a new one has been replaced. I waited here tonight, and we all have good reasons why we don't want to be here. And I am asking that you hear on my brother's case.
Thank you.
Ray Hart's Director, San Francisco Open Government. I mean, earlier this evening we spent an immense amount of time talking about how far back behind you were, having to do special meetings, and to take two cases and hear them and then say, okay, well, we got 3 more, but we're not going to hear them tonight, it's simply going to push it back that much further. If you need to have the city attorney here for an item, that's one thing, but simply the fact that he's leaving is not sufficient to do this, and all it's going to do is put you that much further behind. Now, like it or not, the 5 months you were out of session and were unable to meet was a denial of due process. This is a proceeding which is a governmental proceeding. It is something which should be handled in some of my cases, and it really just grinds my teeth to hear city employees who are here being paid to be here complaining about having to be here when the complainants have to sit here at no cost for them. And honestly, as the same thing I mentioned earlier about the rules as far as you attending these proceedings, the city employees it's their job. And it is their response. They're here to respond to the fact that their department or agency didn't follow the law and that is the issue that's before it. And to complain that I have to come to meetings and I have children to take care of, we all have other commitments. I spent 12 years in the military, and believe me, 90 days out in the middle of the Pacific in a submarine, I had a lot of commitments I didn't meet. The bottom line is, if you are here, you're doing your job, you're being paid to do the job, then you should just accept the fact that at least I'm getting paid to be here.
Thank you. Member, is there any comments? Member Pelpel, I need to take a vote because...
I just had a brief comment because I know...
Microphone, please.
I have a brief comment, but I know that a motion to adjourn is normally not debatable, so I'm appreciating the courtesy. I'm certainly willing to continue meeting, perhaps if we just address 14 and 15 and not 16, or in the alternative, if we don't hear any further cases, but hear item 10 and 17 through 20. I would offer those as options, because we passed on item 10, and we could probably go through 17 through 20 quickly and at least get something else done that might not require Mr. Threet. Those are some options, so I'm planning to vote against the motion.
Can I get a roll call vote on the motion?
Can I just say something? While I seconded the motion, if the rest of you I have to leave. I have to work tonight. We have problems with the hurricane. I have an all-night emergency thing in New Jersey, so I can't get out of it. But if the rest of you can stay.
Yeah, so why don't you just register
I'm
your
just
vote
looking down around, making sure my colleagues can stay in. Okay.
and see what happens.
See the vote.
Okay. The motion to adjourn. Member Nee?
No.
Monet?
No.
Washburn?
No.
Philpell? Sims?
No.
David?
Yes.
Highland?
Nope.
Oka?
No.
Fisher?
No, and I appreciate the rest of you staying. Sorry, I can't.
Grant?
No, if everyone's...
All right, 9 noes, 1 aye.
Okay, so the meeting will continue, and we will continue with item number, what was it? 14. Item number, file number 12013. Madam Clerk, will you?
Item number 14, complaint by William Clark against Howard Lazar, Arts Commission, for allegedly not providing documents of expenses charged to the Street Artist Program fiscal year 2010-2011.
If you give me a second, I just have a couple of pages to get set up here. Okay. This complaint...
Excuse me, Mr. Clark?
Yes.
With all due respect, sir, we have to handle the jurisdiction matter first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Before we go into substance. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. So I need to, call for a motion to accept.
Madam Chair, I move to find jurisdiction.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that we accept jurisdiction. It's passed. Is everyone in agreement here? Okay. I have to ask. Okay. Is there any public comment about jurisdiction? Great. Okay. So, Mr. Clark, if you're ready.
Just about. I just have to find page 17.
You can declare.
Did I say that?
Because I'm going to try and keep this simple for you.
Okay.
Hold on. Wait just a second, please.
Sorry.
Just procedural stuff.
Yeah. Okay. This motion was passed without objection. I thought I said that. Okay.
I'm just looking for my case here in the book. Okay, here we go. Gives you some idea of what we're talking about. Okay, what this is based on is that the street artists pay a certificate fee. Included in that certificate fee, we have recently had a fee increase to pay for the cost of the city attorney's legal advice and giving related to sunshine ordinance requests. And I found out as a result that we were charged over $13,000 for the year that I was requesting, which I believe is the year 10-11. It's been a while, so I'm sorry if I forget something. And when the response I got was some of the information in the pamphlet, and then I notified Mr. Lazar that the information that he sent me was not enough details specifically as to what the city attorney was charging the street artist program, specifically a breakdown of what the costs were. And what I got back from Mr. Lazar was this information, which I believe starts on page 154 and goes to 161. And if you go through this, you'll notice that there's many instances where the only thing that's written in here is that it gives the attorney's name, the time, and that it deals with Public Brown Act or the Public Information Act, but there's no specifics in the Sunshine Act. I mean, there's dozens of times and everything here where it just states that it's Public Records Brown Act, and that's the only information that's been given to me. Now, previously in my case 11001, the task force found the city attorney in violation of the same things I'm bringing up here, because it states in the Sunshine Ordinance, in sections 6724B, III, 6724F, and 6721I, that the city attorney cannot act as a legal advisor for any department or head when dealing with sunshine requests. And it also states in here that under section 6724 B, III, that advice on compliance with analysis of an opinion concerning liability or any communication otherwise concerning the California Public Records Act, the Ralph M. Brown Act, the Political Reform Act, any San Francisco Governmental Ethics Code, or this ordinance is disclosable under this ordinance. And that any time a department requests anything related to the Sunshine Ordinance, that's public information that's disclosable. And what I'm asking for is a specific breakdown of what these requests were. I'm not just asking for a general thing. I would like to know, for instance, if it says Sunshine Ordinance in here, does that deal with case number? Is he giving advice for case number? For instance, this case, it should be a record there saying that this particular day we met, this particular day we talked was in relationship to Sunshine Complaint number 12013. Now, the city attorney is claiming that he has attorney-client privilege, and therefore they're withholding all of this information from me so that I can document that these are valid what I'm trying to say, these are valid instances where the city attorney advised the Arts Commission regarding whether or not this information is public. Well, all this information is public, and so what I'm saying here is that I'm trying to establish whether or not we're being charged, or all these times are being charged to us, because we're paying $250 an hour to the city attorney for this, and that's not the city, that's the street artists themselves. And so what I'm claiming is that under these sections of the Sunshine Ordinance, that any communication between the Arts Commission and the city attorney, I'm entitled to at least some sort of explanation. I'm not asking for all the advice or anything, but I'm entitled to some kind of statement that says this particular instance dealt with this particular issue, and have this clarified, because otherwise I have no record of the validity of these things, and I have more to say, which I'll say under my next report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there anyone in the audience that is here to support Mr. Clark's statements with any facts, evidence? If not, then I'd like to invite the respondent. Yeah.
Thank you so much for agreeing to stay and hearing this. I'm Kate Patterson. I'm representing Howard Lazar. I'm from the Arts Commission. In his complaint, Mr. Clark stated that he wrote to Street Artist Program Director Howard Lazar. He was not asked, in his request, he asked that he was not asking for writing that reflects an attorney's impressions, conclusions, opinion, or legal research or theories, or any other communication, advice, or information discussed between the Street Artist Program staff and the city attorney. Rather, he asked for an explanation of what the specific subject matter was for each time the Street Artist Program staff consulted with the city attorney on any matters related to the Street Artist Program during the 2010-2011 fiscal year, regardless of whether or not they were Sunshine Ordinance related. That's a direct quote from Mr. Clark's request. In his complaint, Mr. Clark then stated that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force issued an order of determination to another one of his complaints, 11001, against the city attorney, in which the task force found that the city attorney violated the Sunshine Ordinance for not providing Mr. Clark with a description of the subject matter for each and every time the Street Artist Program staff consulted with the city attorney during a previous fiscal year. He claims that as of February 29, 2012, he has not received the information requested from Mr. Lazar. On February 16, 2012, the Arts Commission sent Mr. Clark a PDF document of a log kept by Program Director Howard Lazar. Here's a copy. At the top, you can see it's entitled 2010-11 SAP Staff Hours Spent on Sunshine Requests. A copy of this document of charts was attached to the letter response sent to Mr. Lazar to the Sunshine Task Force on March 7th. The charts detailed dates of conferences with the City Attorney's Office relative to Sunshine Ordinance matters, the subjects of such conferences, and the amounts of time spent by Street Artist Program staff on subjects relative to Sunshine Ordinance matters. And it is, you can, and I'm happy to pass this around, but it is very clearly stated. For matters that were not Sunshine Ordinance related, the following written explanation was supplied by Mr. Lazar to Mr. Clark. For matters that are not Sunshine Ordinance related, we are not required to disclose documents relating to City Attorney Counsel requested and received by the Arts Commission. As we stated in our email response to you on February 10th, the Public Records Act allows an agency to decline to disclose records that disclosure of which is exempted or prohibited pursuant to federal or state law, including but not limited to provisions of the Evidence Code relating to privilege, California Government Code Section 6254K, California Evidence Code Section 954 protects from disclosure communications between attorneys and their clients. Similarly, California Code of Civil Procedure Section 2018.030 protects from disclosure the work product of an attorney. The work product privilege protects any writing that reflects an attorney's impressions, conclusions, opinion, or legal research or theories. And again, section code 2018.030. It is our understanding that the protection from disclosure of communications between attorneys and their clients would also include protection from the disclosure of the nature of topic or subject matter of any of such communications. For this reason, we declined to furnish such information to Mr. Clark. In summary, the Arts Commission responded to Mr. Clark with the documents to the fullest extent of the law. We respectfully request that you please take this into consideration as you assess the matter. And at a recent hearing, regarding our civil grand jury report, we went over the charges in the increase of fees for the Street Artist Program, and they are not only the legal fees are just a small part of that equation. The lion's share of those fee increases have to do with increased salaries and benefits.
Thank you. Is there anyone here on the city's behalf, facts and evidence to support? Okay. If not,
Madam Chair, I have a question for Mr. Threet. Attorney-client privilege is certainly recognized, but I have a question. Mr. Clark says, let me see. Is the subject matter, without without revealing the substance of communications between the city attorney or an attorney and a client, but just particularly between the city attorney and a client entity or a client individual. Is the subject matter itself also privileged? In other words, if I went to the Arts Commission and I said I want to see just the subject, what were the things that the subject matter that you discussed with the city attorney between July 4th and December 38th of 2026? Is that disclosable?
It would depend on the area, through the chair, it would depend on the area of the discussion. If it was about the ordinance itself, yes, it would be disclosable. So let's put that aside, because I think your question is not about discussions of the ordinance, which clearly are public records and disclosable, but rather about general discussions between the department and the city attorney. Is that correct?
Kind of, yeah. In other words, if it was a non-discussion, non-disclosable item, I mean, if it was a non-sunshine related item, and I want to know what were the subjects of the matters that you discussed. Not, I don't need obviously the substance of what you discussed, of the discussions themselves. That's privileged. But if I want to know just what subjects you discussed, is that disclosable?
I think the way that, through the chair, I think the way that the question is phrased is too vague to give you an answer. So if by subject the department could say, well, we discuss budgetary matters with the city attorney, certainly that's not a privileged information.
Okay.
But if the subject was, well, we discussed the legality of the department's plan to submit this budget item to the Board of Supervisors for approval, that may indeed be privileged.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Pilpel?
This is interesting territory. To the extent that either a client department or the city attorney's office has more detailed records that explain the nature of the subject matter under discussion, do they have an obligation, and I don't know if they do, and maybe we'll get to that in a moment, do they have an obligation to redact that upon request, disclose it, or do they have discretion which they can exercise? And if so, is that a balancing test discretion that we have said you cannot use, or is that still something under the attorney-client privilege that they may choose to disclose or not to disclose? I'm trying to go a little farther than Member Nee on this.
Through the chair, let's work backwards from where you're starting. As a general matter, attorney-client communications are privileged and non-disclosable. There are some exceptions. So you're talking about, it appears to me, at least from what I understand you're saying, communications that reflect those communications, those generally will be non-disclosable records.
Okay. The way I understand the privilege, though, the privilege is held by the client, not the attorney, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And the client can waive the privilege.
Right. So in this case, it's the Arts Commission staff who could choose to waive the privilege and provide more information to the extent that they have it as part of an existing record relative to the topics that they may have discussed with city attorney staff.
That is correct. Through the chair, they may choose to do so, but they are not required to do so under the ordinance.
Okay. And although the ordinance in, I forget where, 67.24 J or K, something like that, eliminates the balancing test, that's only with respect to a 6255 balancing question. That's not, and although there's further language about communications relative to the Sunshine Ordinance being public, the extent to which departments as clients still hold the attorney-client privilege, they're able to either hold the privilege or waive it, and that's an act of discretion on their part that is not currently regulated by the ordinance.
Correct.
Did I lose anybody there? Okay, could I just follow up then with Ms. Patterson? Do you know if the department has more detailed records beyond what was provided either from the city attorney or the written log that Mr. Lazar either kept or reconstructed later as to the topics that were discussed, or the reason for seeking advice from the city attorney, however you'd characterize that?
Like emails, for example?
Would there be any other records that are not being disclosed under the attorney-client privilege?
I imagine that there may be, and I can't confirm this, emails between Mr. Lazar and our city attorney. However, this document does indicate subject matter, or what exactly Howard was working on when he was in the process of responding to these requests, and who the requester was, if there was a Sunshine Task Force case number assigned to them. I think that this document is fairly detailed. So
okay.
I think that if the requests were specifically made, I think it would just depend. So in short, I don't really know what Mr. Lazar has.
Got it. To Mr. Threet, you had something, then I wanted to go to Mr. Clark.
Well, go ahead.
Through the chair, I just wanted to, Mr. Clark mentioned a previous order of determination, and there's some history of several orders that are related to this, and I just wanted, to the extent possible, to provide some of that, and the parties can also talk about this. But there was a past request by Mr. Clark to obtain other attorney-client records, and a similar response was provided by the Arts Commission that had sort of these general categories. And Mr. Clark had argued to the task force that the city attorney either had more detailed information that it provided on these billings that it provided to the Arts Commission, and the Arts Commission didn't turn them over, or that the city attorney did not provide such detail and it was required to do so under the ordinance. And I believe, if I remember correctly, the task force did not hold the Arts Commission in violation on that complaint, and then Mr. Clark filed a similar complaint against the city attorney, and the task force held that the city attorney had violated the ordinance by not providing that detail. So that's kind of background, I believe, on these things, and I'm not speaking currently to the, whether that was correct or not correct, but I believe that was the history.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so thank you.
That's not correct. I never filed a complaint against the Art Commission in this regard. I only filed the complaint against the city attorney, and the task force did find it in my favor. But you had a question?
Yeah, so let's, on either document, either the city attorney document or the, what I'm starting to like now is the Howard Lazar handwritten.
Staff report.
Yeah, staff report.
That staff report is not involves with my request. That has to do with the staff time that was spent all year. It has nothing to do with the city attorney. I specifically requested the city attorney's timesheets.
But it's very high tech. I really appreciate
Oh, yes, right.
It's artistic.
Yes, it's...
Okay, so what level of detail were you looking for in either document that would meet your request? That's what...
Okay, first of all, in the staff time thing, I have to search through that and try and figure out what city attorney sunshine requests we're dealing with. What I have to cross-examine dates and all that stuff. It's impossible for me to do. So what I did was request a specific timesheets from the city attorney. And what I was looking for is just a breakdown of some explanation of what the subject of these meetings between the two were, because in regards to sunshine requests, the city attorney certainly can advise them about whether or not something is public information, but it cannot act as their attorney to help advise them to prevent me from getting this information.
Okay. All right, so I just want to be kind of specific here. So, no, we're doing okay. So pick any page in the city attorney report if that's, you're not looking for how the Arts Commission staff is spending their time, right? At least in this space. You're looking at how the city attorney is spending their time advising or consulting with the Arts Commission staff on street artist program. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And on some of the issues...
Okay, hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so pick any page on here. One of the items, whether it's,
you said it, pick any page. There's information there.
Okay.
On the first page, on page 1, I guess it is 153.
Okay, let's go there.
On the first thing, it says phone call.
Okay, so that's a great one.
Phone call.
0.25 hours, so 15 minutes, or rounding it to 15 minutes was spent on that day.
Right, and since I'm paying for both the Mr. Lazar's salary and the city attorney's salary through my fee, I think that there should be something that says phone call regarding subject matter about whether or not street artists can sell in a specific location.
Okay, so...
Some explanation.
So you're okay with the fact that this was charged to, I guess, their file number rolls up to street artists. Ms. Gessner had a phone call. You're just looking for more detail on the subject, the general subject matter, at least, of the phone call.
At least something to do that. Now,
if they keep records to that level of detail, you're interested in that. If they don't keep records in this system or in some reasonable system to that level of detail,
I can't get it.
Okay, so you want to know how much more detail there is below this on each of these items in the city attorney report.
Certainly on the cases that don't relate specifically to Sunshine Ordinance requests or the Brown Act or the Public Records Act.
So not the ones that relate to Sunshine,
right?
The ones that don't relate to Sunshine.
To answer you, in regards to the charges that don't relate to Sunshine or the Brown Act, I would like at least some explanation as to what we're being charged for. Like the second one says, review of what?
Okay.
And there's numerous things in here. Here's the one down after that. It says other. What is other? So, and those are not.
I don't know. It's other.
Right. You don't know. And so what I'm saying is to separate the two issues. One is sunshine request, and the other is just general city attorney advice. Okay. All of these records don't give me any indication of what it was, and I feel that in regards to the Public Records Act or Sunshine, that and I believe it's
Okay. You answer my question. Let me just do two quick follow-ups, and then I'll yield the floor. So, Mr. Threet, you bill time in this same timekeeping system?
Through the chair, that's correct. The entire city attorney's office uses the same billing system.
It's amazing. Is there any further detail that's put into this system on something like a phone call or review or an other? So if one were to ask for a more detailed report, whether it's subject to disclosure or not, does that record exist to your knowledge?
Whether it's certainly possible to put more detail in, I think the question is whether there was more detail in these billing records.
So I guess what I'm saying is...
These are the same categories that appear in all of the billing records, and in the second column includes the category, and there also there is a category called description, which I don't see listed on this.
Okay, so if you were to bill someone for a code enforcement issue or time that you spend with us, if you categorize that as phone call or Brown Act or whatever, you're saying there is another field for description where you might have some more detailed information explaining that.
And I should also explain that the level of billing that occurs by any DCA depends on the nature of the task being employed. So for litigation where the city attorney might seek from the court attorney's fees, there is greater detail in the billing records because you have to justify the request to the court to be reimbursed for those fees.
For a cost memo or a fee
Yes, because you have to, it's for reasonable attorney's fees, so you have to prove that they're reasonable, and therefore more information is provided in those billings. For departments that are on general work orders of a certain amount of money per year, the billing practice tends to be more general.
I just want to chime in and say, from all understandings of what I've done over the past 7 years, that is absolutely correct.
So, okay. So then
And I should say I have no idea, because I'm not familiar with these particular billing records, what the practice is for this department and these attorneys.
Okay, so then let me just do my final to Ms. Patterson. I presume that this report, your department received either as a routine thing or in fulfilling this public records request? Are you familiar with this
I'm not
at all?
familiar with that particular report, but I imagine, because we have to reconcile our own budget, that we do request reports from the city attorney's office.
Okay, so I guess at a minimum, I'm interested in your department as the client department asking for this same report from the city attorney with that, what was it, description field added, and if that information can be acquired and provided in an unredacted fashion, that might meet Mr. Clark's request and we get out of the item. But there may be other approaches. I'm just saying that's where I am so far. Thank you.
Member Washburn?
Yeah, I just wanted to provide a little bit of background quickly to the other members of the task force. The Clark brothers have been before us many, many times, and I think about them from time to time because they're trying to figure out the basis for the increase in fees to the street artists. The street artists themselves pay the salary of the program staff. They also pay quite a bit of money to the city attorney's office. And it seems like a lot of the hours that the city attorney spends has to do with matters that are brought to our task force regarding this withholding records. So it's just this kind of unholy dance of the staff trying to keep records from the street artists who are trying to get the records, and they're being charged in all of this. So, they're trying to see some justification for being charged, $20,000 a year to the city attorney's office when when their suspicion, and mine is too after all these years, that a lot of this has to do with how can we, respond to the Clark brothers' request for information. So
The more they ask about the money, the more they get charged for asking about.
Exactly. That's the unholy dance I'm talking about. And I'm remembering a document of all the programs overseen by the Arts Commission, many, many, many programs. And it was just a very simple accounting, just a few line items for each one. The only program that had a line item for city attorneys' fees was the street artist program. For some reason, this program has to pay a lot of money to the city attorney's office. And I suspect it has to do with the matters they bring before us. So I think it's reasonable for them to want to see this description field and know why are we paying $100 and some for other multiple times or for a phone call. It's reasonable. These numbers need to be justified.
Member Sims?
I just want to do kind of some investigation. So can you come up, please? So I have two documents kind of in my folder. I have the first printout for the Time Artcom Street program, which is the printed version, and then I have the handwritten version done. Okay? So what is, first, the printed version, correct, is from the timekeeping system that is used by the attorney that represents the City Arts program, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And where is this handwritten stuff from?
This is the program director who does admittedly use a more antiquated system of handwriting.
So these are...
A log. It's a handwritten log.
Okay. So these are two attorneys, correct? Or no?
We have one primary attorney. Her name is Aideen Vera.
Okay. So one is the attorney, and then one is...
Well, one is a log of the time the staff spends on responding to sunshine requests from members of the public. And then the other is a billing. It's the city attorney's log of, and I think it's not just street artists. I mean, I have to see it. May I see a copy? So yes, this is an accounting from the city attorney's office of time spent with, yeah.
Okay. So my question is, this is a staff member. Is this log the handwritten one? Was that created for someone, or is that
No.
contemporaneously done?
He does it systematically. Actually, Mr. Monette Shaw actually requested all of our sunshine request response last year, and we provided them. And I believe there was roughly 60 just for the street artist program, all of which were submitted by the same, I think, 3 to 4 individuals.
Yeah.
So he keeps meticulous records of all sunshine responses.
And I'm looking here, nothing was redacted from the handwritten one, right?
No.
That we know of.
No.
We are not clear about the one from the city attorney.
No, I don't think that was redacted. I mean, this is the first time I've seen the city attorney's log. This is the only thing that I know that we submitted to Mr. Clark, so I'm not sure how he procured the other document. But there's nothing on here that typically when our agency redacts information, we redact information relating to personal information such as a home address, a telephone number, and email. So there's nothing in here that beyond a name that is would be where we don't have a general practice of redacting anything that's not personal.
But do you have a general practice in how you redact? For example, if you're redacting, are you blackening out, writing redacted, so that the person who knows that it's been redacted can clearly say, was this a redaction that you're claiming privilege or some other waiver? Or is this, or are they just supposed to figure it out on their own?
Every time we present a document in a sunshine request where we have redacted personal information, it is clearly redacted with a black mark, and we do, in a cover letter, provide the rationale for why we redacted certain information. And again, it generally, I mean, 99% of the time falls into that personal information category.
Okay.
So I would say I do not believe this document was redacted. I believe that it was, just photocopy or scan of his log.
Yes. Now, while I do believe that you could, now the handwritten one clearly is very specific. Requester, hours spent, literally what you're doing. I don't think it would be subject to any kind of privilege whatsoever because it is not the, it is not.
Well, we did not submit this to the city attorney. This is Howard's personal log. Oh, this is how Howard keeps track of it. I think the city attorney keeps track of when she hears from Howard.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
So,
but I'm just saying I don't think anything in here would meet privilege standards.
No.
Okay. And nothing looks redacted. And I am hesitant to even talk about this, what the city attorney presented, because what the city attorney has presented seems like you cannot. Is that we have the wrong person before us if what our really issue with is what the city attorney has presented, because you don't have authority to tell the city attorney that you should redo descriptions.
We can certainly request that per your recommendation, but no, they can say no.
They could say no. Okay. But if you compare and if you use one of them and then use the other one, obviously you can't combine the two into one document because one's a handwritten document, one's a printed document. You can pretty much tell what everything is that the city attorney is talking to at least Howard about. And is that who the city attorney normally is talking to?
Yes.
So
if not Howard, then the director or our deputy director.
Okay.
But yes, 99% of the time, probably Howard.
And okay, but you haven't presented anything from the director or deputy director?
No, I believe Howard is the gatekeeper. I mean, he's the primary contact.
So, at least from my understanding, the description is pretty detailed from the Arts Commission. Now, the city attorney, that's another kind of whole another bag, at least from my perspective. And I don't think. And I think how the city attorney and how. I'll take that back. I at least think that how the Arts Commission has maintained their records is pretty understandable and pretty clear. Like, I just don't think that they would go into any more detail unless they were presenting this to the court. Now, that doesn't make, I'm in no way telling you that I agree with how you keep your records or whether I actually think you should keep more descriptive records, and I definitely think the city attorney should keep more descriptive records. And I don't know if they've deleted anything from this, but it isn't. I don't know if it's in our jurisdiction to demand this, either the city attorney or the City Arts Commission to keep more specific description records in how to do it and to mandate that upon them.
Well, in the past, when it's been requested, we, like Mr. Monette Shaw, for example, requested all of our city sunshine. It was sort of a postmodern sunshine request, sunshine requests for sunshine requests. We provided all of the letters, all of the email correspondence for each sunshine request, and it was, very large PDF.
Yeah. And can I have Mr. Clark come up here really quick? I try to get everything out of the way. Now, obviously, they have to give you general subject matters of clients' representations. Those aren't privileged. And a lot of what they've given, at least from the City Arts Commission standpoint, is general subject matter, where we're getting dates, times, letters. Now, kind of what you asked for in your request, I don't know if all of that meets in the standards of general subject matter. For example, you obviously asked for the general subject matter of each time. Date of the time you're getting, amount of time associated with each time you ask the city attorney for advice, name of the attorney you talk to. I mean, actually, I take that back. All of you think in this letter is pretty. Yeah, all that. I take that back. All that you've asked for would not be privileged that they would have to provide. So, but do you understand my concept? What I'm trying to say, there's the City Arts Commission where
Yes, I do. If I could speak to that for a second. My request was not for a documentation of how the staff time spent their time with the Arts Commission. My request was for how the city, all the documentation of the time billing of the city attorney with the Arts Commission, and the Arts Commission has that record. And as a matter of fact, I got this file of the city attorney's billing from Howard Lazar after I first got that staff report, and I sent back to him my email saying, well, this doesn't answer, this isn't what I asked for. What I asked for was the city attorney time billing, not how much staff time was spent in sunshine requests. And so that's why I'm zeroing in on the city attorney's thing, because this is information that the arts records that they do have between both departments. They both have this information. And when I get a chance, my turn to respond, I have some points.
No, and I think your argument is definitely clear. Like, the city attorney, if they're charging the street artist this much money, that they should clearly be giving a broader description versus a phone call. They should have similar notes, like Mr. Howard, right?
Right, Howard.
Mr. Lazar. How Mr. Lazar has. If the city attorney's notes were similar to Mr. Lazar's notes, then honestly, I don't think you have an issue.
We wouldn't be here.
But like I said, I maybe need some guidance from you guys on who are we after here, whether it's.
Perhaps this should be addressed to the city attorney, not to the Arts Commission. Is that what we're getting at?
Well, the point is that I requested the Art Commission keeps these records. These are billings from the city attorney, and this is how they budget. This is how they figured out how much they charge us every year, because this particular year they charged us $13,000. And to answer something over there is, I found out that I was told by the previous Director of Cultural Affairs, Luis Cancel, that the Arts Commission was no longer getting free billing from the city attorney's office, and therefore they were going to have to charge the street artist program for all of the city attorney's advice. And then I just found out at the last budget hearing from the new Director of Cultural Affairs, Tom DeCagny, that the Art Commission gets something like 275 free hours from the city attorney's office, but they're not allowing the street arts program to be given any portion of that money, of that free advice. And what I'm trying to do is, like I said, separate these two, because I think the issues are different between the sunshine requests and the non-sunshine requests. I mean, the non-sunshine requests may be a little more vague, so to speak, but the sunshine requests, according to the sunshine ordinance, these are all, if it's just general sunshine advice that's being given, then there should be no problem in disclosing that, and that the city attorney cannot act as a there's no attorney-client attorney-client privilege, so therefore you can't rely on the attorney-client privilege to deny me access to this information. And where I'm going is that I believe that the city attorney is sitting down, acting as an attorney and a counsel, and helping the Arts Commission say, no, we don't want to release any more information about these sunshine requests, because there's no way, like I said, if you go through the entire package, something like 70% are sunshine requests, and there's no way for me to tie this specific one, even though there's a general date there. There's several complaints that may fall within that date period, and I think that I should be able to go and say, okay, this was complaint number 11001, and we advised you that you had to redact these names, or give some legitimate advice in that regard. But the way it is now, they can say anything they want. They don't have to do anything. All they do is throw it under the umbrella of Brown Act, Public Records Act, and then claim attorney-client privilege, and they can charge us any amount of money, any number of hours, and there's no way for us to validate it. And as a result, this last year they charged us $20,000, and next year they're charging us $20,000, and they're going to be raising our fees an additional $100 a year as a result of some of these things. So for me, it's very important to find out at least a little bit about what these public information requests were in regard to, and not just let the city attorney and the Arts Commission both sit there and say, hey, we're the client, you're the attorney, even though the street artists pay both their salaries, we're not considered the client because we have our agent, which is Mr. Lazar, is acting as the agent for the street artists, and therefore now we're no longer the client, and so therefore anything they talk about in regards to anything, and in particular sunshine, they can just refuse to give us any information so we can validate whether or not it's a legitimate cost. And that's all I'm trying to do, is to try and find out whether these are legitimate costs. After all, some of these times are like 3.5 hours, 4 hours of sitting down with the city attorney to talk sunshine. There isn't really that much that they really shouldn't know by now.
Member Pilpel.
So, just to follow up, my understanding is that the Arts Commission is a general fund department, not an enterprise department, but that the Street Artists program is funded by a special revenue fund.
That's
and
right.
Because it's a special revenue fund, any time that they spend on that is charged to that program, as opposed to the 275 or whatever hours that they're generally allocated for the non-street artist program work, which I suspect covers the other things.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct, except for the fact that the street arts program is under the umbrella of the Arts Commission, and we do have to pay all our costs. And if the Arts Commission is being given free time, we're being charged 7%. See, we're being charged 7% for management and supervision charges from the Arts Commission just to cover little incidental. Let me just make this point, and then and so my point is if they're being given free time, what they're doing is it's free time. We shouldn't have to pay. We should be given at least a portion of that city attorney's time for free, commensurate with the amount of time they spend on all the departments. We shouldn't be told that, hey, we spend 7% on you guys, we got to charge you for this, but we're not going to give you any of this free legal time. Instead, we're going to charge you for sunshine requests, and this way we can prove that the sunshine ordinance is so expensive to our department.
Okay, with all due respect, I think
that's my speculation.
Well, no, I think that the theory here is that those programs that are cost recovering, whether it's street artists or the entire PUC or MTA, except for their general fund support, that they need to cover their costs, and so that there is no free time that goes.
I would agree with you if all the city attorney time was not for free. We the voters of San Francisco. You're good at initiatives, but this was a voter initiative. initiative, the voters voted that the Arts Commission would oversee our program. They didn't say, that means oversee our program. We're part of the Art Commission. So therefore, if they have free advice, we should get
I'm
some.
not debating that.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
I'm trying to get to a resolution here. The written list that Mr. Lazar keeps, that's entertaining, but that doesn't go to what you're looking for. So the report from the city attorney, let me just say this again, if you had this version of the report with an additional line here under category that had that description line, that would do it for you.
Had something there that we
So if we request the Arts Commission to make that request to the city attorney to rerun that report with that description line, if they're able to provide that to you, that might do the trick, and if not, we can come back and talk about this at a future meeting?
That would be true. That would be fine. But the problem I have is, what if they say, we're not going to give it to you?
Let's get there when and if we get there.
Well,
Sorry. So I wanted to move that we go that route. Yeah. Okay. Then why don't we hear the rebuttal, and then I'll make a motion to that effect.
Okay. Do you want? You want to give her the rebuttal first?
Yeah. I mean, unless there's further discussion. I mean, I want to.
No, I'd like to go in the order so we can hear the rebuttal.
But I'm trying to get you what you're looking for, and we're all,
Hi, can I get a rebuttal from you, please?
Oh, no, we're happy to make that request to the city attorney, and that's fine. That's all I have to say.
Okay, great.
Lazar? Or, sorry, Clark?
Yeah, I'll keep it. I just want to point out to you that, this section here, 67, I guess it's 17, 6721, J says, the San Francisco City Attorney's Office shall act to protect and secure the rights of the people of San Francisco to access public information in public meetings, and shall not act as legal counsel for any employee or any person having custody of any public record for purposes of denying access to the public. The city attorney may publish legal opinions in response to a request from any person as to whether a record or information is public. All communications with the city attorney's office with regard to this ordinance, including petitions, requests for opinion, and opinions shall be public records. That's mandatory. And so the point I'm making is that in regards specifically, I asked for all the city attorney billing because I wanted to get all of it. But in regards to my main concern is in regards to the sunshine request, and that I believe that that the city attorney and the Arts Commission cannot rely on an attorney-client privilege to deny me some sort of ability to determine what each and every one of these billing notations were in regards to. And since their claim is that it's related to public records requests in the Brown Act, they in that way they've sort of painted themselves in the corner. They can't say they're giving advice about public records and sunshine and then claim, hey, we don't have to tell you what we talked about because we're an attorney-client privilege, and hey, you got to prove that it isn't. And I think this goes back to what you were talking about earlier. This is a case where I shouldn't have to be made to prove that it isn't attorney-client, that they should be able to come in here and prove that the Sunshine Ordinance doesn't require them to provide us with some explanation so we can determine that these are true and valid reasons for the city attorney and the Arts Commission representatives sitting down talking about public sunshine, because I don't know what they're talking about. They may be talking about things that are unrelated to the cases that are in front of you. So I'd just like to hope, and I'd say, if you want to pass it on and ask Mr. Lazar to ask the city attorney to get some further details on this, then I'll respect that your wishes to do that, and I'll come back here and do that.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Do I have a motion?
Before we do a motion, I want to quickly say, I'm hoping that when we ask for the description, in order you to ask for that description, that the city attorney actually gives a proper description, if that exists. Because if they don't, I will definitely be supporting Mr. Clark to bring the city attorney in here and ask them why they haven't done it.
Do you have any more comments? Members? Mr. Ney? Member Ney?
Yeah, as we move forward, I think it's very important to bear in mind the timeliness aspect of this. You know, we can let this keep dragging on, but it's already been 9 months since Mr. Clark made his records request. There was a timely response, but that response was incomplete, and so it seems to me there's been a violation here, and it seems to me that this is a matter that should go. We should find a violation, and we should obviously where we refer this from here is to the call of the chair. But I would recommend that it go to the Compliance and Amendments Committee. I'm not sure what section has been violated. Possibly 67.26.
Okay.
Maybe part of 67.21. I'm not sure.
The complainant alleged that it was a violation of 67.21 and 67.26 as well.
Well, which paragraph within 67.21? I'm sorry? 67.21B. Okay.
His responses to
I move to find violation of 67.21B and 67.26.
I second the motion.
Further discussion?
Is discussion still open on this?
Say it again?
Is discussion still open on this?
Yes.
Just a quick question, and this might be a point of order that I'm not aware of. Can we not just cut to the chase and refer this directly to the city attorney? It's going to end up on my desk anyway.
That's our.
Sorry, I didn't hear your question, Mr.
Can we just
Member
refer
Howland?
this straight to the city attorney rather than the...
Giving them an opportunity.
No, the city attorney is not respondent here.
That's true.
It's up to the respondent to go to the city attorney or wherever else.
Fair enough.
The respondent wishes to go to make sure that
so the Arts Commission
that there's compliance.
And so the Arts Commission has agreed to go to the city attorney to get the documentation to see if there is further description. I just want
That's
to be
correct,
clear.
but it's something they should have done a long time ago.
Okay, but
By referring this,
Use the mic.
We could vote to find violations. It's referred to the Compliance and Amendments Committee. Then they have to come before us, the Arts Commission, and let us, know whether they've complied with the order. A part of the order of determination would say that the city attorney, the Arts Commission needs to ask the city attorney's office to dig deeper and provide a description of, in other words,
further description.
Right,
which is what
exactly.
that Mr. Clark is requesting.
And then they come before us at Compliance and Amendments. We see if they've complied. If they have, that's fine.
Just interesting that tonight both cases involve third parties, and I obviously have to do some more research into complicity or responsibility therein. I think in the last case it was pretty clear. In this case, I'm not so sure.
Yeah. So just as a question, what do we gain by, if the Arts Commission has agreed to go to the city attorney and then we come back and then, because there is a time period that they have to do that within, so we're going to get that, rather than putting them in violation, we're not giving them the opportunity. I know that they were supposed to do
This is precisely what we're doing. They've already had an opportunity, and what we are doing is laying down a timeline. We're laying down what is required for compliance. We're not doing anything punitive here. We're not issuing any penalties. We're not sending this up to the Ethics Commission. What we're doing is we're telling people, here's what we've decided is necessary for compliance. This is the carrot. This is the carrot right now, okay? This is what you have to do to comply. If there is not compliance with our order of determination, then we have to, get a little bit, then we have to take it deeper and go to those next steps. Right now,
Basically, we're doing the same. This is.
But the message is that they should have done this 8 months ago.
Well, yeah, they should have, and we're giving them we're giving them another opportunity.
I just wanted to reiterate that there's a history here. We've had case after case, and the Street Artists Program's executive director, Howard Lazar, has been playing a game of keep away for years now. So at the minimum, we find them in violation of the ordinance, which they clearly are, and then we follow up at compliance and amendments.
Member Pilpel?
Okay, so I guess we're going in slightly different directions here. I was prepared to make a different motion, so we can either vote on the motion that's before us, and if that passes, so be it, or I can move a substitute. I just wanted to make clear, my view is not that they have violated at this time, but that there is more detailed information that's available. I want to point to page 141, which summarizes the email from Mr. Clark and then the response from Mr. Lazar with the questions. And I believe we looked at this earlier. I would like a breakdown of that expense in the following manner. What was the subject matter of each time you asked the city attorney for advice? What was the date of each time you asked the city for advice? What was the amount of time associated? What was the name of the attorney? And then Mr. Lazar's response. In your request, you asked for a breakdown of the legal service expenses, including the date, subject matter, and amount of each time. In response to your request, we're providing the city attorney billing records for the program for fiscal 10-11, including the attorney billing number and general category of services. So on the report, it actually has the name of the attorney, the date, the amount of time, and the subject matter of the advice. It's a general category in terms of subject matter, but I think in terms of actually meeting the letter of the request, it does that to the extent that there is more detailed information beyond that that is a clarification of the request that Mr. Clark is asking for, that we now understand may exist, where I would like to ask them to ask for that, but I think that this actually sort of does respond to the request. Others may feel differently, and I get that there's history, but I think that on its face, it actually does appear to comply. And so I am not at a point of finding a violation. I don't want to foreclose that option, which is why I wanted to ask the commission to get the more detailed report. And if they're able to do that, and if that satisfies Mr. Clark, so be it. And if not, then we would have that back before us again and have the opportunity to find a violation or do something else. So that's where I am on the thing. And so I am not in support of the motion that's currently before us.
I just wanted to say that an item, or the category other and phone call, and many of those category were so vague they could apply to anything whatsoever. How in the world is anyone to know that a phone call had anything at all to do with anything that the Street Artists Program should be paying for? So I think on the face of it, it in no way complied with a common sense understanding of what was being requested. And like I said, there is a history here, there's a context, and this member of the task force is onto this game. And like I said, it's a keep away.
Member Oka?
Yeah, Let me make sure I'm heard here. From what I've been able to read on this, and from what I've heard, I think the city attorney's office is in violation. I don't see how we can not find a violation. There is, in my mind, a history of doing this time and again. So, with all due respect to Member Pilpel, I don't think we can ignore the fact that there is history there, and I think we need to do the right thing for the public. Public has a right to get some relief on this.
Sure, Grant.
Member,
so I appreciate everything that Member Washburn has recently said to this. I mean, I certainly echo everything that she said. Unfortunately, it certainly is a game of keep away, and I would strongly hope that everyone does find in violation. Furthermore, I wonder if we could call for public comment and then call to question, because we have about an hour or so to go with two more substantive complaints, as I understand it, as well as other agenda items that we need to do.
I agree. Is there any public comment?
Hi, Robert Clark. I support members' needs request to find them in violation. And I wanted to echo Member Washburn's statement about the history. One of the reasons why we went to the R Commission for this information was because the last time we went to the district attorney for the information, we got the papers that basically, the city attorney for that information. We got the papers that didn't tell us the subject matters and all, and so we decided, well, we'll go through the Art Commission this time, because the Art Commission also has duplicate papers. And when the Art Commission sent us basically the same thing the city attorney sent us, that was a red flag to us that the city attorney and the Art Commission are trying to hide this information from us. So as a history, to respond to why I'm opposed to what the new member is suggesting, is that I don't know how many times I went to the district attorney and they played this game with me, and so we went to the Art Commission hoping they would give us the more detailed subject matter, and obviously they went back to the city attorney, and the city attorney said, look, this is all we want you to give us. Claim attorney-client privilege and leave it at that, and then the old members of the task force can tell you how many times we've tried to get Mr. Lazar himself to come before this board. It must be at least 20 times we've tried to get him to come before, and every time, instead of coming before this board, he sends someone who's not knowledgeable on the subject matter, and the task force cannot get adequate answers to any of the questions. So I'm just in support of this one that by Mr. Nee.
Thank you very much.
Task Force members, Ray Harsh, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I think a broader history here is appropriate. I agree with members Nee and Washburn and Oka and Monet that there is a long history here, but it also includes the fact that the street artist program had to be reimbursed over $20,000 due to the efforts of the Clark brothers from the San Francisco Art Commission, that they properly charged them. The former executive director of cultural affairs for the Arts Commission was forced to resign because of a audit from the city controller's office, where they found they spent hundreds of thousands of dollars inappropriately without lawful authorization. It's just the former head of the Arts Commission was forced to resign because he was providing oversight to the staff, and a recent civil grand jury report was issued basically saying that because the charter requires that 10 of the 14 members of the Arts Commission are to be arts professionals, they have taken the attitude that they have no responsibility at all to do anything except take whatever advice on finances and other things that the staff gives them, and then basically said, and the staff was giving them bad advice. The bottom line is, if you're going to sit on a commission, you can't say, well, we're only going to deal with the art part, and all these financial questions and all this other stuff, it's not our responsibility. If you delegate that to the staff, delegation is not abdication. And if the staff doesn't handle it right, that comes back on you. And the basic idea here in general is the fact that the Arts Commission has a long history now of evading public responsibility and playing keep away, as has been said, and they need to get the message. They need to understand that these matters need to be done in a professional way, and you need to send that message.
Bruce Wolf, just to provide some additional institutional history. The other members spoke very clearly that this is a long-standing issue. Much like Luis Herrera beforehand, this is the first time I ever saw him in all the years that the Library Commission has been coming up. It's the same thing here. We spent many months and weeks waiting for Mr. Lazar to show up, and he hasn't. And then when it came time, when basically the mud hit the fan, then he showed up at the last moment trying to save his butt. And again, 6721E, I think, or D, about sending somebody knowledgeable. This person here, she's got more knowledge than the previous people that he sent forward. I got to say that. But it's not enough. And you really got to, otherwise you're wasting your time. You're just really spinning your wheels. You really want the person here who has the information. If they don't show up, that's willful failure. I don't want to go. That's what he's telling you. It's not respectful. Thank you.
Is there any more public comment?
Peter Warfield, head of Library Users Association. First of all, I want to say that I was quite flabbergasted to hear Ms. Patterson say that every time they do any redacting, they clearly redact in black, and there's a cover letter of explanation. Your own institutional memory ought to recall to you at least one case which library users brought between December and April, where the Arts Commission had redacted speaker cards from us and had hidden that fact by showing us photocopies of those speaker cards when we came personally to the office. And only when we saw the actual speaker cards did we see that the contact area information had been pasted over with white paper, so that there was no way to know unless you actually saw the speaker card. There was also no, as required, notation on the card, nor any explanation except possibly the vaguest kind of privacy claims being made for the justification. And this body, though you may not remember it except for the holdovers, voted unanimously that that was a violation and that they had to turn over to us those unredacted speaker cards. So I'm shocked that their representative would make that kind of a preposterous claim. Now, I'd like to point out, I support the motion that's on the floor, but I think Section 67.21C is relevant. A custodian of a public record shall assist a requester in identifying the experience, form, and nature of any records or information maintained by, available to, or in the custody of the custodian. It simply beggars belief that they don't have some record at the city attorney's office for 2 3/4 hours from Aideen Vera and some very senior staff people, Paul Zarefsky and Buck Delventhal. Additionally, I found that in August there were about $4,000 of billings on the report that who knows what has been cut out from the city attorney, and the written report doesn't have a single matching entry from the Arts Commission. August is completely left off, except for a few, second, third, and fourth, except for a notation that there were tapes copied, which has nothing to do with the city attorney.
Thank you.
So this is complete nonsense, and her willingness to go and ask for more information
very much.
is something that should have been told to the requester immediately.
Thank you.
Members, my name is Doug Comstock. I just have a question with regard to this motion. It was 6726.
6726 and 6721B.
Okay, fine. Then I don't have a comment.
Great.
We call to question?
Yes.
Okay.
Member Nee? We're calling, we have a motion on the floor, right?
You have a motion on the floor for the violations, but not the basis of the violations.
Okay.
Okay. The motion is to find violation of Section 67.21B for failure to provide complete information as requested, and 67.26 for failure to keep withholding to a minimum.
Great. At this time, can I take a vote?
Member Nee?
Aye.
Monet?
Aye.
Washburn?
Aye.
Pilpel?
No?
Sims?
No.
Highland?
Aye.
Oka?
Aye.
Durant?
No.
Okay. You have 5 noes, and, I'm sorry, 5
5 yes.
ayes and 3 noes.
Madam Chair, under our current bylaws, this motion would be declared passed.
Yes. So the motion has passed. The Arts Commission is in violation, and we will submit a letter.
Madam Chair, respectfully, I suggest that you tell us to which committee you're assigning this.
I am.
And I would suggest
So we-
compliance.
okay.
I would suggest compliance and amendments.
Yeah, which is the committee that I'm on. So I am going to refer this to the Compliance and Amendments Committee, at which time we will then put together something and have a conversation with the city attorney.
Then
for-
at that time, we will determine if the order of determination has been met.
Okay.
There is an order of determination. The process is that since a violation has been found, we issue an order of determination explaining what the violation was and prescribing remedy. And once the order of determination is issued, from that date, there is a window of 5 business days for compliance.
Oh, okay. And it will come back to us, and then we will bring it back and let.
And then it will come
task.
before the Compliance and Amendments Committee, which will determine whether compliance has been met.
Okay.
Madam Chair? I think we're still on this agenda item. I'm just going to try my motion anyway. I don't think that it is actually in conflict with the last motion, which was either passed or not passed, depending on your perspective. So I would move that we request the Arts Commission to re-request the city attorney time report with the description line added, and that document be provided to Mr. Clark. And I guess I'll just leave it at that. I don't think that was included in the prior motion, and I don't think it's in conflict with.
The only friendly amendment I would do there I would actually go ahead and put a.
Point of order. Has there been a second?
Was that
Oh,
an official
I'm
motion?
I'll move that.
Yeah, and I'll second it. the only
Discussion?
Okay. The only friendly amendment I would make is to put an actual time frame within, per se, 10 days that they respond.
To Member Pilpel's
Yes.
motion?
No problem. Happy to do so. So that's part of the request, is that the request be made within 10 calendar days?
Yes, 10 calendar days.
And upon response, that it be immediately provided to Mr. Clark?
Absolutely.
Madam Chair,
Member Nee?
I'm going to oppose this motion. We have a motion that's been passed. We have an order of determination that's going to be issued, and I think that this motion will simply cloud the issue. It could create confusion, and I don't think that's a good idea.
I agree with that sentiment. I think we need to stick to what we've just decided in that first motion. We need to take this seriously and not create any opportunities for further confusion. While I appreciate this discussion, it is important that we adhere to what we've initiated and passing that first motion.
I agree. I appreciate Member Pilpel's penchant for caution. However, I think in this case we need to show some teeth. So I would also oppose this.
Member Nee, I have a question. In our, when we do the order of determination, can we include that we would like that extra line of description that Member Pilpel is talking about?
Certainly.
Great, okay. There is a motion on the floor. I don't have to take, it's a discussion, so maybe now. Okay, I'm not going to, I'm sorry, sir. Were you standing here? I was going to pass on public comment, but if you, for this motion, because I don't think it's going to pass. So I don't think this motion is going to pass. That has been the second new motion. We are going to probably stick with this original motion from Member Nee. So
Somebody going to withdraw the motion, or are you actually going to vote on the motion?
we were going to vote on it. I don't know if, I'm sorry, were you guys? No, it's at my discretion.
But public comment is not at your discretion.
Public comment at discretion of chair on new motion or on new motion. I'm sorry if the vote failed. So we were going to have two motions on this thing. So
Is this motion actually necessary? I don't really think.
Excuse me, Member Oka, could you please speak into the microphone? If it's not, and I realize, sir, that you do have difficulty, and I sympathize, but where possible, please speak into the microphone.
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
I really don't think this motion is necessary. It's a waste of time.
Okay.
And given the public, the discussion we've had here, perhaps the proposer will withdraw it.
Member Pilpel?
It's like-
Do you want?
I'd like a roll call vote on this. That'll be very quick, and we can dispose of it.
Okay, then
I'm actually trying to get the requester the documents that they're requesting, and I'm not sure that the order that was just passed potentially will achieve that. So that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, in that case, then I will take public comment.
Bruce Wolf, I would suggest to adhere to your process where you have a compliance and amendments committee, and basically this motion is to ask for compliance of some sort. So I would suggest that you take this motion and refer it to the compliance and amendments committee and have them delegate to them. That's their job. That's what they're supposed to do, is make sure that whatever your orders of determination are fulfilled, and then continue on from there. I think circumventing that is not a good idea. Keep it within your current process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Clark. I'm opposed to this motion for the very simple grounds that it's redundant. The fact that you've already voted that it's in violation and it's going into the compliance committee, it's being, in effect, the Art Commission is being told to go to the city attorney, get this information, and give it to my brother, and they'll appear in front of the compliance committee, and we'll find out whether the city attorney does it or not. So personally, I think it's redundant, and there's no need for it. And as the former member has spoke, who's much more eloquent about the rules here, go by. You're going by the way you're supposed to do it, by the way you voted, and so I'm opposed to this.
Members of the Task Force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I again believe this motion is inappropriate. Mr. Clark, who just spoke, I think made a very good point. It is going to the Compliance and Amendments Committee, and the only thing that needs to be looked at is whether or not there will be further noncompliance. They've already been found to have not complied. And the only issue is when they get the order of determination, they then choose to apply. I would also like to point out that there has been a pattern this evening of one particular member of this body doing everything he can to make sure that city agencies are not held responsible. When you get 10-to-1 votes and 8-to-1 votes, and you get somebody insisting on a motion that everybody else on the body has clearly indicated they don't believe is appropriate, there is some undergoing thing here. And I'll be honest with you, going forward in my cases, I'm going to ask one particular member of this body to recuse himself because he is definitely shown a propensity to side with the city in every single case.
Thank you. There's no more further public comment. I'd like to take a vote on this motion that's on the floor.
Member Nee?
No.
Monet?
No.
Washburn?
No.
Pilpel?
Yes.
Sims?
Yes.
Highland?
Nope.
Oka?
No.
Grant?
No.
There are 2 noes and 7.
Two yes.
I'm sorry,
Two.
2 yes. I'm sorry. It's late.
It's been a long day.
2 ayes and sorry, and 6 noes.
Great. Okay, so this second motion failed, so we will be going with our original motion and have an order of determination for the Arts Commission that we will get to them. Thank you. At this time, I want to go to file number 12-0.
Let me ask a point of order.
Sure.
The last case took 50 minutes. You only have about 40 minutes till you have to be out of here. Supervisor Campos and I have both been sitting here, and the likelihood that you're going to get to our case tonight and have sufficient time to cover it, I think, is questionable. So, if you guys think that you can get through this next one in some reasonable length of time, I do not want to be in a position of getting to 10 minutes to 11 and then my case coming up where neither of us can even get the time we're allotted to present the case, let alone have a discussion and determination.
I have a question. Are you representing Tom DeCaney as well? Okay. Member Nee, I'm sorry.
Well, I would suggest finding out if the complainant and respondent to item 15 are here, and if so, we could proceed with that and then move right now to continue item 16 so that Mr. Hartz and Supervisor Campos can get on with the rest of their evenings, what's left of it.
Well, yes, William and Clark, they are both here because he just...
So I would, my suggestion is proceed with item 15 and continue, accept a motion to continue item 16. That's my suggestion, because I agree with Mr. Hartz that it's unlikely if we proceed with 15, we won't get to 16. Is Mr. DeCagney here?
Mr. DeCaney is not here, and I'm
She's
representing
repping for him.
him, and I have his response and whatnot.
Okay.
This one seems pretty straightforward. I think it'll go.
Well, then the other alternative is to continue
I mean,
15.
We can continue.
I mean,
I know both of you.
Yeah.
Could I suggest that Mr. Hartz and Mr. Clark decide who wants to be heard?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Could I suggest that Mr. Hartz and Mr. Clark, the two of you, figure out who wants to be heard if we're only going to do
Well,
one?
I'm next on the agenda, and I've been waiting next 9 months. I'd like to be heard first.
Okay.
I think this one we can do pretty fast. I mean, I can do it fast, so.
If you, I mean, it's just risky, so it's up to you. I know Supervisor Campos is here, Mr. Hartz is here as well. Okay. I mean, do you want to try it?
Okay, Mr.
Okay. Let's try.
Supervisor
Okay.
Campos has nodded his head. He's comfortable with it.
You're there? Okay. So let's go. Okay, so Madam Clerk, item number 15.
Item number 15, complaint by William Clark against Tom Decaney, Arts Commission for allegedly not providing an itemized list of expenditures for the Street Artist Program, fiscal year 2012.
Please speak into the microphone.
2012, 2013.
Great. Mr. Clark? Please.
Do jurisdiction first?
Oh, thank you, sir.
Okay. I remembered this.
Yes, before we get started.
I move to find jurisdiction.
Second.
Great, thank you. Do I have to do public comment?
Maybe we could do it with no objection.
Is there any
No.
public comment?
Public comment on
I still have to do it. Okay. Is there any public comment on jurisdiction? Okay, great. So if there is everyone in agreement? Okay, we'll move the jurisdiction with no objection. Mr. Clark?
Yes, I'll try to make this very fast. In April, we found out that the Arts Commission was going to be meeting on May 5th, which is a Monday, to vote on the Street Arts Program budget. And on April 30th, we had not had an itemized budget from the Arts Commission regarding what was going to be voted on the following Monday. This gives you an idea of what normally we're given as an itemized breakdown for the budget, specifically giving us some idea of what the costs of the program are going to be. I don't know if you get that. Gives you some idea. So what happened is on April 30th, which was a Wednesday, I sent an email asking for an IDR because we wanted to have this information before the Art Commission voted on it on Monday. And I sent an email for an IDR, but I did not include the words immediate disclosure request in a title of the email. And I realized that night that I hadn't done that, so the next day I sent another email putting immediate disclosure request in the title of the email, as well as at the top of the email in large letters to inform, and I requested a copy of the budget be sent to me within the next day. That was the Thursday that I asked for it, so I should have received a specified breakdown of the budget for that year by the end of the day on Friday, and since Saturday and Sunday were the weekend and then Monday it was going to be voted on, what had happened at about 4:30, I had gotten an email from the Arts Commission just notifying us that the matter was going to be heard at the full Arts Commission, and when I went to the agenda it had an explanation document there which was an abridged. This is what was there. I think I got that the right way. And this portion here is the breakdown of the budget, and on it just lists overhead $29,675 and other expenses $30,000. Legal services, $20,000. I'm rounding this off, but it just had overhead, and it had no explanation of what the overhead charges were, and it had no explanation of what the other expenses were. So I was hoping to get this information before the actual meeting was held, and I did not get that information. And as a matter of fact, they had to go in there blind, had no idea of what the actual budget was going to be, and it was voted on and passed at the Arts Commission level. And the second document I showed you was the only document that was given to me, so it was passed. And like I said, previous years, again, to just show you, previous years, we got a specific breakdown of what the overhead charges were and what all the expenses were. So I feel that Mr. DeCagny did not honor the immediate disclosure request, because I never got that. Several months later, I contacted Mr. Lazar, and then got before we went to the Board of Supervisors, and got an itemized breakdown several months later, but I had to ask for another request, which I got that. So I'm just asking, I feel that Mr. DeCagny should be held in violation for not providing me with pertinent information, which was mandatory for me to have, because this is a case where immediate disclosure request is necessary to get within 24 hours, because the only time I had to even go over this budget would have been over the weekend, and then it would be voted on Monday, whereas other cases, it's not so important to get it within that one day. And I feel that I did send 2 emails, although the first one I didn't label correctly. I corrected myself and still fall within the legal boundaries that IDRs are supposed to be responded to within the next workday. And I don't feel that by posting it, this other thing on his agenda, I don't feel that that was a response to my IDR. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on March 2nd, the Director of Cultural Affairs, Tom DeCaney, responded to Mr. Clark's...
Could you identify yourself?
Oh, Kate Patterson, Director of Communications, San Francisco Arts Commission. So we, according to our records, we received the request on March 1st, and Mr. DeCaney did respond, however, 2.5 hours after the close of business day. But for Mr. DeCaney, who gets hundreds of emails a day, his workday often ends well past 5. So the budget had been posted as part of the sunshine requirements, part of the explanatory documents with the agenda for the meeting on Monday. And this was the budget that was presented to the commissioners, and it is the itemized budget. This is the budget. That's the only budget we have. And so we feel like we did respond to the request.
Are there any parties here for facts and evidence for the part of the complainant? Are there anybody here? Is there anyone here for the respondent? Okay.
I just have a question, Mr. Clark. But they're saying that's the only budget they have. You saying you later got an revised budget.
Every year we have an itemized budget of all the expenses. All of that stuff is broken down for us. But this particular year, it wasn't. Actually, this is the first time in 40 years that the budget wasn't discussed at the Street Artists Program Committee and went directly up to the Executive Committee and then to the full Arts Commission. And normally, we do have a specific breakdown like the one I showed you. It shows every expense. And the one she showed, is the same one that I was saying. It just listed expenses, and it said $30,000, and it said
and not to cut you off, but did you ever get one that was itemized for that year?
Yeah, I did later on, about a month or two later, before we went in front of the Board of Supervisors. For that fiscal year?
This is this fiscal year.
For this fiscal year, I got one.
You have another budget.
Excuse me, let the conversation
Yes,
be between
yes.
yourself and
For this,
and the task force,
the
please.
one that I showed you, later on, I requested a more in-depth one from Mr. Lazar, and because we were going in front of the Board of Supervisors, and I wanted to know exactly what the costs were, and he did eventually send me another
You
one.
actually have that with you?
I don't have it with me. Well, actually, no, I don't have it with me. I'm sorry.
Member Nee?
Yes, just a quick question. In the response, Mr. DeCaney suggested that you go online to find the document. Did you do that?
Yes.
And
I went to the agenda, and there was the budget was listed to be voted on, and it had one of the explanations.
But I mean the document itself, he gave you a specific URL, Universal Resource Locator, for the actual document that you were seeking. Did you look
I
on
did.
what?
I went there, and that's where I found this shortened version of the budget.
So the shortened, what you found did not meet your information requirements?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Patterson. So, are you aware of this other more in-depth budget that Mr. Clark's talking about for this year?
I'm not. This is the budget that our CFO put together. We did do we sort of did an overhaul with how we put the budget together this year and presented it. And I was told very explicitly, and this again was the one that we presented to the commission for approval, that this was the itemized budget.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Clark, you're saying you had another budget that you were able to present before the Board of Supervisors for this fiscal year?
Later, well, I got it several months later after I asked Mr. Lazar for a further break. I said I wasn't satisfied with this, and instead of asking Mr. DeCagny, I asked Mr. Lazar to give me a further in-depth one, which at that time, which I didn't do an IDR, I just did a regular request, and he gave it to me. But this one, I wanted to have the one I got from Howard several months later was what I wanted to have before it was voted on at the Arts Commission.
And was that the same as the previous year? That level of detail?
No, it's different than the previous. The amounts are different. The expenses are mainly the same.
But up in the past years, it's always had those line item details.
Yeah, every year we have a specific breakdown of all expenses.
Yes.
If I may just clarify, so at the time, I can't speak for the other budget that because I have not seen that, but at the time of his request, this was the only itemized budget.
That was there.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any more questions? Okay. Does anyone want to make a motion? Okay, yeah. The rebuttals. Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Clark. The respondent. Okay, I'm sorry. Who just spoke? Okay, Ms. Saracen. She's done. She's the one I do a rebuttal.
I'll try and be fast. Basically, she's correct that was the only at the hearing when the Full Arts Commission voted on it. That was the only budget that they presented. However, in previous hearings, there was other discussions about itemized and expenses, and every year previously, this time before the Arts Commission voted on our budget, we had the specific breakdown of what other expenses were and what these other items were. And when I got that document, when I got the answer from Mr. DeCagny that said go over to here, I fully expected to have a full breakdown, because I can't go in front of the Arts Commission and argue whether expenses are correct or valid if I don't have the outline of what these expenses were for. So I felt that I was unprepared to argue for or against the budget at the Full Arts Commission, and therefore it got passed, and I let it go past, and then I took my complaints up to the Board of Supervisors later on, and that's when I did have a more in-depth breakdown of what the expenses are. But so I'm just saying that I feel for some reason there has always been these documents available to the public, especially with this budget, and especially since there's all these financial questions going on, that this document I gave plenty of time for them to send it to me, and the fact that it was necessary because I only had 2 or 3 days before the hearing, the fact that I didn't get what I wanted, I didn't have time to ask for more.
Okay, great. Member Nee?
Mr. Clark or Ms. Harrison, or both of you, your request was an immediate disclosure request. Did the respondent request any additional time to meet the request?
No.
Thank you.
Member Pilpel?
So, a couple of things. So I'm looking at the email chain on page 180. It looks like actually starting on page 179. So the immediate disclosure request was made March 1st at 5:32 p.m. So if it's after 5, then I believe it is deemed received the next business day. And therefore, a response is required by the close of business on the following business day. However, it was responded to on March 2nd at 7:31 p.m. So it seems to me like, although it's after hours in both cases, that it was a timely response. Further, although it may not have been the level of detail that Mr. Clark was looking for or had expected, it was a level of detail that was an itemized list of the expenditures in the proposed Street Artist Program budget for that totals that amount. It's not a great breakdown, but it is a breakdown. I mean, I have followed the city budget very closely for many years. Member Oka will certainly attest to my service on the MTA, CAC, and before the MTA board, asking for much budget detail, and often the level of detail at the line item expenditure level provided to boards and commissions is not adequate for folks who want to look at things in great detail. So it requires multiple follow-up requests referencing specific budget reports and asking for all kinds of details. So it can be difficult, time-consuming, and frustrating, but the agencies have a fair amount of discretion for how much budget detail they provide to the policy body, and if they responded to the request, however, if this was the document that existed at the time and it was provided on a timely basis, I'm going to have trouble finding a violation here. If it had not been provided, or if it did not have any expenditure breakdown by program, then that would be a different case. But this does appear to be a responsive document that was provided on a timely basis. Sorry, that's where I am.
Member Nee.
It seems to me that there was non-responsiveness here. I mean, there was a timely response, yes, but it was inadequate, and that is fairly evident because in the fact that Mr. Clark got the information that he was seeking from Mr. Lazar. The information was there. It was available. It existed, and Mr. DeCagney did not provide it. And Mr. Mr. Clark let Mr. DeCaney know, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, Mr. Clark let Mr. DeCaney know that the information that he had provided was incomplete, that he wanted more, he wanted a complete budget, and he had to go to Mr. Lazar to get it without Mr. DeCaney's assistance. Mr. DeCaney, if he did not have the information himself, should have directed Mr. Lazar, Mr. Clark, to where he could have gotten it. Mr. Clark had to do that research on his own. He went and he got the information that he wanted, but not from Mr. DeCaney. There was a violation here.
I mean, I would just question, because I don't know, did he have that information, or was that information even available to Mr. DeCaney at the time? I mean, and that is reasonable to question that, because he did get it 2 months later after another regular request. I don't know if that was, he later created that based upon that request, or was created at a month later or 2 weeks after the meeting. But it was, that more detailed request was not provided at the actual hearing of the Arts Commission as well. So, and there are other line items and other entities on that line items that don't have more than just street arts program, just other, I guess, grants and education and administration that are not line itemed at all as well. So that would be my questions.
Ms. Harris, please.
Ms. Patterson?
I'm sorry, Ms. Patterson. My mistake. I apologize.
Again, this is the budget.
But may I ask a question, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was responding to his. Yes.
No, you were. I had a question for you. Member Sims raised a question of whether Mr. DeCaney actually knew that the additional information existed. Do you happen to know? Did he know that the more detailed information was in existence?
I do not believe he was withholding information. I believe that he interpreted as the itemized budget requested.
Do you know whether he knew that the more detailed information existed?
I do not know.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Clark, do you happen to know the answer to that question?
I don't see how he couldn't know. They're voting on the budget.
Do you know one way or the other whether Mr. DeCaney knew that the more detailed information was available, particularly since we are told that the budget that we see here is what was provided to the commission?
I think he did know.
Well, I'm not asking for think.
Okay. Well, how? I mean,
this, Mr. Clark, this is the budget that we are told was given to the commission when prior to its action. This is, and so the question now becomes: did Mr. DeCaney know that there was information more detailed than what is on this sheet of paper?
You want my honest answer? I have to say he knows.
Well, but did you ask him?
You don't know that, though.
You don't know that.
Well, all I can say is that they presented an itemized budget at the executive committee that was more specific, but did not add up to the numbers that were in the shortened version. So
did the executive committee
which occurred before the full Arts Commission.
Did the executive committee meet before or after the Arts Commission?
They met before it, but the numbers did not equal the numbers that are on that shortened version. And all I can say is they know what the expenses are, so they must know what the cost for each expense is. I can't speak.
Thank you.
Okay.
If there are any more questions, any more comments, then does anyone want to make a motion on this?
There is no motion. The matter is concluded.
There's no motion. This matter is concluded. On to the next one. Sorry. Madam Clerk, can you read the last file number 12017?
Item number 16, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against Supervisor David Campos, Board of Supervisors, for allegedly participating in the operation of the Bernal Library Arts Project, violating the rights of citizens.
I'd like to make a call for jurisdiction. Make a motion.
So move.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that this will be passed without objection.
Public comment.
Discussion?
Okay.
I read through this. Even if some of the asserted matters are true, I'm having trouble actually finding jurisdiction here. The complaint is not specific about a section of the ordinance that was violated, and I guess I would like to hear from the complainant as to a little bit on jurisdiction. I'm not seeing this as being as obvious as the rest of the game.
I'm going to ask Mr. Pilpil to be recused from this because I do not believe he is in any way, shape, manner, or form willing to hear this fairly. He has already decided the case in favor of the other party. It's apparent from his behaviors tonight that he is on the side of the city officials and not willing to fairly and objectively listen to the case before he makes decisions. He has already decided that he doesn't see a problem.
If you want to answer his question.
Okay. The answer to the question is basically there is an entire list of what has resulted. Now, the simple fact that he has a defense for it or says he has a defense for it doesn't change the fact that I am making the statement that he violated the ordinance in multiple ways by the way he handled this. He was the instigator. He was the person who chose. And the only way I can actually defend this is to present the case.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So there was no
Madam Chair, it might be appropriate to ask the respondent if he contests jurisdiction.
Are we finished with public?
Supervisor,
I'm sorry, sir, let me ask Supervisor Campos.
Supervisor Campos, what is your position on jurisdiction? Do you feel that this complaint is in fact sunshine related?
Well, with all due respect to Mr. Hodgson, I think he provides a service to the city. I'm still trying to understand what the nature of the violation is, and to the extent that, I'm trying to understand that, I don't know that I agree that there is jurisdiction. So I don't know that I have an answer beyond that at this point.
Thank you. And by the way, congratulations on your election.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
So,
We're still in public testimony then? With regard to jurisdiction?
yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry, yes.
My name is Doug Comstock. I don't recall there ever this requirement before that a member of the public needs to have some specific violation of the Sunshine Ordinance or needs to name it. Usually the public is not very well informed about these matters, and the city officials or city workers generally have more knowledge about sunshine because they have training in it. But the public sometimes doesn't know exactly which number has been violated and should not be required to know it.
Is there any more public comment?
This is on jurisdiction only.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. It may be difficult to separate, but I think that the claim has been made that under the supervisor's auspices, a whole range of sunshine requirements have not been satisfied, and therefore it's up to you to determine whether that's correct. Your own city attorney, and I haven't looked at this letter closely, gives a whole range of applicable statutory sections starting on page P186. And I won't go into the list. Well, maybe I will. 67.3, .4, .5, .6, .7, .7-1, .9, .13, 14, 15, and 16. And under jurisdiction, which is the third heading on page 186, the supervisor has not contested jurisdiction to hear the complaint. So I think that on those bases alone, you have jurisdiction. I'll go on just to your own attorney's letter on page P188, the attorney's letter, page 3, questions that might assist in determining facts. And there's a long list of those. Page 189, legal issues / legal determinations. And there's a long list of bulleted items, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And then there are the associated listings of the actual related law that relates to the analysis. So it's an 11-page letter, and I don't think there's neither objection nor any sense that the city attorney doesn't think there are legal issues here. And as the previous speaker said, there most certainly is not a requirement that any member of the public specify for you what violations, section by section, they
Thank
specifically
you.
thought were have occurred. That's up to you in some cases.
Thank you. Okay. Any more public comment? If not,
Move to find jurisdiction.
The motion was already made.
Well, I believe I already did that.
yes. And it was seconded, and we did it without objection.
No.
No, we didn't.
No, we didn't. I still object and request a roll call vote.
Okay. Thank you. So there's a motion on the floor. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Member Nee?
Aye.
Member Monet?
Aye.
Member Washburn?
Aye.
Pilpel?
No?
Sims?
Aye.
Highland?
Aye.
Oka?
Aye.
Grant?
Aye.
Okay, 7 ayes, 1 no.
Great. So this is passed. This motion passed. I'd like to have Mr. Hartz present his facts and evidence.
Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. This whole matter related to a set of murals on the Bernal Heights Public Library. It was public art on a public building being paid with public money. It was a contentious issue before the Library Commission and the Arts Commission for several years. And then finally, at some point, when they figured out that they couldn't get what they wanted, they decided to do this process, which is basically the supervisor picked a mediator. The mediator, in turn, picked a number of other people. Those people met in sessions with no public announcements, no agendas, no minutes, no motions, no records, nothing. So basically, this group went into this session and made decisions relating to public art on a public building, and this art is now somewhere north of $180,000. Now, the argument, and I'm not quite sure I understand the argument here, is that this is a passive meeting body or whatever. However, what passive meeting body starts to take actions, like hiring a director for the program, and applying for grants from the Arts Commission, and applying and getting money from the public library? You know, there's a difference. You know, a passive body is exactly, the word passive means, you know, we made a recommendation. Had they made a recommendation to the Library Commission and simply stopped, then yes, that's a passive body. But once that passive body moves beyond that and starts to apply for grants, make hiring decisions, and other things, and especially including the fact that people who had a financial interest in this party were members of the group. Now, Mr. Campos is going to get up here and say this was a community process. A community process, in my mind, is you make a public announcement and you let anybody in the community who wants to be involved in this participate. You don't have one person select a few other people and meet on multiple occasions, keep no records, and then come out and try to say this was a community process. Asked Mr. Campos how many people were actually involved in this. I asked his office, I asked the library, I asked the Library Commission, I asked the city librarian, I asked the secretary for the Library Commission, who are these people, what are their names, when did they meet, anything. The bottom line is, the result was that all of this decision-making was done completely out of view of the public. It followed 2 to 3 years of very contentious issues, and they just simply made the decision, in my mind, that since this is contentious, we'll just take it out of sight of the public. Now, the thing that really bothers me and is the basis of my complaint is the fact that Mr. Campos, in his response, said this is a model for the future. In other words, anytime we get a contentious issue where we know that there's going to be a lot of questions raised, we will just take it and I'll go out and select somebody. I won't tell you how they were selected. They will then in turn select a bunch of other people. They won't say how those people were selected, what their experience was, what their criteria was, anything. They will then make all these decisions, the recommendation will be acted on, and then they will morph into the group that actually does the work. At the point when a passive body moves from simply providing advice to actually handling money, making hiring decisions, and other things like that, that is no longer a passive meaty body. You know, basically approving this and saying, oh yeah, this is a wonderful process, just evades all of the reason for the public records laws and the public meetings laws. The Brown Act, the California Public Records Act, and so forth. Mr. Campos can get up here and say this was a community-based process. Can he prove it? There is not one single public record or document to prove how any of this was handled. And to say this is a good example for the future simply says every time we get a contentious issue, this will now be an open avenue for us to simply take it behind closed doors and make the decision we want. This process was not open, it was not public, and I believe they violated, by doing it this way, the result was every section of the Sunshine Ordinance that I've mentioned in the list was violated.
Thank you. If there are any parties for Mr. Hartz to present additional facts and evidence? If not, Supervisor Campos.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. And I want to, again, thank you all for your service. I think it's great. It's certainly a testament to your dedication. You're here at City Hall at 11 p.m. You know, it was really important for me to be here tonight. I have been working on issues around transparency in government for many years. Even before being elected to the Board of Supervisors as a Deputy City Attorney, General Counsel to the school district. And again, I applaud the service that Mr. Hartz provides. But I think that for those of us who have worked on issues around sunshine and transparency, it is really important for us to make sure that we know what we're talking about when we have this kind of a fight. Because I do believe that it undermines the underlying objective of pushing forward and promoting transparency when we fight about something that in the end, in my view, is not the right fight in terms of what open government is supposed to be about. I think it diminishes when we cry wolf when the wolf is not there. I think it diminishes what we're trying to accomplish. So let me just give you a little bit of context as to how this issue came before me. The issue of what to do about the Borough Heights mural in the library is an issue that preceded me. In fact, one of the things that I remember when Supervisor Amiano was talking to me about possibly running for office for his seat was using this as an example, that you had a building on one end of the issue, you had people who wanted to protect this beautiful mural that was there for many years, that was the result of a community arts process. And then you had, on the other extreme, people who wanted to protect the architecture and who believed that because this is a WPA building that was created by, a federal program during the FDR era, that there should be no kind of art on it, and that the mural itself took away from the architecture. And that's what we inherited. At some point in my first year or so as supervisor, the Arts Commission made a recommendation to simply erase the mural and paint over it. At the time, as a supervisor, I was against that. And I was against it because I really believed, based on the things that I was hearing from the community, that there wasn't enough of a process to actually hear out the different perspectives. And I actually sent someone from my staff to the Arts Commission to say that I thought that was the wrong move. But we were at an impasse. We had, very strong opinions, a strong segment of the community saying, protect the mural, another saying, we don't want a mural at all. So what I did at that point, under the advice of then Assemblymember Amiano and talking to folks at the Arts Commission, the Arts Library, I talked to Mayor Newsom. And we came up with this idea that we would do in this instance, we would come up with the same approach that we come up with in a land use dispute, for instance, and it's something that happens in City Hall all the time, which is when you have two sides of an issue, you try to see if you can mediate. And so you find a mediator whoever that person is, who brings the key players together, talks about general principles, and then makes a recommendation on what those general principles are to see if there is any common ground, and then makes a recommendation that follows the public process that is embedded in the Arts Commission and the Library Commission. We wrote a letter together, Mayor Newsom and I, and you're not going to find many of those letters where both our signatures are on it, saying that we support a mediation that brings key players together. And the thing about mediations, and as someone who was general counsel to a public body before, mediations, they're not subject to meeting laws. They're not subject to the kinds of requirements that any elected, body usually is. And there are many reasons for that. Whether that should be the case, it's up to people to decide. But mediations happen in City Hall all the time around land use matters. We consulted with the city attorney. My own reading of the law was that we could engage in mediation, that did not require that the mediation agenda be noticed or that members of the public, be allowed to be a part of that. Because mediations, by definition, are about bringing a small group of people together who have different views and then make a recommendation to the policy makers. That's what happened here. There was a mediator that was selected. The mediator, by the way, was someone that was recommended, yes, by one side, but also other sides of the issue, who actually teaches conflict resolution at Berkeley. And this mediator went, we basically gave this mediator a list of all the people who had commented on this issue and chose the people. So there was a mediation. And the mediation came up with principles that were then presented to the Arts Commission, the Library Commission, and followed whatever process was embedded in the processes.
Okay.
So to the extent they have a problem with what happened, then they should focus on the Arts Commission. But I'm proud of the fact that I call for that mediation.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I'll give you. Is there anyone here on your behalf with any more facts or evidence? If not, I'd like to open it up to the task force. Member Nee?
Yes. Supervisor Campos, please. You said this was a mediative process.
Yeah.
However, we heard from the complainant that this particular body that was established did more than mediate. They also applied for grants, and they let contracts. They actually went beyond that mediative step.
What I am aware of and what I participated in was the process of putting together a mediation that led to this settlement and this recommendation that was presented to these bodies. After that was done, this group of citizens, who many of them, by the way, were not talking to each other, before the process began, decided to continue together. And as part of that informal group, I don't know what they did, but I was not a part of that process. This group that led to this recommendation decided that they, as a community, they were going to continue to work on this matter following that. But what they did, I wasn't a part of that.
Thank you.
Can I ask you, Supervisor Campos, were you even at the mediation?
Actually, I was. I was at the mediation a couple of times because the mediator thought that it was important for me to be there as sort of someone who could say, this is sort of like we want the community to come up with something that can be recommended to these bodies that reflects the views of all the community. And so to the extent that the principles that came out of it reflect a community coming together, I do think that's a model. And that's what I meant by my comments. I didn't mean to offend Mr. Hars when I said that, but I do think that when these kinds of conflicts exist, it's good that neighborhoods come together and talk about them.
Any more comments? Member Pilpel?
Question. So, Mr. Hartz, I tried to ask earlier, and you didn't really answer with any specificity of what sections of the ordinance you believe were violated. Do you care to speak to that?
All of the public meeting laws. These were meetings, and he's saying it was a community meeting. Well, who selects the community? The community should all be there, and anybody who wants to volunteer should have the option of volunteering, and nobody in this process had an option. And when they continued on and became morphed into this other group where they then started applying for grants, you can put it any way you want, but the bottom line was they're now spending public money on public art on a public building, and the public has no way of determining that.
Do you believe that there was a policy body created here, and if so, by whom? And
it was a body created by the supervisor.
Okay.
He basically stood up here and said how much experience he has in public meeting laws.
Okay.
He knows what the requirements are, and he has a responsibility to set up something, and he can't simply then pull back and say, well, it's not my fault that they went way beyond what I set up.
Okay. So a body set up by a supervisor is a passive meeting body and not a policy body, and I think you know that. Are you asserting that this body was therefore a passive meeting body and did not comply with some requirement applicable to passive meeting bodies?
I'm saying this was not a passive meeting body. Passive meeting bodies don't take actions. They don't spend money. They don't hire people. And there is absolutely nothing. There are no records to show that any of these claims that this was a different group or different people, or it's okay. When you set up a meeting body, if you're the person who sets it up, you have a responsibility to ensure that they follow the laws, and if they take a step beyond where they're supposed to, you have a responsibility to say, hold it.
Okay.
Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I could educate you on the definition of passive meeting bodies, but let me skip that and go to Supervisor Campos for a moment, please.
If I may say something about that?
Yes.
I mean, I don't have any legal authority once a group of citizens convenes for a purpose, and this purpose was this discussion mediation. Once that's done, if they decide to continue to work together, as a supervisor, I have no authority to keep them from meeting. And in fact, what I've learned is that following the completion of that process, they continue to meet, I think, every weekend, every other weekend, and they invited other people, because they wanted to have this continued discussion. But I don't have any way of keeping them or any member of, believe you me, in District 9, any of my residents from meeting together and talking about any issue they want to talk about.
And you weren't a part of those meetings?
No.
Remember?
So can I just conclude?
sorry.
I'm sorry. So to the extent that there was any meeting that was subject to the ordinance, it might have been a passive, a gathering of a passive meeting body. In your opinion, was this group, whatever we're calling it, created by you, created at your initiative?
No, I mean, I think this is basically what you have is what happens in the land use context. You know, before we have a matter where there's a conflict, you know, you have a meeting with the different sides, you know, to talk about what the different issues are, to see if there's any kind of, you know, common ground or resolution that can be found.
Okay, so I guess my takeaway is that this was certainly not a policy body as defined in the ordinance, and if the supervisor's assertion is that he did not create by his own initiative an advisory committee in this regard, that might have been a passive meeting body, and if that did not occur, then if it was neither a policy body nor a passive meeting body, then I'm failing to see where there could have been a violation of the meeting requirements of the ordinance.
And the one thing that I would say is this, you know, and I appreciate some of the complaints that have been made about the processes that were followed by the Arts Commission and the Library Commission. And I can't really stand here and say that I, you know, fully embrace what they did or didn't do. Once, you know, a matter goes to one of those bodies, you know, whether or not they follow the procedures that are in place, I mean, that's not something that I have any control over. You know, the last thing that I would say is this, you know, I'm very proud of the fact of the outcome here in terms of what happened, you know, because I do think that the outcome is one that brought a lot of people together, and you had a lot of people who had strong opinions who are now actually, you know, working together on this project. The interesting thing is that you're not going to see anyone here from Bernal Heights telling you that they have a problem with what's here, you know?
Member Oka has a question for you.
Yes. Supervisor, did I understand, was the mediator part of the selection process for the body?
The people who participated in that discussion were selected by the mediator.
And were you present during any of the selection?
No. Like I said, I did attend some of the discussions because she wanted the supervisor, as someone who represented different views, to at least see that, but she selected who was a part of it.
So whatever went on after you participated initially, you have no knowledge of?
No.
Supervisor, at what point was this body given the authority to solicit funds, spend funds?
They never had that authority. I mean, the idea that this body was going to, what this group was going to do was they came up with principles, not even like do this or put this on this wall or not, but just general principles that they presented to the Arts Commission and the Library Commission, which vetted those principles and then came up with, you know, after public meeting or whatever it was, that the process that they followed, they came up with principles, and then following those principles, they came up with a community arts process, and it was in response to that process that this group decided to, you know, hire someone. But again, this is sort of in response to this public process that the Arts Commission and Library Commission put together. You know, and whether a group of people, you know, decides to come together and raise funds to hire someone, I mean, that's certainly outside of my control.
Are there any more questions? Then I'd like to have the respondent, if you'd like to have any kind of clarification or rebuttal. Supervisor Campos, do you have any final statements? I can't see. Supervisor Campos? No. Okay, oh, I can't hear. I can't hear. Member of the public, Hards?
Three minutes. Mr. Campos has a lot of experience in public meeting laws, so I kind of take exception to his getting up and saying, I appreciate what Mr. Hartz does, but I think what he's doing here is simply a way of bringing discredit on the transparency laws. I do not engage in frivolous matters. I basically felt there was an issue here. I felt it was a sunshine issue, and I felt once this body moved beyond simply giving advice if they had given advice to the Library Commission and the Library Commission had then said whatever, and then they had stopped, I wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here. But they didn't. That body morphed into a body which took on a life of its own, went out and started contracting. And again, the selection process, you cannot call it a community process if 99% of the community didn't know what was going on, never had a chance to participate. Basically what they did is they hand-selected the people who were going to be in this process, and there is nothing, if that is allowed to happen, to prevent people from simply picking people who will come up with a decision they already want. The library had been fighting for years to make this decision. Mr. Campos has identified that. It was a contentious issue. A number of motions and agreements and things had been passed, and at some point they decided, you know, we're just not getting to do what we want to do, which is take down these murals and replace them. And so rather than continuing this thing in open session where the public can participate and these admitted differences of opinion in the community are aired in public so all members of the community can participate and hear the other side, this was taken into a private session. Now, whether or not they specifically violated this law or that law, you know, that's a technical question, and it's the kind of question that one particular member of this board likes to ask because it gets him where he wants to go. But the bottom line was the result. The result was there's almost $200,000 of public money being spent on public art on a public building, and there is no way for any member of the public to figure out how that was done and whether it was done in a fair process or whatever. All we have is claims of the interested parties, the ones who actually did this all, saying we were fair. And how many people are going to get up and say, no, we did the process and we admit we weren't fair?
If there is no further comments.
I have a quick question for
Yeah.
Supervisor Campos. And it's this sentence that's bothering me. The supervisor selected for unknown reasons an individual. Can you speak to that? The supervisor selected for unknown reasons an individual who proceeded then to select a number of others to serve in what he's referred to as a community process. So can you talk a little bit more about your involvement with selecting that mediator, that lady?
The way the mediation came about was basically, you know, the idea of the mediation came up, and different names were floated around, and the issue, the woman that ended up doing the mediation was someone that lives in Bernal Heights, teaches at Berkeley, and I don't know that there was necessarily a selection. I think it was sort of like an understanding from different people that this is probably a good person to bring in.
Thank you.
Is there a motion? like to take public comment if there's any.
I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. This is unfortunately a long story, but it's a big scam. The supervisor, unfortunately, got his story wrong at the beginning. The Arts Commission did not vote to erase the mural, for which he sent an aide. The Library Commission came up with a so-called compromise through public meetings and decided in August 2009 that one side of the mural should be preserved and the other two sides, possibly not, my recollection, that a community process which wasn't specified could decide what would happen. That was a decision that the Library Commission approved and sent to the Arts Commission for action August 20th, 2009. When it ultimately reached the full Arts Commission, it was suddenly pulled at the request of Supervisor Campos and also apparently City Librarian Luis Herrera. And that thus began a scheme to undermine and subvert what had been a compromise that included Mauricio Vela, a very outspoken neighborhood person who wanted all of the murals saved. The fact that there aren't here people from Bernal Heights is irrelevant. This is a public, city-owned mural on a city-owned property, and that is just one example that Supervisor Campos and others have used to try and disenfranchise people about expressing their opinion. Now, the idea about a mediation normally has the sides, a husband and wife, a landlord and tenant. I'm sorry, that's 2 minutes. This was not a mediation of two parties or even just those members. This was a city property. This had been decided 30 years earlier by the Arts Commission and the Library Commission in open hearings. And that's where this should have been kept instead of being essentially pushed underground with a high level of secrecy. Now, Supervisor Campos says how open he is. Perhaps your memory is short because you haven't been here. Supervisor Campos gave Library Users Association hundreds of redacted pages, heavily redacted, because he didn't want us to know what was going on with all those meetings and communications that he got. We asked for 09, 10, and 11. This body found him in violation on an immediate disclosure request for very late and unlawfully redacted materials, and he got hundreds of those things. If you average that out over the 3 years we requested, it means at least twice a week he was getting memos about this stuff or sending them. There were meetings in City Hall at the mayor's office. There were meetings with library commissioners, president and vice president. There were meetings with Art Commission. This was not some independent group that poor Supervisor Campos had no idea what was going on with it. And to claim otherwise is to deny a package of papers that thick which we brought to you and you found had violated the law. This was a way to subvert a previous publicly made decision with a secret process, as you've heard, no agendas, no minutes, no recorded votes, no announced public meetings. And then to reverse it so that everything would be wiped out and a brand new project would be put into place, which, by the way, helps profit the Friends of SFPL, who are known to keep 90% of their donations over the years, and now suddenly had a role in a 10 times more expensive project.
It's 3 minutes. It's past 3 minutes. We gave you a lot. Thank you very much.
And that benefited the Friends with a specific fee in the ultimate project, none of which was discussed at the Library Commission at the time.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment?
So, members, my name is Doug Comstock. this is a very interesting case because passive meetings have that little sliver in the Sunshine Law that is most elusive. And no matter which way you decide on this case, I hope that the Amendments Committee is looking at this passive meeting few lines so that it can be clarified. It's a mess in the Sunshine laws. That's a very weak area, and it needs to be. We need to have a more definition, a clearer definition of what a passive meeting bodies can and cannot do, and et cetera. So I hope you do clear that up. That's what interests me a lot about this case. But what troubles me about this case is that we have a supervisor, and the supervisors appoint you to your seats. Now, just a little bit of history. When I was the chair of this committee, we had a case against Supervisor Peskin, who was then the chair of the Board of Supervisors. It was with regard to the birds that fly around in North Beach. And we decided against him, and I was the chair of the committee at that time. I believe because of that, I was not reappointed to the Sunshine Task Force. Then we had the case of Park Merced. And now I'm looking at a whole array of new faces here because you decided against members of the Board of Supervisors. There's a pattern here, and you better look at it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there's no more public comment, is there a motion to find a violation? No? If not, then I'm going to declare this matter concluded. Thank you so much for your time. I would like to make a motion to adjourn, but I want to take items 10 and the items that we didn't get to and move those to the next meeting. So it was items 10 and then 17 through 20.
Have a brief discussion on that? On what to do with that. So I have no problem with that. I would suggest that we make item 10 and those other 4 items towards the end of the agenda so that we can try to get through more cases next time on the 5th and the 12th or the other meeting. But that we also have a section, we did agree that we would re-elect the chair. Very important.
Mm-hmm.
But that I think we should also have a section to talk about both the purposes of what we're trying to do. There was some comment earlier to that end, and kind of managing the workload. Whether we're giving certain things to committees, that we've got a lot of past minutes and some other things to deal with. So I just wanted to have a little time to talk about that, even if it's late and at the end of the next meeting, just so that we keep that in mind.
Okay.
But otherwise, I've got no objection to continuing the balance of the items.
Great. All righty. Then, do I need to move, or is this without objection? I can move to adjourn this meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Third.
Okay, then, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. Got through this one. At least I feel like
You know, it's our job to protect the public. I didn't see any harm to the public on this one.
Huh?
Is it
yeah,
green?
it's like a blue and blue-green.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
Very nice.
All right.
They're on this last thing that we did. On we did.